Chapter 262. Yuk Exion's bustling commercial street made headlines because of a bloody incident, however, due to the fact that the cause, process, and result of the incident were filled with magical colors. In the eyes of ordinary people who did not know what psychic was, it was just a parody of a real-life show. A large section of the street was drenched in fresh tomato juice, coupled with the broken limbs of the plastic models and the dedicated performance of the extras. There was a wave of uniformed police shows and amateur paparazzi reports, which earned enough gimmicks for Yuk Exion's upcoming auction. Everyone had seen this kind of hype method many times. If they really believed it, they would be fools. Thus, under the intentional or unintentional suppression of Yuk Exion's black and white gang, in the imagination of the people for their own amusement, a massacre ended in the form of a prank, becoming a laughing stock for everyone after dinner. The surface world was peaceful and beautiful, and the inner world was busy and tormented. Yigyoza had lost his appetite after capturing Maki and Nobunaga before waiting for Kimimaro to take over the criminal. He was in a state of silence and hidden anger, his expression very ugly. He knew that in this new world, telekinesis users were at the top of the food chain. He also understood that the existence of psychic was the boundary between people. The existence of the Hunters Association was necessary. Gathering telekinesis users and restraining them was the main way to maintain peace. It was reasonable for them not to open up the concept of psychic to ordinary people. After all, humans who had not been screened had psychic abilities. Just like children who had no sense of right and wrong holding machine guns, it would only cause unrest in society. However, in a situation where ordinary people neither knew psychic, nor did they guard against psychic, why didn't they first restrain powerful telekinesis users with antisocial personalities? If he hadn't met him today, if Saishomaru didn't have natural teeth, then would the people on this entire street have died innocently and then been hurriedly covered up by a few symbolic words of condemnation and comfort and buried forever in the grave? Yigyoza couldn't tolerate it because he deeply understood that if he didn't have a cheat and a fortuitous encounter, he would just be one of the many living beings. At that time, who would care about his life and death? Who would care about his fate? Who would take care of his family? He couldn't help but think, if he was just an ordinary student, eating an ordinary breakfast on an ordinary morning, and then inexplicably dying on the street. Why? An expert's life was a life, but was his life not a life? What right did they have to hurt people who had nothing to do with them? Yigyoza had never changed his original intention and stand, because he had experienced the deepest pain. So he understood how much ordinary people needed a hero. He didn't want to be a hero, but at least he didn't want to feel guilty. The bandits of the Phantom Troop were so arrogant. The Hunters Association and all the political leaders were really useless. If the fire didn't burn their own heads, they would be too lazy to care. Fortunately, Kimimaro was a reliable person, and he didn't hesitate at all to take over. However, Yigyoza didn't expect that Kimimaro would not only bring 9 orchid flower to Yuk Exion, but also Aizen, medical fern in the spacious and luxurious room of the hotel. A group of people surrounded the 2 unlucky spiders with blank expressions and began to discuss the treatment plan. They wouldn't refute Yigyoza's suggestion. For the evil people, death was indeed easy and convenient. It was better to seal their minds and throw them into the cheap trap tower for life imprisonment. After losing their freedom, they would torture each other with the death row prisoners for a lifetime. However, Aizen was a ruthless person. The reason why he came here was to squeeze all the value of the Phantom Troop. When it came to conspiracy, Aizen had always been the ancestor. He smiled and found Uchiha Madara, pointed to the unlucky spiders, and arranged a few words. Uchiha Madara nodded to show cooperation. Then, Aizen gave 9 orchid flower a look. The latter understood and walked slowly to the front of the 2 spiders. 9 orchid flower had brown hair and black eyes. He was handsome and gorgeous. As long as he didn't show his sharp fangs, he looked like a melancholy and indifferent noble son. But at this time, he was wearing a spotless white suit. He squatted down and gently lifted Maggie's chin with his index finger, which was wearing a white glove. Even though Maggie was used to the elegant and intellectual appearance of Kyuuo, she couldn't help but indulge in it for a moment. The vampire ancestor's charm before the hunt, as long as it was a woman, couldn't resist it. This was a visual temptation and also a spiritual indulgence. 9 Orchid Flower took off his glove indifferently, and his sharp nails scratched Maggie's blood vessels. He picked up a few drops of blood and licked it quietly. His half-closed blood eyes flashed with a dangerous light. At 9:00 in the evening the day after tomorrow, the Phantom Troop will gather in the abandoned industrial area of Yuk Exian. One of the abilities of 9 Orchid Flower was to get people's memories, intelligence, emotions, and information from tasting blood. If the amount of blood was enough, he could develop the blood donor into a blood slave. It's just that he didn't want to. Maggie and Nobunaga's pupils suddenly shrank. 9 Orchid Flower continued lazily. The leader of the Phantom Troop is called Kyuuo. His ability is to steal other people's telekinesis. There is an enhanced type Takumi who is more difficult to deal with, but he is simple-minded and easy to deal with. "Shut up," Nobunaga roared loudly, but Aizen stepped on his head and pressed it to the carpet. Maggie squirmed and wanted to resist, but she was caught off guard by Uchiha Madara's Sharingan. With a thud, Maggie fell onto the carpet, unconscious. Facing a room full of extremely fierce bosses, and then looking at the 2 spiders who tried to steal a chicken but ended up losing the rice, Illumi tilted her head and thought carefully. She decisively moved closer to Yigyoza and lowered her sense of presence. Kubi's ability is replication, Fei Tan is a fighting maniac, and Parker can read people's memories. This ability is good, it can be used in torture. 9 Orchid Flower slowly revealed all the information, and the bloody light in his eyes was still not extinguished. Their strength is good, and the vitality in their blood is very strong. Kimimaro nodded slightly. Got it. I'll give you 500 cc each. To put it bluntly, vampires were monsters and inanimate objects. The reason why they liked to drink blood was because human blood was full of vitality. And vitality is precisely the energy that corpses can never produce by themselves. They can only be ingested from the outside world, and the best food is human. Gradually, the ingestion of vitality evolved into a vampire's appetite. This kind of appetite can be suppressed by willpower, but it can't be reduced. It will only make the vampire feel more and more hungry over time, even to the extent that they lose their mind and start killing. 9 Orchid Flower has shouldered a lot of responsibilities, and for the sake of the responsibilities on his shoulders, he deliberately suppressed his appetite and took blood coagulants for a long period of time. Originally, he would have endured it as always, but Kimimaro and Aizen didn't agree with his method of suppressing his appetite. There are billions of people in the New World, and each person only contributes 200 cc. Isn't that enough to feed you? I'm here to inform you that Aizen has sent someone to disguise a paid blood cart, and after circling around the arena, they've already prepared half a year's worth of dry food for you. The blood of a telekinesis ability user tastes good? Got it. Aizen and I will keep an eye out. Days passed, and 9 Orchid Flower was fed until his face glowed, and his strength increased greatly. Up until now, he could very naturally confess his appetite and requests, and as a predator, he had his eyes on the remaining spiders. However, Yuk Exian couldn't stay for long. He still had other missions. When Kimimaro picked up 2 spiders and left, 9 Orchid Flower nodded reservedly and said goodbye to everyone. When he passed by Yigyoza, he only smiled warmly and handed him a card. His lips opened and closed, and he said the most touching words. Thank you for taking care of me in the past. 9 Orchid Flower smiled faintly. Human wealth is useless to me, so please accept it for me. The password is very simple, 6 zeros. Yigyoza stared blankly at the card in his palm, unable to react in time. The next second, Kimimaro immediately threw away the spiders and handed over his bank card. Sir, this is a bonus, please accept it. The password is very easy to remember, 6 zeros. It's just wealth. How can I, Kimimaro, fall behind a vampire? Illumi stared at them with a profound gaze. Yigyoza was stunned. Wait, why are you giving me this? Wait, I'll be embarrassed if I don't give it to you. Aizen smiled, exuding the aura of a domineering CEO. Take it, the password is 6 zeros. Swipe it as you like. Aizen? A doctor? Lemon Bandit Dong? Pole? Tearing Polypus with fan? Beauty model Yi Jioza was speechless. Here. Uchiha Madara threw a black card into Yi Jioza's palm with the precise angle of throwing a shuriken. This is a tribute given to me by the black and white forces. I won't mistreat my owner. The password is also 6 zeros. Yi Jioza was speechless. I understand the logic, but why are the passwords all 6-foot zeros? 6 are more domineering. Illumi memorized the 6 zeros and continued to stare at Yi Jioza's card. At this time, Saishomaru walked forward expressionlessly and glanced at the pile of cards in Yi Jioza's hand. He was silent and seemed to be comparing their appearances. After a while, he took out a golden card from his wide sleeve and put it in Yi Jioza's hand. For you. Yi Jioza said dryly, Where did you get this? Rock music. Saishomaru looked up and reminded her, Where do you think the breakfast at the bedside came from? Yi Jioza was speechless. Rock music? Isn't that a slot machine? What the hell? What did you do when I couldn't see you? When he couldn't see, Saishomaru naturally went for a walk. He just happened to pass by a game center and saw this money-making entertainment activity. So, he stepped inside, used a free chance to experience it, and casually shook the card. Fortunately, Saishomaru hit the jackpot. He actually shook the all colors that had never happened before in history and won the grand prize of 3 million ringgit. Saishomaru took the card and was silent for a while. Then, he exchanged 10 coins for a rock music. As it turned out, Saishomaru, who could take out the broken teeth from his body, had been lucky since he was young. With these 10 coins, not only did he reach the pinnacle of his dog life, but he also almost drove the game center owner crazy. In the end, as the owner cried and begged, Saishomaru waved his sleeves and took away a huge sum of money. And now, this huge sum of money was naturally given to his own woman. He, Saishomaru, would use his luck to prove who was the dog that was truly favored by the little dog of fate. Everyone who had basically pieced together the truth. Illumi, who was eagerly staring at the pile of cards. She was so angry that she couldn't even maintain a smile. Kimimaro and 9 Orchid Flower escorted the 2 unlucky spiders away, but Aizen stayed behind. His smoky gray eyes were filled with indescribable gloom. He walked past Yi Jioza and walked towards Illumi. His gaze was deep, but his lips curled into the warmest smile. Illumi, beat the enemy. I want to discuss a business deal with you. He emphasized, beat the enemy, not just Illumi. Yi Jioza threw a warning look at Aizen. Beat the enemy is only a business of assassins. Aizen, what do you want? Aizen seemed even more harmless. I want to hire Illumi to help me get rid of the 10 old men. The 10 old men are the leaders of the underworld. They have killed many people and committed many tragedies. They are all people who deserve to die. Do you need me to submit an application to you? Aizen smiled. Master, if you want a rotten dynasty to be reborn, you must first clean up the parasites. I can guarantee that I won't touch the beneficial parasites, but no one is better than me in cleaning up the parasites and dealing with the aftermath. It's true that the 10 old men stabilized the underworld, but they also indulged the Phantom Troop, didn't they? The Phantom Troop gathered in Yuk Exian in September, and along the way, there were massacres one after another. But why didn't any news spread out? Do you understand now? The 10 old men have been sitting in a high position for a long time, and they can only see their own interests. Aizen continued, only by breaking the deadlock and reshuffling the cards can we take the initiative in our hands. Aizen never hid his ambition, especially after becoming the Spirit King. He hoped that he would always be in an invincible position. Since he chose Yi Jioza's side, he would naturally fight against the predators to the end. And with the power, status, and identity of the new world, it was like mastering power. As long as this power was used properly, they would inevitably get the right time, the right place, and the right people, and they wouldn't have to worry about winning. If Yi Jioza was good at using reasonable and convincing words to brainwash people, then Aizen was good at using in-depth analysis of the facts to brainwash people equals. As soon as Aizen opened his mouth, Yi Jioza's brain suddenly couldn't handle it. But thinking of Aizen's temperament, Yi Jioza still caught his reason and asked, What do you want? World peace? It's fake. Aizen was extremely pleased and solemnly promised, "Everything I do is for the nuclear peace of the world." Yigyoza. Aizen took Illumi away for a detailed discussion. Uchiha Madara and Saishomaru left one after another and then gathered together in another guest room. At that time, Illumi took the task and went out to arrange, while Aizen turned on his cell phone and dialed a number. "Kalapika, right? You're the descendant of the Cave Tower clan, right?" Aizen smiled. "Don't be nervous, young man. No one knows about you except me." "Well, what do I want?" "I just feel pity for you, indulging in hatred at such a young age and wasting your good talent." Aizen said softly, "I'll use the telekinetic information of all the members of the Phantom Squadron in exchange for 10 years of service. How about it?" The information of 9 Orchid Flower was used by Aizen as a favor and a powerful chess piece. Chapter 263. Aizen had never revealed its plan to Yigyoza, nor did it want her to come into contact with the storm circle that it had planned. This was not because it looked down on her, belittled her, or even rejected her, but because it valued her and protected her and used her as a trump card to turn the situation around. Wasn't T the true representative of the Raiders to kill the Guardians? Although Yigyoza wasn't T someone who could be easily manipulated. As the saying goes, 2 fists can T fight 4 hands. There would always be times when she couldn't T handle it. And if Yigyoza fell, they would also suffer. The Raiders came for plunder This group of people could be plundered once, naturally, they would be plundered a second time. Therefore, Yigyoza had to be hidden like a general while they had to turn into soldiers and fight in front of the formation, and through the information obtained from direct combat, they had to sort out the most effective attack plan. If they didn't T die, it would be a great fortune. If they died, it wouldn't T matter. According to Yigyoza S personality, if they died to protect her, she would definitely fight with everything she had to fight, kill, take revenge, and then think of a way to resurrect them. As long as she had this ruthlessness and tenacity, even if the orthodox wanted to kill her, it would be impossible. Aizen wasn't T afraid of Yigyoza fighting, he was afraid that she wouldn't T fight. In order to let her fight, he had planned more than a dozen different scripts. Whether it was his colleagues or the owner, they were all thrown into the unknown chessboard by him. There were only 24 hours left before the auction. Aizen paid Illumi a huge deposit to buy the life of the 10 old men. They also calculated the time to recruit Kimimaro and 9 Orchid Flower, and told them with a smile that they would accompany Illumi. Illumi protested, "I can complete this mission on my own. Why should 2 more people share the loot?" Aizen replied with a reassuring smile, "Please bring them to broaden their horizons. I will pay you double the on-site teaching fee." Illumi looked at the future big boss Kimimaro and the max-leveled boss 9 Orchid Flower. Illumi was skeptical about Seiji's words about bringing them to broaden their horizons. However, there was no such thing as money when it came to beating up an enemy. When Aizen generously offered an astronomical figure, Illumi agreed without hesitation. Then he regretted it. Aizen had prepared a huge, luxuriously decorated private airship for the 3 of them. Not only was it not low-key, if it flew all the way out of Yuk Xian, it would be extremely conspicuous. Illumi scolded. "Change to a gray or black airship?" Aizen smiled and fed the big cat. "As long as you dare to ride it, it's yours." Illumi boarded the airship without hesitation, followed by Kimimaro and 9 Orchid Flower. Most of the passers-by were shocked to see the shiny titanium alloy tycoon's airship swaying out of Yuk Xian. The spectators let out sounds of envy, jealousy, and hatred while raising their mobile phones to shoot, post, and talk about it. After that, Aizen booked tickets for the auction for Yigyoza and Aluga and sent them away. Then he called Uchiha Madara and asked him to do something together. Since one of them was good at Sharingan and the other was good at Mirage, they decided to pretend to be Maki and Nobunaga and sneak into the spider's nest. Maki and Nobunaga had long been locked up by Shuriken, and now the Phantom Troop had lost their vigilante, and the news of the outside world was still in a semi-closed state. At this moment, it was the best opportunity to sneak in. Uchiha Madara used transformation technique to turn into Maki, and Aizen covered his sword with mirage and turned into Nobunaga. They leaped from the 20-story building one after another and rushed to the abandoned industrial area of Yuk Exian. 15 minutes later, Saishomaru followed the scent of the wind and followed closely behind. On the other side, after confirming that Uchiha Madara had left, Vigilante was exchanging information with Parker. They were discussing how to get rid of Kurolo, but Parker solemnly told Vigilante that it was not possible. Why? Vigilante typed quickly. Parker looked at the screen and frowned at a young boy in the ruins and replied, "Tamer is beside him." The young Tamer was a senior predator and called himself Hebrew, which means God. He was a homicidal maniac who was accustomed to using naivety to cover up his ambitions. He had tortured and killed many guardians, and he had also devoured the children of destiny with strong luck. Since embarking on the path of defying the heavens, he had gained advanced skills such as protagonist aura, lifespan, and life-saving puppets. He had also incorporated an army of dire beasts. Before encountering the true faction, Sibylle was almost invincible. All the guardians and the protected who were targeted by him would end up as food for his pets. He had been looking for a chance to kill Authentic and then occupy the fragment of the Lord God, but unexpectedly, the group of stupid collaborators not only lost the fragment but also lost the thief. In order to avoid facing the anger of Authentic, he had to come to the human society and cooperate with Kurolo to find it. Sibylle, on the other hand, was a little dispirited. He discovered that even the beast tamer skill, which had always been successful, would sometimes fail. For example, now, whether he ordered the rats to search or controlled the ants and flying insects, he couldn't find the shadow of the thief. It was as if they disappeared into thin air, leaving no trace. If it weren't for Yuk Exian's grand auction and the possibility of bumping into the thief, Hebrew didn't want to sit in the ruins with Kurolo and wait for a group of weak spiders. The surrounding prohibition was triggered. 10 seconds later, the figures of Maki and Nobunaga swept across the ruins, found a position that could be attacked and defended, and stood firmly. Maki was an ice beauty, usually cold and unapproachable, which was just right for Uchiha Madara's arrogant disguise. Nobunaga was a fighter, hot-blooded and impulsive, and was good at using swords, which was just right for Aizen, whose acting skills were top-notch. They didn't communicate with each other throughout the whole process, but they had a tacit understanding. With their many years of experience as the henchmen of the big bosses, they naturally recalled the expression and behavior of their subordinates when they saw them. Almost immediately, Uchiha Madara and Aizen said in unison, "Commander." It was a plain statement without any superfluous words, standard, concise, and clear, revealing both respect and familiarity. Kurolo closed the book and smiled. "You're a little late." Uchiha Madara glanced at the nest of spiders, thinking of the few half-dead spiders at home. He put on Maki's skin and said in a cool tone, "Commander, shouldn't it be Vigilante, Flying Tank, and Little Drop who are late?" Kurolo dispelled a trace of suspicion and closed the book in his hand. Yes, we won't be able to wait for them today." Aizen recalled Nobunaga's clothes, behavior, and tone, and felt that he was a sloppy master who didn't care about his appearance and was obsessed with kendo. His mind was relatively simple, and his actions were careless and careless. After all, it was not difficult to guess the mind of a samurai who walked for a long time in wooden clogs without washing his feet, and wore a bathrobe with a big chest. Just like Grimjow, who he raised in the virtual circle, he was obviously a master with a lot of blood. Therefore, when Kurolo just turned his eyes, Aizen opened his dead fish eyes, slumped his shoulders, and sat down in the ruins without hesitation, like Ijiuza who slumped like a salted fish. While Uchiha Madara looked like he had eaten shit, Aizen abandoned his dignity and pretentiousness. He even stretched out his hand and scratched his neck and hair, looking extremely sloppy. "Commander, is everyone here? What are we going to do today?" His tone was full of impatience, but he went straight to the point. Kurolo did not suspect anything. He glanced at Hebrew and said, "Wu Jin is still out there fighting for food. Forget it, let's not wait for him." Then, Kurolo took out a stack of photos from the book in his hand, threw them out one by one, and accurately landed next to everyone. The mission has changed. I will go to Nyan in advance, and Hebrew will help me get rid of Chainhand and Sisso. As for you guys, your main task is to turn Yuk Xian upside down and find this man and his dog. In the photo, there was a picture of Yoshi Asakura's cold face covered in blood and the seriously injured dog in his arms. Uchiha Madara and Aizen's acting skills were superb. Not only did they not show the slightest surprise, but their hands did not even tremble. Aizen maintained the image of being a lot of blood and asked in a bored tone, "Looking for someone? A man with a dog in his arms? Commander, this kid looks at most 16 years old, right? Is he really a man?" Hearing this, Franklin and Finks responded, "Commander, after we find this kid, do you want him dead or alive?" Kirolo said, "You just need to find him and inform Hebrew. After we get rid of Sisso, Hebrew will be number 4 in the team. We don't need to avoid him." Parker was silent for a while and suddenly said, "Commander, why can't we do anything after we find him? Why do we need to inform Hebrew? With our strength, a mere kid." Kirolo had to reveal the second piece of information. "He is very strong, even stronger than me. Don't fight him head-on." Parker noted down the information and continued, "Commander, Vigilante told me that the guy named Uchiha Madara has left. He is free now. Do you need Vigilante to control him remotely and help us find him?" Uchiha Madara raised his eyebrows and made a mental note of Vigilante. "He is free now? Hee. It seems that Vigilante's workload is not heavy enough. I'll make the arrangements." Kirolo naturally did not refuse. There was nothing more important than finding the Lord God's fragment. Parker's eyes flashed. He took a photo and sent it to Vigilante. "Find the boy and dog in this photo. He can kill the imposter." Vigilante immediately replied, "Okay." Everyone had their own ulterior motives and plans. When Wajin came in with dozens of boxes of beer, his loud voice shocked Aizen. Nobunaga, come, let's fight." In an instant, saliva was flying everywhere. Uchiha Madara silently retreated to the side. Aizen was speechless. As a big boss, Aizen was very professional. He immediately jumped up from the ground and imitated Grimjow's craziness to provoke Urkiola. He pulled out his long sword and shouted back without any grace, "Come, let's fight." In Uchiha Madara's eyes, Aizen suddenly regretted choosing the identity of Nobunaga, but fighting is also good. Aizen suppressed the thought and raised his sword to block Wajin's fist. Banging sounds rang out one after another. The ruins were almost reduced to dregs. Thick dust rose up and blocked everyone's vision. Hebrew wrinkled his nose and left directly after saying, "Contact me if you need anything." The rest of the members also scattered in 2s and 3s. It seemed that they were not surprised by the fight between Wajin and Nobunaga. Kirolo decided to steal Nyan's ability in advance, for the sake of safety, and also to have one more cannon fodder. He chose Parker, who was loyal and easy to control, and used this woman's love for the original Kirolo to resist the accidents that might occur at any time. After the main characters left, Uchiha Madara lightly gave Wajin a Sharingan, and in a few minutes, the warlike man fell to the ground. At the same time, Aizen smiled and put away the Zanpakuto. When the water-like sword energy was put into the scabbard, the illusion laid by mirrored Hana Suigetsu was slowly lifted, revealing the spiders in the ruins that were killed by the Sharingan. As early as the moment Wajin made his move, Aizen used mirrored Hana Suigetsu while everyone was relaxed and watching the show. His Genjutsu can make the entire empty Zamachi fall, let alone a mere ruin. Smoke and dust rose. Uchiha Madara used his Sharingan to knock down the spiders one by one. When the smoke and dust settled, the illusion of the spiders was still weaving the scene of them watching the show. The cooperation of the two ancestors of Genjutsu, there is no failure to speak of. "Why don't you kill them?" Uchiha Madara asked. "Before, we had a chance to kill them. And there is also that Hebrew and Kirolo. There should be no problem for each of us to deal with one. No, the value of this group of spiders hasn't been squeezed out yet." Aizen patted Wajin's face with the scabbard. "We can't expose our trump cards for the time being, and I need to bring trouble to them." Kurolo has Saishomaru and Kurapika to entertain him. There won't be a problem. As for Hebrew, when Kurolo dies, I will tell the spiders that Hebrew killed Kurolo. The strength of this group of spiders is not bad. It shouldn't be a problem to force out a few of Hebrew's abilities. Perhaps Hebrew won't do it, but he will draw out his collaborators or companions behind him. Let the spiders deal with them. If necessary, release the 4 little guys in your hands. Uchiha Madara's Sharingan slowly rolled. You have so many plans, what exactly do you want? Aizen's lips curved slightly, smiling innocently. Just let Masamune die. The cold September wind blew through the abandoned factory, causing smoke and dust to fall on the spiders that fell to the ground. The spiders were having a long and painful dream. In the dream, Hebrew betrayed the spiders and stabbed their leader to death in front of them. Saishomaru floated in the clouds, locking on to Hebrew and Kurolo. A moment later, he followed behind Kurolo, not too far away, not too close, not too high, not too low. Kurolo changed out of his leather clothes, put on a suit and leather shoes, and disguised himself as a real person. He came to a coffee shop, ordered Parker to wait there, and hid in the dark, summoned Thief's Mastery, and released a special telekinesis, Red Thread of Fate. Red Thread of Fate. As long as the target's name was written on a peach-pink paper, and the target's appearance was clearly outlined in the mind, the red thread of fate would be drawn, and the spiritual world of both parties would be connected. The one with the stronger spiritual power would be able to induce the other to do what they want to see. Since the original telekinesis user of Red Thread of Fate was a wretched otaku, he had been using this ability to carry out discordant activities in his dreams with the stars he liked. So, once this ability was activated, it would be affected by the original owner, and a series of accidents would be triggered. However, Kurolo did not care. No one could help him lure Neon out, so he could only rely on this ability to make her walk to him. He took out a peach-pink paper, wrote down Neon's name, and imagined her appearance. Soon, a thin red thread appeared in his sight, absorbing his telekinesis, and floated to a distant place. In the auction hall, there was no malicious harassment or killing by the Phantom Troop, and the auction went on as scheduled. Not only did Yijioza meet Kalapika, the whole world owes me 50 billion, but also Xiao Jieqi, who was still living without a care in the world. They gathered together for a delicious meal and talked about each other's recent situation. The atmosphere was harmonious. Not long after Kalapika received a phone call, he lost his composure. Vaguely, Yijioza saw his eyes turn scarlet. But Kalapika did not lose his mind. He solemnly asked Xiaojie and Qi, by Hasty Changing Mountain? Smoke String? By Jean Lulusi? Punishment? By Mei Fan? Miss Nyan. Yijioza murmured. This name is a bit familiar. Oh, he remembered. Nyan was the fortune teller who fed you shit. Oh, no. Wrote a poem for you. Oh, it's fate. You can run into a fortune teller just by taking a random task. You should at least ask when you can get rich, right? Yijioza ran toward Nyan excitedly, but then he stopped in his tracks with a puzzled look on his face. He saw a pink thread wriggling toward Nyan like an earthworm. For some reason, it was filled with an inexplicable wretchedness. Chapter 264. Qualuo had a pair of deep, lightless eyes as dark as a bottomless abyss. He quietly leaned against the phone booth on the street, watching the heavily guarded auction building, waiting for his prey to come to him. The pink telekinesis thread was as thin as a hair. It lightly shuttled through the dense crowd, inconspicuous. Ordinary people couldn't see telekinesis at all, and the capable telekinesis users were already protecting the big shots. So now, all the small movements he made would not be discovered. The telekinesis thread floated up to the floor and consciously moved towards Neon along the gap. Qualuo relaxed and sank into the inner world woven by the red line. In order to make the plan seem smoother, he simply waved his hand and arranged a holy land of encounters that was especially popular with women, an endless sea of flowers. He positioned himself, ready to greet his prey, but behind him came the sound of movement. Qualuo gave the other party some time to adjust, and then slightly turned his handsome face. There was a gentle breeze, his hair was ruffled. Petals flew up to the sky, and then floated down, beautiful like a dream. His eyelashes trembled slightly, and he raised his black and white eyes, looking back inch by inch. That year, that moon, that sea of flowers, there was wind, fragrance, and a handsome man. Kuo put his hands in his pockets and turned around slowly. Then he was faced with a black and white world. The smile completely froze at the corner of his mouth. The expected blue-haired princess didn't appear at all. He didn't know what happened in the middle, but the people who were supposed to be behind him turned into a group of black dogs. And this group of fat dogs had a name that resounded throughout the universe: Husky Nebula. They looked at him with their sky-blue eyes and tilted their heads. For a moment, Kuo felt a chill crawling up his spine. Why not Neon? Wasn't his target Neon? Why did the people who entered the inner world of the Red Line become a group of dogs? Unfortunately, the cruel reality didn't give him any chance to think. Yijioza said that he was already used to illusions. Even Cat Shursui and Mr. Ban's Sharingan were able to create flowers. So what could a mere entry-level inner world do to him? Also, this sea of flowers was beautiful, but he was a little allergic to the smell. After all, he was a dog now. Although the husky was a little stupid, it still had a sensitive dog nose. He didn't know who the mentally retarded youth standing in the sea of flowers was. He looked like a decent person, but his brain didn't seem to be working well. Is practicing the illusion to create a sea of flowers for farming? Do you think practicing illusion is for you to make a 3D movie? It was too weak, completely incomparable to the Uchiha clan. A man standing in the sea of flowers, posing and flirting, wearing a suit, trousers, and leather shoes, pretending to be an artistic youth, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle with sadness? You're too pretentious. Even someone with cervical spondylosis doesn't dare to look for you. Yijioza gave him a look of disdain. But it was rare to meet a young man who could use illusion. Thinking that Cat Shursui should be this old after so many years, he suddenly had the mentality of "I still love you." Forget it. It was fate that brought them together. Since they had met, he would teach this guy how to use the illusion technique. He was about to say to the young man, "Wait, don't move, don't go." He didn't expect to hear a string of woof, 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 but to Yijioza's relief, the other party seemed to be level 12 in dog language. Even though his face was extremely ugly, his body was as if nailed to the ground, not moving. The boy was worth teaching. Kuo, who had lost control of the field after his mental power was suppressed. The next second, he saw himself hanging, like Jesus on a huge cross. The sea of flowers withered at a speed visible to the naked eye, digging out the white bones below and spewing out the dark red magma of purgatory. The heat was burning, and the world was falling. The dog was long gone, and the chain on the cross was falling bit by bit. Kuo raised his head, the bone dragon flying high in the sky. Kuo lowered his head, the churning magma below him. The chain was still falling, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. He was hovering on the edge of death, and the illusion was real enough to make him fall. Voila! The chain made a sound of being cut off, and he fell with a roar, swallowed by the magma. However, he didn't feel the pain he imagined. When he opened and closed his eyes, he found himself naked, wrapped in a quilt by a group of people, with only his head exposed. 3 eunuchs in blue walked forward and carefully carried him. As he struggled in confusion, the eunuch in the lead smiled and frowned. "Congratulations, young master. It's your turn to serve in the bed today." Kuo was carried into a dazzling yellow room and rolled into a hard bed. Then, he saw an old man with a bare chest and stomach, who seemed to be 7 or 8 months pregnant, groping him wretchedly. "Beauty, I'm coming, Kuo." "No, no, go away. Don't." The illusion passed in a second, and he was reincarnated in the dream. Kuo fainted in a sea of withered flowers, surrounded by 100 huskies, looking confused and scratching their heads. This illusion was a bit strange. Since the man fainted, it had a side effect similar to backfire. A pink light fell on the man's body, making him twitch. His lower body seemed to be aroused, as if he was in heat. Looking at the big lump under Kuluo's pants, Ichiza felt that this man must have great luck with women in his dream. TSK, TSK, TSK. However, it seemed that he couldn't leave until the man woke up, unless someone in reality could give this young man a punch. Kuluo's nightmare continued. Before using this ability, he only knew that it could be used to pick up girls, but he didn't know that it was for the pleasure of otakus. The world inside the red line of fate was like a huge leaf-on gathering place. The main magnetic field was divided into yin and yang, or female and male. Since Ichiza, who had a strong mind power, occupied the yang magnetic field and became a male character, Kuluo had to retreat to the yin and become a female character. In the leaf-on world of the wretched otakus, no matter how he interacted with the female characters, the final result was the storm. The plunderer robbed Kuluo, but not the memory in his head. As for the red line of fate ability, he didn't know much about it. If he used it blindly, he would be fucked. Combining the memories of his past and present lives, combining the fragments of stories that he occasionally saw, or the bits and pieces of what he heard from his companions, fatal scenes appeared one after another. In the end, he couldn't even tell who he was anymore. Kuluo was on the verge of a mental breakdown, and the outside world was also chaotic. A group of passers-by crowded around Kuluo. They saw the young man lying on the ground, twitching, his lower body sticking out, and his eyes turning white as if he had taken a huge dose of drugs. People called the police, took pictures, and recorded videos. They were also busy educating their children. Remember, don't learn from people like him who are in the underworld. If you dare to suck, I'll break your legs. Mom, why are his pants swollen? Balma covered her child's eyes and talked nonsense, because he always eats junk food, so he has a tumor down there. Remember, drink less in the future. Otherwise, he won't be able to urinate, and it will swell. The child nodded obediently. World peace. Kuluo quickly made the headlines, and more people gathered to watch. Parker, who was supposed to shoot the imposter, was squeezed out. At the same time, Saishomaru, who was floating in the air, didn't know whether to go down or not. He deeply felt that Aizen's so-called ingenious layout was all bragging. This stupid Samoyed didn't tell him how to deal with this situation at all. Kuluo had almost lost his combat power. He shouldn't be able to attract the attention of Aizen or his other partners. Kalapika alone was enough to get rid of him. If that was the case, why was he still here? Saishomaru was planning to find trouble with Hebrew first, but he didn't expect Kalapika's arrival to start the second big show. The good-looking blonde boy rushed into the crowd and kicked Kuluo in the stomach. The crowd went to, "What's the matter? What's the matter? Locust? Loyal Locust? Divining the garden with humor, bastard. Bastard." Kalapika beat Kuluo in a fancy way, forcing him to wake up from his stupor, and then back to stupor again. I've been carrying this hatred for a long time. For a moment, the crowd stepped back and gave the space to the angry Kalapika. They raised their phones and kept taking pictures. This blonde looks like a girl. She's really beautiful. That black-haired thief is a jerk. He cheated a girl's heart and body, and even took drugs and had estrus on the street. Public morals are degenerating day by day. He must have been found out by a tigress. Look at how badly he's been beaten. He's bleeding. Are you blind? That blonde is clearly wearing a suit and trousers. He's a man. These two men, I think it's a blood feud. Maybe it's the love and hate of a rich family. Did you take a picture? Can you send me a copy? While the crowd was discussing, Kalapika beat Kuluo half to death and tied him up with a chain. These chains were not ordinary at all. Kalapika made an oath and restrictions to himself. The chain on his middle finger could only bind spiders and could not be used against other people. The deeper his hatred for spiders, the stronger the binding force of the chain. And as long as one was a member of the Phantom Troop, no one could break free from this binding. Kalapika's existence was like the natural enemy of spiders. There were too many humans in the world, and there were also many Avengers. But Kalapika, who was immersed in hatred but still kind, was rare and valuable. Aizen valued him not only because of his temperament, but also because of Kupika, who bore the hatred of the extermination of his family, endured for a few years, and worked hard to obtain a powerful ability and then rose to kill the villain. He was very similar to the Son of Luck who had the protagonist's aura and leveled up. Therefore, in order to prevent this group of villains from accidentally failing in the construction of the nuclear leveling road, the male protagonist must be firmly grasped in their own hands first. However, Aizen did not know that the development of things had gradually derailed. Kalapika tied up Kaluo when the police arrived. A hunter's license opened the way, and he was unimpeded. He disappeared from everyone's eyes with a few leaps and brought the spider head to the wilderness as fast as possible, ready to kill and bury the body. It was not until he was farther and farther away from Yujioza's mind control area that Kaluo finally got rid of his muddle-headed state. He carefully assessed the situation in front of him and decided to make a move when he was farther away. It was true that he had plundered Kaluo, but he had plundered many people. As long as he took off the mask of Kaluo, he would be someone else. And Kalapika's oath and restriction could not make a move on anyone other than spiders. Otherwise, the sword of oath in Kalapika's heart would crush his heart and kill him instantly. Kaluo smiled ambiguously. Run, Kalapika, run far away. Get away from the territory of the Mind Power Master. Find a good place and die there. 15 minutes later, they arrived. This was a dry and barren land of rocky mountains. Yellow sand filled the sky, and storms rolled. The ground cracked with large cracks. As far as the eye could see, it was barren and messy. Kalapika threw Kaluo on the ground and vented his anger by punching and kicking him. When he was tired, he roared with scarlet eyes, "Go to hell!" Go to hell, however, Kalapika suddenly found that his power did not work. Not only that, but the chains binding Kaluo showed signs of peeling off, and even his heart began to throb in pain. What happened? Kalapika's eyes widened as he saw the skin on Kaluo's face peeling off layer by layer. Like a python shedding its skin, one person turned into another. Hee hee. Kaluo laughed. Kalapika, you are still too inexperienced. I'll give you the exact words you said just now. Go to hell. In an instant, the last layer of skin slowly peeled off, and the last chain was about to leave his body. Kalapika spat out a mouthful of blood and clutched his heart with one hand. He saw double. How? Who are you? Did Aizen give him false information? Did Aizen deceive him? Did Aizen and Spider work together and deliberately let someone pretend to be Kaluo to lure him out? Could it be? Swoosh! A moment before the sky turned dark, Kalapika saw a green lightning strike from above his head, smashing the chains in an unstoppable manner. Before Kaluo could put away his confident expression, he was struck into a pile of charcoal. Kaluo was tenacious. He struggled to be reborn, growing new limbs and flesh from the charcoal and quickly condensing into a human form. However, he was fast, but Saishomaru was faster. The speed of physical recovery was far slower than the speed of destruction of Shattertooth. No matter how many trump cards Kaluo had, in the face of the destructive power of Shattertooth, it was just a small trick. If the first time didn't work, he would strike again. Saishomaru would never waste time punching and kicking his opponent. He would only stab at the vital points. He didn't have to go easy on that stupid half-demon like Inuyasha. Of course, he had to be as ruthless as possible when dealing with Kurolo. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. When Kurolo was broken into pieces and flew away in the starlight, Saishomaru slowly landed next to Kalapika. He could sense that the youth beside him had lost a large amount of vitality. Half of his heart was shattered while he spat out blood without end. If it wasn't for the special physique of the Cave Tower clan, he would have probably died a long time ago. However, even if he was dead, it was still better than being half dead. Saishomaru was waiting for Kalapika to die, and then waved his natural fong to revive him. Speaking of which, he was also at fault. If he had acted earlier, this young man would not have had to die. After all, he was a young man valued by Aizen, and he would not disrespect that insidious death. Ahem. Kalapika was bleeding, but his face was full of relief. In other words, He was very open-minded about his fate and could calmly accept death. He had always been a gentle person. Although he was blinded by hatred, he was suddenly enlightened and thought through many things before he died. Unexpectedly, before he died, what he couldn't let go of was not the hatred of the Cave Tower clan, but Xiao Jie and Qi Xiu who were waiting in the venue. What's the harm in butchering? D2? Huh? D2? Really wanted to see them. Really wanted to hug them. Really wanted to say goodbye. Please. Kalapika didn't know Saishomaru, but he could only ask for help now. Can you take me back to the venue? Let me see some people. Perhaps it was better not to see them, but he was about to die, so Kalapika chose to fulfill his wish. His life was really short. The first 10 years were stable, the last 5 years were dark, and the last 2 years were colorful because of Xiao Jie and the others. He seemed to have never lived for himself. Please take me back. Xiao Jie, Qi Xiu, Qi Xiu, Xiao Jie, Qi Xiu, Qi Xiu. 2 familiar names. Saishomaru paused for a moment. The next moment, the soft white tail wrapped around his body, and Saishomaru rose into the air, maintaining a steady but not slow speed, and flew to the venue. However, the great monster was ultimately concerned about his reputation. Letting an unrelated human lie on his tail was like he was moved by compassion. So, Saishomaru coldly warned, "If you dare to vomit on it, I will kill you." Kalapika. He forced a smile. He really didn't expect to meet Qi Xiu before he died. D2? Muna Schwaz, he thought about it. He lost his strength, and his consciousness gradually became muddled. He only knew that a white figure broke into the building, followed the smell, and quickly found his companions. Then, Xiao Jie and Qi Xiu? Nanaliang gone? Nakufu? Nanaliang gone? Kumu Jian? Kalapika. Hold on. Kalapika. Countless voices were leaving him. His friends, I'm really sorry to have made you so worried. Who? Xiao Jie's eyes were filled with thick darkness, and his thoughts full of anger and malice were like a tsunami, instantly sweeping the entire building. Who did this to Kalapika? Who? Xiao Jie was on the verge of going berserk. The injury of his companions had almost completely turned him from a simple and harmless teenager into a completely different person. He stared at Kalapika, and his thoughts gradually became chaotic. Kill him. I want to kill him. Qi Xiu? Chu Jinju? Xiujin? Ku? Cha? Benya? Fan? Chamupa? Langku Fu? From? Wu? How can I be a tycoon? Kufu? Ku? Fu? Kuan Mu Shun. One Saishomaru's gaze fell on Xiao Jie, and his hand was placed on Tianya. But at this moment, Yi Jioza pushed open the door, glanced at Kalapika, who was exhaling more than he was inhaling, and pressed his hand on the shoulder of Xiao Jie, who was about to go crazy. I can save him. Calm down. The mental pressure shook for a moment, and the speed of its expansion slowed down layer by layer. Big sister. Kalapika. Xiao Jie raised his face, and unexpectedly, tears were streaming down his face. Kalapika, it's okay. Without saying anything, Yi Jioza opened Qi Xiu's panel, and with a turn of his hand, he took out 2 fans that were forged with a lot of money from his backpack. Money really made things easier, thanks to the money contributed by the dogs. The blueprints given yesterday could be delivered this morning, and it was very timely to save people. After not being healed for so many years, Yi Jioza had almost forgotten that he was the 12th Dan healer, Lord Xiu. Wasn't it just vomiting blood? Wasn't it just dying? What was there to be afraid of? As long as you still had a breath left, he could heal you until you vomited blood 1 basin at a time. Yi Jioza was ready. He spun, jumped, and first used back snow fluttering to heal Kalapika, then used soaring wand dancing willow to heal Ili, then used left turn right to heal Mengyo, and then used wind sleeves low to heal Wang Zai. Upper prime point made Queen Mother Wave sleeves. He used one after another, forcibly bringing out the magic of Sanlu milk powder from Bianmei infant milk powder. Kalapika came back to life. Kalapika clutched his heart, and Kalapika continued to vomit blood with his eyes open. This blood was vomited all over the floor. It stained the lapels, the bedsheets, and the floor. The whole room was turned into a murder scene. Shaojia. Chi? Is there any harm in slaughtering the right? Jealousy or anger? Are you a little girl? Climbing the tea back? The champagne has run out. Sure you W Polaroid? Deliver the poison? Pestilence? What? Tamamamamamaju. Chapter 265. Ever since Kualuo left the abandoned industrial area, he had fallen from a cute and charming villain to a cannon fodder character who had a short appearance time, a high degree of injury, and a lying corpse to the end. Aizen also did not expect that Kualuo, this chess piece, would die in such a sullen manner. Not only did he not lure out the 2 or 3 cats behind the scenes, he did not even dig out a trace of useful information. By the time he reacted, he realized that the headlines had already been, "A man took drugs in the downtown area. He showed his ugly side and was brutally beaten." Aizen. This familiar formula, this familiar smell, just thinking with his toes, he knew who wrote it. No wonder Saishomaru didn't even reply to a message. He probably didn't know how to face Yigyoza, right? Aizen rubbed his sore temples, looking at the spiders lying limp on the ground in the ruins. He sighed to Uchiha Madara. Things have changed. Implant in them the memory of Hebrew killing Kualuo. I'll take care of the corpse and the scene. Uchiha Madara nodded, and the kaleidoscope began to spin crazily. Even the space around him distorted a little. Aizen pulled out Moon in the mirror. He let go of his hand and let the long saber fall into the water like mirrored layers of spiritual power rippled out. In an instant, a powerful illusion enveloped the entire abandoned factory. Half of the tall, domed building collapsed, and the nearby factory buildings turned into slag. In the midst of the broken walls, fresh blood dripped on it, and the charred soil emitted wisps of smoke. Kualuo's corpse lay in a pool of blood, as if it had been bitten by a group of wild beasts. The degree of reality of the illusion was directly related to the strength of the spiritual power of the spell holder. The richer the holder's imagination, the more meticulous the thinking, the fewer the loopholes and patches in the illusion. What's more, the party who was cast the spell would not be able to break the illusion for the rest of his life. Unfortunately, Uchiha Madara and Aizen were both ancestors of illusion. The former read the infinite moon and flew, while the latter played the Soul Society thoroughly. The 2 bigwigs thought about it and concluded that Kualuo's death was as real as it could be. Hence, when Uchiha Madara stopped his Tsukuyomi and lay on the ground with Aizen, he closed his eyes and pretended to faint. Then, he heard the furious roars of the spiders, waking up one after another. Hebrew. Our phantom troop is not finished with you. Very good. The fish took the bait. Maki and Nobunaga woke up one after another, and Yeni acted out the trio of astonishment, shock, and anger. They stood with the spiders beside the body of Kuralo, swearing to offer the blood of the Hebrew to everything. Seeing that the prelude was almost ready, Aizen stroked the photo in her arms and repeatedly looked at Yoshi Asakura's blood-stained face. She suddenly said, "Maki, don't you think it's strange?" The real Kurolo had been plundered. Vigilante, Flying Tank, and Little Drop were not around. The real Maki, who had a strong sixth sense, had been captured, and Parker was still in Yuk Exion City. As for the remaining spiders, it was obvious that they did not know how to use their brains. Coupled with the new death of Kuralo, they had lost most of their rationality and observation skills. Since that was the case, Aizen would certainly not let go of the opportunity to fan the flames. Uchiha Madara was very smart and immediately nodded. Indeed, his firm voice attracted the attention of the group of spiders. Under the gaze of the spiders, Aizen said, "It's intuition. Have you noticed that ever since our leader had strange people around him, we have been led by the nose?" For example, while speaking, Aizen took out the photo of Yoshi Asakura. This person is not the target of our spiders. He is the target of Hebrew. The spiders paused, and Finks narrowed his eyes. "Nobunaga, you mean, this is the enemy of our enemy?" Aizen put his hand on the hilt of his sword. "If we can find him, we can ask where Hebrew's nest is." Since he dared to kill our leader, he should be prepared to be annihilated by us." "Well said," Wajin roared, completely unaware of what Nobunaga said. In fact, Nobunaga's IQ was not much higher than his. Usually, Nobunaga would only be furious when faced with Kuralo's death, and would never speak so calmly and give reasonable suggestions. But at this moment, not only did Wajin not feel that something was wrong, even the other spiders did not feel that something was wrong. They had lost their heads, and they needed a backbone to tell them what to do and what not to do. "So, after we find Hebrew, kill him directly," Aizen stated his goal. "Without Hebrew, we can still find their destination and kill them all. But, in order to prevent other things from happening," Aizen gave Uchiha Madara a look. Uchiha Madara understood. Yuk Xian is Uchiha Madara's territory. If we cause trouble, he will definitely catch us and seal us. Even a flying tank can't escape. Even we can't. So, after we find Hebrew, lure him to a deserted place, and then make our move. The method is... Uchiha Madara shook the photo. "Tell him that you found the young man in the photo." The spiders had no objections, and after understanding the plan, they all left. Aizen and Uchiha Madara either acted alone or in groups of two. Aizen and Uchiha Madara crossed each other. The former was with Wajin while the latter was alone. In the ruins, Kuralo's blood-covered corpse had not disappeared yet. A strong gust of wind blew, causing the surrounding weeds to bend. Time flowed like water, after who knew how long. In the abandoned factory where the spell was left, a dark space crack slowly opened. The woman with a broken arm and a silent, big guy tore open the space. But they only found the scent of Cybele and Kurolo, but they didn't see them. The woman frowned. Authentic said that the spell on Kuralo has disappeared. He should be dead. Hebrew is in danger. TSK, what kind of danger could that guy be in that he needs our help? The silent big guy did not say anything. He scanned the ruins of the battle and followed the blood trail to search. "I heard that Authentic was injured by the Lord God, right?" The woman stared at the big guy's face, but found that the cold guy had no expression at all. "He's recovering, right? How many?" "Heavy." The big guy suddenly turned around and stared at her. The Lord God was half destroyed by him, and he was also half destroyed by the Lord God. The woman's eyes were full of murderous intent. "If he works with Hebrew, then we will be eaten by Authentic as tonics." The big guy's words made the woman's face pale instantly. "He kept us alive because we're still useful. Don't think we'll get lucky." As for the Lord God, the big guy strode outside and found Kuralo's broken body in the ruins. There will be a second Lord God soon. The last sentence was blown away by the wind, dying on his lips. The big guy moved to the side, giving the woman behind him the field of vision. Seeing Kuralo's tragic death, the woman was not afraid. She just narrowed her eyes. She rushed to Kuralo's side and checked his death, bitten by a beast. Hebrew did it? As she spoke, she reached out and wiped the blood off her palm, rubbing it, rubbing it. The woman stared at Kuralo's body for a while, then suddenly sneered. "A very advanced illusion, not telekinesis. Looks like the Guardian is nearby." Authentic is right. Hebrew is in trouble. There were only 6 hours left before the auction started, and Kalapika finally recovered from his coma. When he opened his eyes, he found the room full of people. Yijioza was asleep next to Saishomaru. Leo was reading a medical book, and Shaojia was lying on his bed. "Chi, Yijioza, Big Ginseng, Chao Shindo Man, Shuyu, Wachi Shinbo, Shu Fong Punishment, Tashu, Song Luo?" Kalapika smiled gently, followed by the worries and questions of all his companions. Under Leo's repeated checks, he found that Kalapika was fine, except that he needed to rest. "I didn't expect Yijioza's telekinesis to be so magical," Leo said. Leo sighed. His heart was clearly split open, but he could still mend it. Is this the power of God? The awakened Yijioza could only maintain a smile. Chishio's skill could heal the 4 seas, but Saishomaru's natural tooth could really snatch people from the Grim Reaper. However, to avoid scaring his companions, it was better not to say anything. "Kalapika, You took revenge for that injury, didn't you? Chi Kalapika nodded slightly. Yes, I killed him. Chi. Old bones pulled out by ants? Feeding milk? Mi Ao fiercely moved to hang Huan E. Armpit hairline quietly swung Omega/frame K. Planting flattery and tearing polypus? Striking firewood? Stealing the whole sea? Gathering together to filter legs and play? Chong Huan Gualong. Kalapika comforted. Chi? Chair? Heart and admiration? Show? Mechanical dumpling shaking. With that, Kalapika raised his hand and rubbed Xiao Jia, who had been in a bad mood. I felt Xiao Jia's determination to avenge me. But I have died once, and I don't want to die a second time. I won't forget the hatred, but maybe the way of revenge can be changed. Kalapika looked at them gently. I don't want to die for revenge, and I don't want you to get justice for me. It's enough for me to fall into the swamp of hatred alone. Xiao Jia didn't speak, just clutching Kalapika's wrist tightly. His clear eyes were dark, and the after-effects of the blackening seemed to have not passed. He had always been a cheerful, optimistic, and positive child, as long as he didn't touch his companions. You can still climb out after falling in. Yi Jiaza laughed. As an orphan of the Cave Tower clan, God must have his arrangements for you. Think about it. You're the only one left in the clan, and you're always thinking about revenge. Don't you think you're putting the cart before the horse? Yi Jiaza pushed Xiao Jia away without a trace, and threw the after-effects of the blackening to Saishomaru to deal with. Saishomaru paused, picked up the back of Xiao Jia's collar, and rolled it over. Nanakura Sakura? What if the child is not obedient? What if the rebellious period of youth comes? What if the rebellious period of youth comes? Saishomaru said, first beat, then beat again before going to bed. On the other side, Yi Jiaza was still talking with confidence and assurance. In my opinion, you're the only one left in the clan. You're the hope of the entire village. The bloodline of the whole family is entrusted to you. So why did you choose to die young? If it were me, I'd want revenge, a wife, and a child. You're handsome, strong, and have a bright future. Why do you want to spend your life on a group of desperados? Revenge is just for a moment of pleasure. If you live well when they're miserable, that's a lifetime of pleasure. I won't advise you to let go of your hatred. After all, if it were me, I wouldn't let go either. But it's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. How long have you been enlightened? How long have they been enlightened? Why do you have to fight them head-on? Also, what's with your ability? Saishomaru said it's a kind of curse. Do you have to be so cruel to yourself? Let's take a step back. After you take revenge, you can live with this ability. Don't you feel that you'll live with their shadow for the rest of your life? Kalapika was slightly stunned. He had never thought about what would happen after his revenge. Many times, he felt that he had no future, and that he didn't deserve a future. You're at a disadvantage. Not only do you have to use your best years to hunt them down, but you also have to remember to live for them after they die. Is it worth it? If you want revenge, we won't interfere with you, Yi Jiaza said, but please change your way and think about other abilities. You've died once, so the curse in your heart has disappeared. Kalapika, be good to yourself. As a friend, I hope you can take revenge and have many children and grandchildren in the future. It's true that you're an orphan of the Cave Tower clan, but you can also be reborn into the Cave Tower clan. If you die in the hands of a strong enemy, the Cave Tower clan will really be extinct. As long as you're alive, your clan has never been extinct. You're the hope of the entire clan. Yi Jiaza peeled an apple and stuffed it into his hand. You've seen Xiao Jia. Wait until you're fully grown before you do what you want to do. Okay? If one day he sees your corpse, Xiao Jia will go crazy. Just the memory of that deep, angry, and evil intent was enough to make one's heart palpitate with fear. Kalapika was a little stunned. Unconsciously, his eyes became scarlet. After a long time, he covered his eyes and trembled all over. I understand. You're right. If I don't die, my clan will not be extinct. 3 hours before the auction began, in the ruins of Yuk Xian's wilderness area, Dirty Xiao Jia and Chi Xiu were standing there. Tritium? Tritium? quiet locust mirror Napier by the mouth, Luo, Fu. Although their physical skills and reflexes improved rapidly, they could only survive a few rounds when Saishomaru went easy on them. Although his physical skills and reflexes had improved very quickly, he was only able to survive a few rounds when Saishomaru went easy on him. Although their physical skills and reflexes improved rapidly, they could only survive a few rounds when Saishomaru went easy on them. Argon called AI Huangsha, dirt, despicable, /Tor. Boom. Where the machete fell, the ground cracked. Hee, guardian? Hebrew raised his eyebrows and looked at Saishomaru, then glanced at the two children in his fluffy tail. I didn't expect to encounter such a good thing just by following the sound. They are the protagonists you want to protect, right? Hebrew's eyes turned red with excitement. My luck is really good. Your system is still alive, right? Saishomaru frowned. An unexpected character appeared in front of him, making him doubt the stupid Samoyed's plan again. Didn't they say that besides Qualuo, the rest was between him and Uchiha Madara? What was with this bastard in front of him? Moreover, this guy's smell was extremely disgusting. Saishomaru let go of the fluffy tail and stood in front of the two children. Chishio? Discounted K? Impure? The opponent was a raider with superb strength. Once the battle started, he would definitely not care about the two cubs behind him. Indeed, he could not save them and focus on his own battle. But as a great monster, Saishomaru's dignity would not allow the weak under his protection to be hurt. Just like how he disdained Inuyasha, he would not let him die in the hands of a bastard. Unless he died in battle, the line of defense behind him would not waver. Chi? Cystis? Mother's disease? Bad startled unforgiven. Vexian? Deleted Tuayi? Expatriate? Disturbing what rape? Locusts deserve nothing? Planting Limu coffin cowardice? Chauna punishment Hebrew, SSS level beast tamer, rare birds and fierce beast collector. The beast army under his command was more than 300, and each of them was no lower than S level. At this moment, the powerful senses of a beast tamer told him that Saishomaru was a rare S-level emperor. Unlike S-rank generals and SS-rank empresses that could be reproduced, every single SSS-rank emperor was a treasure that was hard to come by in every dimension. He had gone to countless planes and put in a lot of effort to steal the 4 sacred beasts from the plane of the unthinkable game. If not for those 4 SSS-level emperors, he would not have been able to go to the plane of the Eva to collect apostles. Unfortunately, the SSS-level emperor named Saishomaru would rather die than be used by him. In the end, it dragged its half-crippled body to control the second plane and tore apart the apostles he had painstakingly collected. But Saishomaru didn't have it easy either. Even though he was an emperor, he could not avoid death. He had collected the most powerful apostles and mass-produced machines. Now, against a treasure like Saishomaru, it was time to use it. The violent spiritual pressure seemed to distort the magnetic field of this space. Chi? Peptide source? Manish Oxum? Squeezing Red Soul? Alliance? Provoking Manish Guanjin? Fermentation? Yu? But I can't. I definitely can't. What about Shaojia? Chi? Die. Tomb-blowing turtle K? Kai? Jun? Zhang Jijing Flash? Chaomu Zeta? Saishomaru didn't hesitate and immediately used Exploding Tooth, not holding back its power. In an instant, the killing lightning mixed with the power of Azure Dragon Break rampaged through the entire battlefield, consciously combining and sweeping away a group of vicious beasts. Amidst the crisscrossing lightning, Saishomaru leapt up, his fluffy tail extending and wrapping around the two children. Since he couldn't stop in time, he was slashed in the back by the curved blade. Blood splattered everywhere as Xiao Jie's berserk state gradually increased. Saishomaru wrapped the fluffy tail around the two children, plucked out the exploding tooth, and inserted it at their feet to build an absolute barrier. He pressed his hand on the manifestation, thinking of a way to safely move the children. Chapter 266. Hebrew called himself God. He hated the god who manipulated his fate and never looked back on the heaven-defying path of, "My life is my own," not the heavens. He aspired to become a true god. Whether it was the god, the true god, the guardian, or the plunderer, they were just stepping stones on his way forward. It was his experience before he became famous. Hebrew had always believed that the strong deserved everything. Strength, fans, power, money, and beauties were all things that belonged to the strong. As long as he had the ability, why didn't he take up more resources? Wasn't the nature of the world, the weak are prey to the strong? A weak man who couldn't become strong, rather than waiting for someone to protect him, might as well accept the fate of being eliminated. It was a truth he had learned in his previous life. The drunken and violent man was what he called his father, and the woman with heavy makeup was what he called his mother. The narrow, cramped black room smelled of smoke, alcohol, body odor, and blood. His mother's guests made him kneel down and lick their shoes, and his father's friends burned cigarette butts on his arms. His childhood was worse than a dog's and ended in the gas can he quietly turned on. Hebrews remembered it well, the closed room, the thick gas. The man who sensed something was wrong was about to open the window, but unexpectedly the metal brushed against it and sparks flew. There was a loud rumble. The fierce flames swallowed everything. He stood in the crowd for the first time. He smiled happily. It turned out that the men and women who used to be domineering were strong on the outside but weak on the inside. It turned out that there was such a thing as taking someone's life. It was so simple. Countless people sympathized with his experience, lamented his fate, but no one offered to take him in, raise him, or give him warmth. In the end, he became the target of gossip, the poor child who was widely reported, the 1 in 1,000 in the orphanage. The weak had no resources to survive. He took a hidden fork and stabbed a boy who snatched his bread. It was raining heavily that night, and no ant would be bored enough to patrol at night. And when the rain subsided, the body had already been soaked in the pond. No one would suspect him. After all, he had only been in the orphanage for 2 days. In order to reduce the impact and continue to receive donations, the orphanage hastily cleaned up the scene, thinking that the child had fallen into the water and drowned. The weak have no right to speak. He roped in a few rebels and formed a small group. From robbing people of food and stationery to extorting protection fees, step by step, he became an existence that bullied others. It turned out that it felt so good to bully and humiliate others. Looking at the helpless resistance of his peers and the adults turning a blind eye to it, he became excited like a wild wolf that had found a loophole in a sheep pen. The weak did not deserve to live. If they wanted to live, they should be dominated by the strong. He liked a good girl. He wanted her. He followed her. He forced himself on her. However, even a lamb would betray her. In the violent struggle, she stabbed the knife into his neck. This was his mistake, but he never regretted it. If he could do it all over again, he would not restrain his desires and desires. How could a beast that was used to doing whatever it wanted be expected to be vegetarian? However, he did not expect that he would really have a second chance. But what was a guardian? If he could get power, why should he protect others? What was there to protect the weak? Fortunately, the Lord God was blind when he chose, otherwise, he would not have the chance to be reborn. Since he had been reincarnated, then, he wanted the best of everything. Even his name was the same as God. Just like now, even if he got the 4 sacred beasts from the unbelievable game, when facing Saishomaru's majestic demon power, Hebrew still had the ambition to tame him. As a beast tamer, Hebrew's 5 senses were extremely sensitive. Even if Saishomaru was wearing a human skin and had an outstanding temperament, it could not hide his nature as a demon. Hebrew did not have a white dog in his collection, so when he saw Saishomaru, he felt like he had found a treasure. With this thought, Hebrew's attack became more and more fierce. A heavy and chaotic pressure filled the ruins, and the machete and broken teeth collided, creating a burst of sparks. The energy of the sword and the lightning mixed together, like a thunderstorm, like a thunderstorm. In an instant, the ground cracked into a dark gap, the mountains changed into plains, and the hills evolved into valleys. Saishomaru's broken teeth shattered countless beasts, and the manifestation of nature's power of space separated their bodies. Even the SS-level queen, with the recombination skill, lost its vitality under the double destruction of broken teeth and manifestation of nature. The battle gradually became white-hot, and energy more terrifying than psychic swept across the barren land. The figures of Saishomaru and Hebrew intertwined between the rising and falling dust. Electric arcs flashed, and the swords slashed, so fast that the naked eye could not see them clearly. Fighting against a beast tamer was extremely disadvantageous for Saishomaru. Hebrew's actual combat level was very high, without any fancy moves. Every move was vicious and dangerous, and all of them were skills that could kill people. If it was just a fierce battle, Saishomaru would not be afraid, and would even be willing to fight with all his might, giving Hebrew the attention he deserved. Whether it was life or death, it was the result of the battle. However, Hebrew was not a true powerhouse, or rather, he had the strength of a powerhouse, but he did not have the demeanor that a powerhouse should have. It was clearly an evenly matched battle, but Hebrew maliciously called him a beast. What contempt, what shamelessness! This was a humiliation that no warrior could tolerate. Saishomaru's anger was exploding. He was a noble with a strong sense of pride, and his opponent calling him a beast had risen to the point of insulting his bloodline. So angry that he laughed. Saishomaru held manifestation of nature horizontally, and his eyes were as cold as a knife. Dissolution. Omniscient manifestation. In an instant, in Hebrew's suddenly contracted pupils, manifestation of nature overflowed with thick black spiritual pressure, ominous and malicious, like the black mud that gathered the sins of the world. It was extremely evil, but also extremely domineering. Pitch-black spiritual power mixed with a thick, murderous aura soared into the sky, turning into a black dragon with surging murderous aura. Even though he knew that the black dragon was just a simulation, its unparalleled lethality still shocked everyone. Omniscient manifestation. Was it slasher manifestation? It was one of the dissolution skills, a condensed simulation of a spatial storm, an excellent field control skill for long-range attacks. Wherever the black dragon passed, it would be crushed into pieces by the rampaging energy. Humans could be invincible, gods could be invincible, but as long as one was not extremely strong, it would be difficult to escape the unpredictable power of space. Even if Hebrew had all kinds of rare beasts, so what? Manifestation of nature was like a bug-like group attack skill, and no one could withstand it. Saishomaru himself was a miracle. Not only did he possess the heavenly weapon Natural Fong that could control life and death, but he also dug out the destructive exploding teeth from his body. Even the Zanpakuto 10,000 forms that he comprehended was a cheat that made him stronger and stronger as he fought. But even if manifestation of nature was a cheat, Saishomaru rarely used the slasher blade. Just because, once manifestation was used, dissolution, the field control of the Black Dragon would be fully activated. The Black Dragon covered a radius of 100 miles, defined as an area that could be destroyed wantonly. All living things, dead things, could not escape the devouring and crushing of manifestation of nature. Once this move was used, the enemy would die without a doubt unless they were apatheicized. But it wasn't without its drawbacks. After dissolution, he lost at least 80% of his demon power. But 80% or 90% was fine. In the face of an enemy that humiliated his identity and bloodline, Saishomaru only wanted him to die. The Black Dragon roared and attacked the whole area. Everywhere it passed, countless rare beasts turned into a mist of blood and scattered. No matter how strong Hebrew was, it was impossible to escape 100 miles away in an instant. Seeing the Black Dragon roaring and attacking, his face twisted sinisterly, and his whole body trembled. Boom, boom, boom. Fortunately, this was the periphery of Yuk Exion. Fortunately, this was a desolate and uninhabited barren land. Apart from the place where Saishomaru stood and the place protected by the natural tooth barrier, the ground within 100 miles had all collapsed to a depth of 10 feet. Presumably, in the future, this 100 miles of land would become a huge, deep lake, and perhaps there would be beautiful scenery and villages around it, making people forget that this was a remnant of a battlefield. But now, this place was purgatory, an abyss. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing. Saishomaru panted heavily and immediately turned back to rush to the natural tooth barrier. He didn't believe that Hebrew was still alive, and the most important thing now was to take the two children. But Saishomaru suddenly saw the pupils of the two children suddenly dilate, and their faces were full of horror. Swish! The shining saber light attacked, and Saishomaru only had time to deviate by 3 inches before he was pierced in the back by the curved saber. This saber was only 3 inches away from the heart, and with a large amount of blood splashing, the curved saber was pulled out. How could he still be alive? Saishomaru spat out a mouthful of blood. It was too late to wonder why his opponent was still alive. Relying on his excellent battle instincts, Saishomaru didn't even frown. He forcefully forced Hebrew's attack away and swept him away in 2 or 3 moves. Saishomaru, Xiao Jie's evil thoughts surged, and his dark attribute rose sharply. It seemed that he was on the verge of losing control. Strange? Imperial examination? Core? Coup? Ingwan Huangdu? Plague? Impossible. He definitely couldn't be a burden. They were now a burden. Run! Run! Saishomaru's blood dripped down drop by drop. Strange? Tianyu Mei Yuan? Jiao Bing Chuo timidly cut cooking? Miyu Gu? Trick? Iparen? Yu Ku? Xieping Hu? Card? Run. You can't protect them. You don't deserve to be friends. Leave them behind and run. No. Impossible. Impossible. If I don't run, I will die. Damn it. What the hell was that? Strange? Lu Chun Sai Si Xian? Hui. Si Xian Liang? Ju Si Xian? Obituary? Wan Wan Mian dipped in the turbulent key. Aerosol? Cake? Ha ha ha. Hebrew's ear-piercing laughter rang out, and Saishomaru's footsteps were already staggering. You didn't expect this, did you? Did you think I didn't have a life-saving skill? I admit that you're very strong. That move was a killer move, right? Hebrew's eyes shone brightly, and all his emotions conveyed his determination to win. Ha ha ha. But I have a puppet doll that can die for me. Ha ha ha. Ayaya, I almost died in your hands. I must have you. This kind of ability is simply to deal with. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, a blue sword light cut through the heavens and the earth and powerfully struck Hebrew's body. If he hadn't dodged quickly, he would have been cut in half. Who's there? Boom. In response, he was met with one terrifying sword chi after another, crisscrossing and forcing him into a desperate situation. Yellow dust flew everywhere, and the sun was blinding. A black and white Tai Chi fell under his feet, and a woman dressed in a blue Taoist robe stood tall, her face full of anger, and the hand holding the sword trembled nonstop. Yi Jioza had not expected that in just an hour, when he saw Saishomaru again, he would be drenched in blood. This was intolerable. Yi Jioza raised his sword to fight Hebrew. In a state of rage, his pure yang was as sharp as a drug. He had never felt the urge to tear someone into pieces like this. 2 guardians? One of Hebrew's arms had been chopped off by Aeon Inexhaustible, but he smiled slyly. Good, very good. This is a good deal. His expression was deranged, and he raised his hand, using his blood as a medium, and drew a complicated seal in the shortest time possible. Roar, roar, roar. In the next second, the 9 production robots that should have appeared in the evil world crawled out of the seal like evil spirits, the flesh and blood of the second robot still visible between their teeth. 9 production robots, each 80 meters tall, were black and white, and had the appearance of a vulture. The pilot who had inserted himself into their nervous system was clone Zhu Sun, but this clone Zhu Sun did not have any consciousness, and only had the zombie-like instinct to eat meat. Even if the production robots were smashed, they could still be reborn. While Saishomaru was heavily injured and exhausted, Yi Jioza was the only one left to fight against the production robots. It was truly taxing. Not only was there a huge difference in size between the two, But Yigyoza also had to defend against Hebrews' sneak attacks while dealing with the production robots. However, this was not a problem. Yigyoza laughed coldly and took out an alloy sword that weighed 150 kilograms from his backpack. Today, he would let the marauders know that whoever dared to hit him, did they ask for permission from the meat grinder in his hands? So what if they could be reborn? Under the heavy sword, what could a pile of minced meat do? Winds of Mount Wu, the ultimate skill of the hidden sword mountain villa, the crushing of a strong opponent in the arena, the heavy attack of a running merchant, and the ox cart's AoE attack. It was a 360-degree attack from all directions. Even if the production machine was covered in steel plates, it would not be able to escape unscathed. Cybele had never expected that when a golden hurricane blew, the production machine's legs would be broken in a matter of minutes. In the next moment, its thighs would be cut off, and then its waist would be cut in half. In the end, blood splattered everywhere, and the golden hurricane continued. He decisively put away the production robot, formed a seal, and gritted his teeth to summon the SSS-rank emperors, the 4 holy beasts. This was what he had obtained after killing the 28 constellations and the witch from the unimaginable game. They were existences equivalent to the laws of that plane. He did not believe that they could use any ultimate moves in the face of power that could rival the laws of the plane. Unfortunately, Hebrew did not know. He could not be too confident, and he could not be too full of himself. As soon as the 4 holy beasts appeared, Yigyoza was indeed dumbfounded. This azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise look. He suddenly had the urge to go to the South Sea and ask Guanyin Bodhisattva to subdue these demons. However, he did not have the reinforcements that the monkey had asked for, so he could only. Yigyoza turned on the World Channel and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Uchiha Madara, help! Uchiha Madara, help! Help!" Yuk Exion City was already in chaos, but unexpectedly, there was no such thing as the most chaotic situation, only more chaotic. A Susanoo that was over 100 meters tall rose from the ground, and Uchiha Madara raised Budu's bonded spirit and rushed to the crime scene. He and Aizen were already on their way there, and the commotion was so big that the higher-ups of Yuk Exion City were forced to cancel the auction. Even a large number of residents went underground to take refuge, and even the Hunters Association sent over 100 airships to support them. He did not expect to hear Yigyoza's cry for help before he even arrived at the scene. Uchiha Madara immediately exploded. He knew his own child's temper. If he wasn't being bullied, why would he ask for help? His Anna Azumi was already gone, and his owner must be saved. Whoever moved would die. Uchiha Madara rushed into the battlefield in his Gundam, and under Hebrew's distorted expression, he slapped the vermilion bird away, slashed open the black tortoise's turtle shell with his sword, stepped on the azure dragon, and held the white tiger down as he laughed arrogantly. "I, Uchiha Madara, can even capture the 9 great-tailed beasts as pets, and these 4 monsters are just appetizers." Hebrew was so angry that his entire body trembled, but he discovered that he had no way out. At some point, Yigyoza, Saishomaru, and Aizen had blocked his path of retreat, and Susanoo was blocking his path forward. Shattertooth and Mammoth had destroyed his beast army, and he would never have released Emperor unless he had no other choice. However, Emperor was also suppressed, and there was only one puppet doll left. He didn't want to die. He didn't want to die at all. Seeing that the 4 holy beasts were about to lose, Hebrew no longer hesitated, and he risked the fatal injury of being stabbed in the heart by Yigyoza and used his final ability, absorb contract beasts and transform them into his own power. The 4 holy beasts howled pitifully. They were from another dimension, but they were still enslaved here. Their freedom was taken away, their flesh and blood were absorbed, and even their power had to be controlled by others. Even death couldn't go their way. This was the outcome of being captured by an evil beast tamer. Hebrew's broken limbs grew back, and his strength gradually increased. Even though his neck had been cut in half by Aizen, his muscles and bones had recovered. He turned into a stream of light, broke through the encirclement at the fastest speed, and ran toward the direction of the Dark Continent. Uchiha Madara wanted to chase after him, but he was stopped by Aizen. "Why did you stop me?" Where did you run after being forced into a corner? Seems like it's the headquarters. Aizen said, it's enough to know this. Wait until we're fully prepared before attacking. If you go alone, the owner won't agree. Uchiha Madara dispelled Susanoo and slowly descended from the sky. I didn't expect him to have this move. TSK. So many people beat him up, and he still escaped. How embarrassing. Indeed. Aizen stroked his Zanpakuto, but this reminds us that 4 people aren't enough to fight against the authentic. The atmosphere suddenly fell into silence. Yi Jiuzi pulled out Tiansheng's fong and hung it on Saishomaru's head. He then cut Chishio's menu and gave it a round of milk. He then stopped awkwardly under Saishomaru's condemning gaze. The pressure of the battlefield had yet to disperse. Hydrazine? Fei Gu? Calling Huoyao a round dumbfounded man? Do you want to teach me how to unravel the poison bewilderment? Neon throw clank? Ping pong? What is this? Forgive me for visiting the bride? Where are the great calamity weapons? Mu Tue Chien E? Is it a shackle? Pounce? Man dump? He didn't expect that under the spiritual pressure of a battle between experts, he would forcibly pull it out. It was a blessing in disguise. Chi? Radon Spoon Judge? Kong Nan Tang Chu? Flying around the sky, tearing through the yellow cliff, an uncountable number of skeletons, waving his sleeves. But, bear? Yi Jiuzi wiped the blood off his forehead. Uchiha Madara and Aizen took a few rare glances at him. They were always more lenient towards juniors with good potential. Not long after, the sound of an airship's arrival was heard in the sky. They looked at each other. Saishomaru pulled out Wanxiang and immediately left the place. Chapter 267. Ever since he had the godly skills of his lousy teammates, Aizen's layout was like a collapsing domino. One wrong step would lead to many more mistakes. The funeral of Kuayuo in the morning and the debut of Scarlet Abyss in the afternoon were both on the headlines, competing with each other for the spotlight. It was very lively. He was clearly holding onto the script for the hero's fight. He just had to worry about the development of the Spring Festival gala skits. They said they were going to be each other's angels, but in the blink of an eye, they had turned into dogs that deserved a beating. Face was meant to be lost, and teammates were meant to be sold. When Yi Jiuzi realized that something was not right, how could one big incident happen after another? He cast a suspicious look at the dogs. The dogs finally recalled the horror of being pushed into the toilet bowl and beaten up. Aizen did not expect this. The betrayal had existed from the very beginning. Under the coercion of the owner, the conspirators, wealth, power, and democracy, abandoned harmony and threw themselves into the arms of the big capitalist Yi Jiuzi. As a result, he was punished by his owner. As a punishment for, you fucking caused trouble without me, his left eye was bruised. Aizen realized that their teammates were not reliable, but they had chosen their own faction. Even if he had to kneel, he had to kneel until the end. Since the plan had been overturned, he had to start anew. After finishing this bowl of brain platinum, was he still the omnipotent Aizen? Medical spinulosa the Inaguchi-gumi has hidden its strength and reputation. Yuk Exion was confused and uneasy. The auction was postponed for 3 days. The Hunters Association turned out in full force, and even Chairman Nitro was alarmed after investigating the traces of battle and the remaining forces in the Scarlet Abyss. Nitro arrived at the scene and wandered around the battlefield for a long time while stroking his beard. His eyes were filled with excitement as he mumbled to himself. After thinking for a while, he suddenly asked Parstun, "Do you know where that child, Freedom, is now?" Feeling the pressure of the distorted battlefield, Parstun did not dare to lie. About half a day before the incident, Freedom and his assistant left Yuk Exion in an airship. At the same time, the young master of the enemy Haka family also left. Beating up the enemy, Nitro narrowed his eyes. Peptide choking glaze flattering model handsome, Chi, Hui, Oxum. Nitro understood that the destruction wasn't caused by his disciples' assistants since they had alibis. However, it was impossible for guests to participate in beating up the enemy. The topography had been overturned to such a large extent. It was impossible to achieve this without firearms. And if one used firearms to destroy the enemy, How could it not be strange? Chui Yao, cooking, hot trade oxum. You see, Wei in conclusion, coupled with the appearance of the blue giant. Perhaps the distant darkness continent had once again extended its demonic claws towards the human world. Closing his eyes, Nitro recalled the tragedy of the fiend python's annihilation a few years ago. He did not expect that humans would have to face a new calamity so soon. The 100 li of barren land surrounding Yuk Exian had completely collapsed into an abyss. The giant gap tore through everything. Just by looking at it, one could feel a terrifying pressure and intimidation. Even someone as powerful as him was terrified, let alone the other hunters. But Nitro also knew that if they couldn't even bear such a level of pressure, would the hunters have the ability to protect themselves or the civilians when they were in battle? The answer was none. Nitro's expression turned solemn. He suddenly felt that humans needed strong combat power to survive this calamity. In an instant, the faces of Yi Jiuza, Aizen, and 9 Orchid Flower flashed through his mind. Then, the old man remembered the meteor street that had been forgotten by the world. There was no time to hesitate. Internal strife would only wear them down, and unity was the only way to survive. 3 days passed like water. During this period, many things happened one after another, as if a storm was brewing. 10 old men was assassinated by Illumi, and 9 Orchid Flower grasped the underworld's lifeline. In a single night, the wind and clouds changed, and countless undercurrents surged. But 3 days had passed, and the unprecedented craze for the auction had begun. The small bosses in Yuk Exian had no idea that their boss had changed. By the time they came to their senses, it was too late. The auction had officially begun, and all parties had gathered. But the spiders, who had already planned to go all out, couldn't even protect themselves now, so how could they still be in the mood to covet the items in the auction? Uchiha Madara's complete form, Susanoo, told them what the natural chasm between gods and mortals was. Although the spiders were arrogant and cruel, they couldn't hide their strong nature. To put it bluntly, after witnessing Uchiha Madara's true strength, what else could they do? Of course, those who needed to deliver packages would do so, those who needed to go to jail would go to jail, and those who needed to find help would go find help. Otherwise, they would end up being stomped into a pancake by Susanoo. As for whether their captain, who had mysteriously become a dog, was willing to accept it, guild leader, forget it. Forget it. When we saw your drug-sucking face being made into an emoticon on the headlines, our team's fate had already been decided. Captain, forget it. Really forget it. I'm sorry, Captain. I still want to laugh. Vigilante's hands trembled as he held his phone. Even though he knew that the one making a fool of himself was an imposter, the other party was wearing Kurolo's skin. The little emoticon that looked like he had just taken drugs, the animated gif of him being pressed down by the blonde boy and slapping him, the collection of ghastly videos that had been laughed at by netizens for thousands of years, and the flirtatious face that had been used as a FDF battle. Captain, forget it. Please forget it. It wasn't that Vigilante didn't want to delete it, but he really didn't have time to delete it since he couldn't finish delivering the packages. Moreover, Kurolo's family had some disputes with the team. Now that you were suddenly in trouble, how could Kurolo not add fuel to the fire? Captain, I'm sorry, I laughed. Once again, Vigilante held his phone and laughed until he twitched. Then, the Labrador behind the small motorcycle kicked him off the seat, leaving a plum blossom mark on his face. Kulualua was so furious that his dog face was long and drawn. His puffy dog first stood up, but Vigilante, who was laughing like crazy, seized the opportunity to take a few photos. Captain's was still a dog. Let him be arrogant for a few more days. Kurolo was speechless. He deeply realized that the so-called Phantom Squadron, which was established during his second year of middle school, was indeed a gathering place for his dark history. A dog like Vigilante who didn't protect the captain's image should be expelled from the party. Forget it. Forget it. Forget it. As a dog, he was a dog, just a dog. Finally, amidst Vigilante's maniacal laughter, Kurolo opened his mouth and tore a delivery into pieces. Then, he saw Vigilante's expression collapse at a speed visible to the naked eye. No, Captain, why are you so cruel? Vigilante held the broken delivery, as if he could see the Budu spirit that Uchiha Madara had chopped down on his head. Delivery? Don't leave me. Kurolo was speechless. After his telekinesis was sealed, his team members went crazy one by one == at the same time. Uchiha Madara and Saishomaru were sitting at the auction site, talking in low voices. In front of them sat the silent Kalapaka, who was rolling up his sleeves and getting ready to start the auction, and Chi, who had reunited with his brother after his psychic needle was removed. Even the shovel was in danger? Asking someone to visit Vita's palm pouch? Uchiha Madara said, Saishomaru, are you free in the morning? Saishomaru looked back and remained silent. It meant that the result was still to be determined, and it depended on what you wanted. Uchiha Madara said, help me resurrect a person, and he still owes me a 5-star rating. Saishomaru was speechless. Uchiha Madara paused and added, don't worry, the body is well preserved and it doesn't stink. Saishomaru was speechless. He didn't quite understand Uchiha Madara's way of thinking, but it didn't stop him from labeling him as unreliable. He didn't expect that the most reliable one was actually Yigyoza == Saishomaru maintained his cold demeanor and sat upright on the leather chair. When he came back to his senses, he saw that Yigyoza had rolled up his sleeves and was madly arguing with a rich businessman. He was determined to bid for the holographic game Greed Island. As the bidding continued to rise, the price of Greed Island had risen to 50 billion ringgit. Saishomaru and Uchiha Madara were in a difficult position. Although they gave Yigyoza a card, the amount in the card was definitely not so exaggerated. If they didn't have the money to pay for it, Inaku Group's finances could only be in the red. Fortunately, Illumi couldn't stand it anymore. She jumped up and threw a few nails at Yigyoza, nailing him to the seat. Instead of buying a Greed Island with 50 billion ringgit, she might as well spend 25 billion ringgit to hire him to kill people and rob them. That way, both parties could be happy. Yigyoza was spending her money, but what he wanted was his life. You can spend 25 billion ringgit to hire me to kill people and rob them. Illumi spoke her mind honestly. You can also spend 30 billion ringgit to hire me to kidnap Xiaojia, threaten and bribe Kim Fullis, and get him a gaming terminal. Yigyoza, young man, your thinking is very dangerous. Illumi, don't sell your integrity for money. Yigyoza tried his best to persuade her and pointed at his two frightened brothers. If you don't act righteously, what will happen to your brothers? Illumi tilted her head. As long as the price is reasonable, integrity is not a problem. Yigyoza x Chi? Aluka. While she was in a daze, the rich businessman bought the Greed Island for 50 billion ringgit. And Chi? Persimmon Silk Oracle? Baoming Miao Yi Shomeng? Holding VD Zhu Shu? Mi Lai Mao Zungzi Hook Curtain? Big brother, then your one night? Pfft, what's your ideal price? Chi, is it just a piece of rice? Any Zheng? Huh. Ding K? Songyu? Masturbation? Overstep my authority? Take off shovel to have turbulent acridine? Wabir at least 50 billion, Illumi said without hesitation. Everyone, young master, forget it. Really forget it. When you open your eyes, it's already dark. You really can't daydream anymore. Now that Greed Island had fallen into the hands of the wealthy merchant, Yigyoza also stopped thinking about it. After the auction, they bid farewell to Kalapaka, who had bought a pair of fiery red eyes, and planned to go somewhere else after a few days of shopping in Yukexayan. Aizen was tracking Hebrew's whereabouts. Uchiha Madara was building his own intelligence network. Nine Orchid Flower was busy reorganizing the underworld, and Kimimaro was being accepted by the Hunters Association. About 3 or 4 days later, the wealthy merchant who bought the Greed Island actually started recruiting players to clear the holographic game. This made Yigyoza, who had originally stopped thinking about it, feel hopeful again. Chapter 268. Greed Island was a surreal holographic game. It was created by Kim Fullis and completed in cooperation with the top talents in various fields. Its crystallization of wisdom was aimed at the vast number of hunters, aiming to train the participants will to fight, cooperation, and enterprising spirit. However, where there were people, there would be competition, and competition would give rise to the bad habits of humans. As time passed, the Greed Island no longer had the mystery and glory of the past, and turned into an ATM to satisfy personal desires. When Kim Full's team created the Greed Island, they had sealed many rare treasures and rare psychic powers in the cards. They were scattered in different corners of this large island. It also stipulated that if the participants could collect all the cards to clear the game, they could choose the 3 cards they wanted the most and bring them back to reality to use. Just this one item was enough for countless people to fight until their heads bled. So far, the Greed Island had been released for 10 years. However, other than the first batch of terminals, there were no new products on the market. Over time, it became an out-of-print product that the game otaku could only dream of. It also became the object of competition for countless hunters. If they could touch the Greed Island once in their lives, even if it was extremely poisonous, for some people, they would gladly endure it. And now, the rich businessman who spent $50 billion to buy the Island of Avarice at the auction had made a public announcement. To recruit powerful individuals or teams to break through the Greed Island, and to bring a card called Archangel's Breath from the game, they would receive a bonus of 50 billion ringgit. What kind of card was Archangel's Breath? What was its use? The people outside the game did not know. However, since someone was offering a free place to enter the Greed Island, and there was a bonus of 50 billion ringgit, no one wanted to lose this pie. Thus, the registration scene could be said to be a sea of people. However, the harsh application conditions eliminated 95% of the candidates, leaving only a group of people with good psychic abilities and Yigyoza's sick team. However, because Uchiha Madara and the others were too busy, they missed the opportunity to play. In the designated venue, Yigyoza rested his chin on his hand and glanced at a group of tall and short-round participants. He stared at the naughty children who were chatting happily. Xiaojie participated in the game to find his biological father. Argon snail punishment? Pretty? Tax industry? Lai Shouwei was snail punishment? Pretty? Tax? Luo Yuamu? Gray light visits bumping into Wali snail fat Tua shins glowing? Weiwen Suyi? Weiwen Suyi? Xiaozhao Shishijie? Peony? Equals his participation in the game was even more outstanding. Not only did he not help to find his father, but he also did not want to abstain from nunnery. The only thing he wanted was to create a base camp with a higher degree of security. Not only did he not have the ability, he of the ability of the world, of the island. With this, he God, he island, comma, of the, and the, and of island, and states of, and of island. With that thought in mind, Yigyoza stuffed Gilgamesh into the straw basket, took his identification card, and entered the island of Greed first. Saishomaru followed her footsteps and also entered the holographic game. The island of Greed lived up to its name of holographic. When the space changed, the energy flowed, and they calmed down. They soon realized that it was not their consciousness that had entered the game, but their entire bodies had entered another space. Saishomaru's interest was piqued by such a high-level and exquisite space-time conversion technique. The great monster immediately decided to wander around the island, just like it did in the Warring States period. It wanted to take a good look at the space isolation and space-time conversion techniques on the entire island. As for collecting cards and clearing the game, he was not interested. Saishomaru and Yigyoza wanted to wander around the island. The inscribed board of Weishio Mountain? The punishment of the snail? Forgive me for visiting you? Lao Tao Haoshi Black Thunder Pregnancy Release? Silk making? Is Eugene fat enough to wield an ominous banner? Pardon, are you sure? Wei Bian Mei Tong Yong Lulu? Forgive me for visiting you. Young Ping Pong Poison Bewildered Che Mao Chong? Is this a front for the skeleton Australia? Towering Silk Huai Parasol. For some reason, Yigyoza had an ominous feeling. Alumi's dark eyes stared at Yigyoza and kindly reminded him, for example, last time in a compartment on the 23rd floor of a hotel, Yuan, I get it. No need to remind me. The corner of Yigyoza's mouth twitched. He put the straw basket on the ground and handed the golden retriever to Alumi. I only have one question. Why do you always think of ways to steal civilization from me? Alumi tilted her head and thought for a moment. Because gold is the color of the ring. Yigyoza. At the same time, Gilgamesh, who poked his head out of the straw basket, saw Illumi. Instantly, his eyes lit up. He crawled out of the straw basket and rubbed against Illumi. Although this man with long black hair sometimes looked scary when he looked at him, he never hit or scolded him. He treated him gently and would even give him food and water, comb his fur, and ask about his well-being. He was 10,000 times more reliable than the owner. As the most competent shit-shoveling officer in history, Illumi deserved to be treated like a dog by him. Even though they hadn't spent much time together, Illumi had already made him like her by 80%. She was second only to his good friends, Enkidu and Yigyoza. However, Gilgamesh didn't know that one shouldn't simply hug the thighs of other shit-shoveling officers. Just like now, his closeness gave Illumi the perfect reason. As you can see, he's closer to me than you. He's closer to me than you, closer to me, closer to me. Yigyoza stared at the golden retrievers but for a long time. But the golden retriever didn't come back to its senses. All right, I understand now. I've raised this stupid dog for nothing. He knew that civilization wasn't smarter than other dogs, but he didn't expect civilization to have such poor taste in choosing a shit-shoveling officer. No matter how decent Illumi was, the white moon in his heart was still a nun. Could civilization think of ways to make him a nun every day? Civilization is a dog that produces gold. At this moment, Yigyoza finally understood the truth of the matter. Therefore, he sent civilization to Illumi with even more determination and sincerity. He said, either we split it 50-50, or I'll take it away. Otherwise, don't even think about getting a single cent. Illumi's expression suddenly became extremely sinister. Her pitch-black face twisted like a curse. Her soft hair fluttered up by 20 centimeters, and her murderous aura exploded to the extreme. Yigyoza and Saishomaru calmly looked at him. Illumi. He suddenly realized that he wasn't a match for these two. The guest who beat up the enemy was very trustworthy. Since he had agreed to a 50-50 split, then he would keep it. He helped Yigyoza take care of the dog, and getting 50% was indeed excessive, but how could a mere 50% satisfy Illumi's ambition? Illumi regained her composure, took the golden retriever with her, and parted ways with Yigyoza. As he walked along the winding path, he thought of a way to deal with the situation. Yigyoza said that the gold taken from the golden retriever would be split 50-50, and not a single cent less. However, she didn't mention that the puppy with the golden retriever's bloodline had to hand over the gold. So, why didn't he think of a way to solve the problem that would satisfy all three parties? No matter how good the golden retriever was, it was still someone else's dog. Instead of coveting someone else's dog, it was better to raise an identical dog. After all, not only was Yigyoza a miser, but she was also an expert. Snatching the dog from her would be a loss. If he wasn't careful, it was very likely that he would go for wool and come home shorn. What's more, Illumi stared at the golden retriever expressionlessly, with a meaningful look in her eyes. The dog is an adult now, and it's time to mate. Thinking about it, the dog had been single for so long. If it found a cute and gentle female dog, it would be so touched that it would cry. TSK, he's really a good shit-shoveling officer who understands dogs. Even Ermau and Ermau are good. With this in mind, Illumi thought for a while, and decided to find a good place on the Greed Island that exuded the scent of spring. 3 days later, even the shovel of job is stable, and fresh reading is sucking people. Pie? Pan? Bake with sawdust? Oh my god, pie is so small. Saishomaru had improved their agility, reflexes, and endurance, and the inhuman battlefield had greatly improved their resistance to the heavy psychic pressure. However, no matter how powerful the experts around them were, they had never given them psychokinesis guidance. After all, their energy seemed to be of a different system. At this time, Bishji's appearance was especially important. Shaojie and Qi? Chu Ti Che Luo Huanshu Pao Force He Sui Ba Yibo? Gao? Chomping, sucking, feeding Shi, sprouts perishing in the urn nong, cormorant D, annoyed banana points? Polypus? Latent heat wei Wanshua's plan? Fei Jun only by becoming stronger could he protect his companions. Only by becoming stronger could he not hide behind others. They welcomed Bishji's arrival, and on the first day of training, they erupted with an incomparable thirst for knowledge and powerful potential value. Xiaojie and Qi? When did one now grab 2A Xiao? Nymphs are bad? What? Perky? Why Shulan's tomb? On the gray slope of the mountain, I knock on the cable in the air. The locusts swell, and the locusts swell. This caused their teacher, Bishji, to be extremely shocked and amazed. Bishji was a veteran hunter who looked 13 years old, but was actually 57 years old. She had accompanied Xiaojie and Qi Huang this time. Gua? Separate by scars and coats? Kubao? Leech? Zaimi Gaomi Zong Yun Aluminum Rue? Alliance? Course Fujihuan Pit Promontories Inc. stealthily swarms Fulishi and Dike. These two surnames were enough for the Hunters Association to pay attention to. Before leaving, Bishji had prepared to educate the naughty kids. She also understood that these two kids were somewhat childish and had the temperament of a young master. She used love and iron fists to educate them, but she didn't expect these two kids to be so sensible and mature. As if they had been cleansed by a catastrophe, they gave off a calm and steady feeling from head to toe. They were only 12 years old, and they had already grown up. Bishji was gratified, but also emotional. As a veteran who had lived for more than 50 years, she knew all too well what the price of growth was. She originally thought that the most important thing to take care of was to beat up the Dai kids who had been killers since they were young, but she didn't expect Xiao Jie's occasionally overflowing aura to contain heavy evil thoughts. She couldn't believe that the psychic pressure that made her shudder when she got close to him was a reflection of this innocent kid's psychological problems. It was as if he was looking forward to tearing something apart. On the other side, Illumi brought the golden retriever to the largest love city on the island of Greed. It was filled with the scent of spring. Pink balloons, pink ribbons, pink. Illumi said that he hated the color pink. It was very similar to the psychic thoughts of a certain pervert who raised Little Apple. If it wasn't for the dog, as soon as Illumi's pink feet stepped on the first brick of the love city, he saw a beautiful woman in business attire and high heels. She had big wavy curly hair, a good figure, and a beautiful face. She fell weakly in front of him. "Ah, I'm in so much pain." The beautiful woman looked up at Illumi pitifully, hinting with her eyes. Illumi paused, picked up the dog, lifted his leg, and stepped over the woman's body. The beautiful woman who was stepped over was speechless. With the dog in his arms, Illumi had barely taken 3 steps when he saw a pretty, chestnut-haired, bespectacled female student let out a cry of surprise. The documents in her hands scattered all over the ground in front of him. "I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose." The girl turned her face pitifully, hinting with her eyes. Illumi paused, estimated the distance, and jumped up with the dog in his arms. He did a front somersault and jumped over the documents on the ground. The girl who was jumped over was speechless. Illumi saw the pet shop and walked 3 meters forward. Once again, he saw a gentle and beautiful woman in a white dress. She was shivering by the wall, and in front of her was an old hooligan who was leaning against the wall. "Please save me." The weak woman looked at him pitifully, hinting with her eyes. Illumi paused. The alley was so small, but they blocked it. He pulled out a nail and stabbed it into the old hooligan's face. When the old hooligan was screaming in pain, he heard the weak woman's grateful voice, "Thank you. If it's possible, can you take me home? I don't have anyone at home. That road is too dark, I'm afraid." Illumi looked up at the sky. "It's daytime now. There's no such thing as too dark, like you said. I'm curious. Since you're afraid, how did you get out?" The weak woman was speechless. Also, Illumi counted with his fingers and said, "I can take you home, but do you want to place an order? 30 million, no discount." The weak woman covered her face and walked away, crying at the top of her lungs, "I hate you." Illumi ignored her. As an assassin, he had been hated since he was a child. The people around him had left, and the pet shop was right in front of him. Illumi pushed open the door of the pet shop with the dog in his arms. He was already used to seeing a woman in a white nurse uniform with a hot figure bending over to examine a pet dog's body with her plump buttocks raised. From head to toe, she had amazing curves, like a beautiful snake. Excuse me, what kind of service do you need? The beautiful snake glanced at Illumi's figure with a smile, hinting with her eyes. Illumi couldn't help but be silent. He didn't understand why even the staff in the pet shop were filled with the salty smell of pornographic magazines. Chapter 269. The City of Love was a good place filled with hormones all year round. However, it did not seem to be suitable for beating up the stingy young master of the enemy guest family. Because falling in love cost money, and when the love was strong, it was not a problem to spend double or even triple the money. So, the prices in the City of Love were extremely expensive, so expensive that even Illumi could sense the malice of the whole world towards single dogs. However, Illumi, who was single by relying on his strength, did not give in. He was still stubbornly rooted in the streets and alleys of the City of Love. As long as he saw a cute little female dog that was alone, he would stroke the head of the golden retriever, signaling the dog to take the initiative to attack. It was a pity that the Gilgamesh could not understand Illumi's strange brain circuits. He had always thought that this dutiful shit-shoveling officer came to the so-called red light district, oh no, the City of Love, to broaden his horizons and enlighten himself at the same time. After all, he was also a man, so he could understand. Illumi was already 24 years old, and he was still a healthy man without any hidden diseases more or less. There was always some need. To be honest, Illumi spent day and night with his dog. He stroked his hair, took a bath, took good care of him, and did not go out to have fun. He was so well behaved that he was surprised. Fortunately, a man was a man after all. Just when the Gilgamesh thought that this perfect shit-shoveling officer would die of abstinence, he actually took the initiative to come to the City of Love. At this moment, the Gilgamesh was gratified. Illumi served him so well that he sincerely hoped that he would live for a few more years. However, he was a man who was used to living a life of abstinence. His taste were very picky. Whether it was the pure type, the beautiful type, the elegant type, or the lively type, Illumi did not like any of them. The only lucky person that he turned his head to was a rich woman who weighed about 150 kilograms and was covered in gold and jewelry from head to toe. She spent a huge sum of money to keep a pretty boy as a mistress. Illumi said that the rich woman was like a moving gold mountain, shining in his eyes, heart, and mind. Gilgamesh. In order to prevent a professional shit-shoveling officer from being crushed to death by a rich woman in bed, Gilgamesh took the initiative to offer himself to seduce a slender dog that had been raised by a human. As expected, he managed to attract Irumi's attention back at the fastest speed possible. Did you see that? Illumi, this is a beautiful woman that this prince has carefully selected for you. She has 9 out of 10 looks, an impressive chest, a slender waist, a shockingly curved buttocks, and a pair of slender legs. Even if she couldn't compare to Yi Jiu's appearance, the owner of this thin dog was definitely a top-notch beauty within the human category of beauty. As long as she had the chance to walk out of the island of greed, she would definitely set off a hurricane of beauty in the outside world. As the hero king, Gilgamesh naturally had the magnanimity and heroism of a king. Since he had taken a liking to Illumi, he would naturally bestow her with gold, silver, jewelry, and the most beautiful women. Therefore, he tried his best to flirt with the thin dog in an attempt to snatch it away, so as to create space for Illumi to pick up girls. Perhaps on the topic of raising a dog, Illumi and the beauty would have a common topic of conversation. If they were lucky, they would definitely have a wonderful night together. As expected, when Illumi saw the beauty's dog, his eyes lit up. Not only did he not stop the golden retriever from flirting with the dog, he even patiently dealt with the owner of the thin dog, so that the golden retriever could spend some time with the dog. If he was lucky, the little bitch might get pregnant that night. For a moment, the atmosphere between the man and the woman was extremely harmonious, and it seemed like they were in a good place. However, Gilgamesh completely ignored the dog's resistance and beat it into the alley. She suppressed it, stopped it, and made it unable to become a 500-watt light bulb. 5 minutes later, the beauty pursed her lips into a smile that was like a blooming rose. She looked extremely flirtatious. Aya, what a coincidence. My baby is also a male. He will definitely become friends with your dog. Illumi was speechless. The smile gradually disappeared, completely disappeared, and was annihilated into nothingness. He suddenly abandoned the beauty, stood up, and dashed into the alley. With just one glance, he saw the horny golden retriever that was pressing down on the thin dog. The young master who was beating up the customer was dumbfounded. Illumi never expected that the golden retriever didn't want any female dog. It was because he had a different sexual orientation? Why didn't he like petite and cute female Pomeranian dogs? Why didn't he like female Samoyed dogs with soft fur? Why was he so resistant to healthy and lively female Shiba Inu dogs? It turned out that his favorite breed had always been slim and graceful male dogs. Then the important question was, how could he get a healthy and cute puppy from a male dog that couldn't get hard for female dogs? Did he have to collect the golden retriever's sperm and send it to the customer's private laboratory for breeding and breeding in a test tube to produce a dog? No, he couldn't. Who knew if the unnaturally bred dog would inherit the gene that laid the golden egg? If it did, then everyone would be happy. If it didn't, then not only would he have wasted his money, but he would also have wasted his energy. The customer didn't work for free, and he didn't want to lose money either. Illumi mercilessly dragged the golden retriever away and kicked the golden retriever's mistress. The beauty stared at Illumi as if she had seen a lunatic go crazy. He decided to ask someone if there was any way to get a male dog pregnant in this magical place called Greed Island. Time flew by like a woman on her period. Half a month later, while collecting cards, Illumi really found a way to get a male dog pregnant. There was a magical stone on Greed Island called Pregnancy Stone. Its shape was very similar to the reproductive organs of men and women. It was said that it weighed 3 kilograms. No matter male or female, as long as they carried the pregnancy stone with them for a month, they would definitely get pregnant. At the same time, Pregnancy Stone could also be turned into a type of card that the Greed Island needed to collect. It had the level of S10, and the number was 7. It was a very rare item. However, no matter how big the waves and hardships were, nothing could stop the money-grubbing Illumi. After all, in a family of assassins like Gongdike, where they killed their children, destroyed their hobbies, and destroyed their individuality, the only thing that Illumi could come into contact with other than killing people was Buddhist nuns. Buddhist nuns were his hobbies and interests that he would never let anyone take away from him. Therefore, Buddhist nuns were his faith. And Gilgamesh, who laid the golden eggs, was the incarnation of Buddhist nuns. Therefore, no matter what, he had to hug his own golden egg-laying dog. Illumi was a man of action. He went on a trip that he said he would. During the trip, he overpowered many veteran participants and robbed their card-collecting device, the book. However, Illumi wasn't a real robber. His robbery was full of righteousness. If he needed the pregnancy stone, then he would only want the pregnancy stone. Unfortunately, many people didn't want an item like the pregnancy stone, and they wouldn't put in the effort to collect it. They were just participants in the game. Why would they want to give birth in the game? As for Illumi's actions, they were very curious after being robbed. This, big brother, why do you want to rob the pregnancy stone? One of the men who was robbed stared blankly at the book that didn't have a single card missing. He asked, "Is it to make your wife pregnant?" Illumi said, "I'm unmarried." "If you're unmarried, then you don't need the pregnancy stone, do you?" "No, I need it. I must get pregnant." Illumi said coldly, "Remember to inform me if there's any news about the pregnancy stone. If you have someone you want to kill in the future, remember to look for me. I'll give you a 99% discount." One of the men was speechless. "You're a man. Why do you want to get pregnant and have children?" "Why?" Illumi was extremely cruel. As soon as he heard that the infamous demon was only a few cards away from clearing the game, he transformed into the resentful Sadako and chased them for thousands of miles. The demon trio had done many evil things and acted arrogantly. They thought that no one in the game could control them. Not only did they kill many participants, but they also schemed against Xiao Jieqi, Hot Trick, Imperial Lever, Stealing Yin Wanping, Rake Stare Pin Loyal Forgive Visit Wei Now Fei by Luangong. Wei, although Illumi didn't want to work for free, he couldn't stand the demon who refused to cooperate with him time and time again. He clearly told them to hand over the pregnancy stone, but he didn't want the demon to use this as a trick to lure him forward and ambush him. Unfortunately, Illumi was not a master that they could defeat. In just a few moves, they were killed by the nails. All the cards in the 3 books ended up in Illumi's hands. However, he still didn't get the pregnancy stone that he wanted. Illumi was speechless. He suddenly felt that the advertisement of paying money to have children was very necessary. At the same time, Saishomaru and Yigyoza, who had spent almost a month searching all over the island, finally found the hub where the space isolation and protection barrier of the Island of Greed was set up. However, the hub was set up in a pile of rocks, so it was quite difficult to find. Yigyoza and Saishomaru worked for a while before they finally removed the countless obstacles that covered the hub. After removing the obstacles, there was nothing left for Yigyoza to do. Saishomaru was very interested in learning recently. Not only did he stroll around the entire island, but he also learned most of the space power of each node. Now that he had found the hub, it was time for him to study it for a while. Saishomaru sat down with his legs crossed and placed the manifestation in front of him. He gently closed his eyes and caressed the blade. Using his own demonic power as the base, he enveloped the long blade and slowly integrated it into the entire hub, communication, contact, and carving. Yigyoza was not surprised at all. He left the space for him and went to the forest to find some wild food. The Island of Greed was very rich in resources. Even if he accidentally went to the Gobi Desert or the desert, he could still feed himself well. Just like now, he found a nest of rabbits after going out for a walk. However, how many rabbits were there in a single litter? Why were there so many rabbits in this litter? Counting carefully, there were actually about 30 to 40 rabbits. Also, almost 80% of the rabbits had big bellies, as if they were pregnant. Naturally, Yigyoza would not kill the wild animals that were pregnant. He couldn't tell the gender of the rabbits, so he gave up on them and continued to look for prey. Perhaps God didn't like him. Along the way, most of the animals were pregnant. The most crazy thing was, he was sure that the deer was a male, but why was it also carrying a big belly? Yigyoza was horrified. He decided to leave the magical forest where both male and female could get pregnant. Unexpectedly, halfway through, he stepped on some strange stones scattered around the forest. They were dirty and looked like the genitals of men and women. They looked easy to carry, but they were really heavy. Yigyoza picked up a stone and looked at it for a long time. He thought for a moment and felt that it was fate that they met. This kind of lover's stone was also rare. Maybe he should bring 2 as a token of love between him and Saishomaru. So, he picked up 2 lover's stones of undamaged quality and put them in the backpack. He decided to find a good opportunity to present it to Saishomaru. To give a gift, it must be a good time, a good place, and a big soft bed. The shape of the lover's stone was a bit strange. Giving it out was no doubt a confession. Saishomaru might not choose a good place, but he didn't want to roll into a pile of stones. Yigyoza dug some wild vegetables to make porridge. Looking at the gradually darkening sky, he yawned. He didn't know how long it had been on the island, and he didn't know what was going on outside. Outside, Kuluoluo was having a headache over his unreasonable fate. When the imposter was killed and the psychic power mixed with the rest of the power converged into his body, he was undoubtedly very happy. But it only lasted for 3 seconds. Uchiha Madara considerately told him that if he didn't stay by the owner's side after absorbing the power, he wouldn't be able to regain his human form. Kuluoluo. He rushed to find Yigyoza, but found that the hotel room was already empty. He was forced to stay in the rental house with Vigilante, Feitan, and Xiaodi, living a primitive life of delivering packages at sunrise and counting good reviews at sunset. The worst thing was that he had to face Sisso's black buzz cut after he turned over a new leaf. Forget it. Forget it all. Although Wajin didn't die, he was driven to the dock by Uchiha Madara to move bricks. Although Parker didn't die, she was driven to the pet shop by Uchiha Madara to raise cats. Although the members of the group were still alive, they didn't seem to be living a good life. For example, Cubeep, who had the ability to copy, was said to be very popular in copy shops. He was efficient, fast, and agile, and had become a real humanoid printer. For example, Nobunaga, who liked to use swords, was thrown into a swordsmith training institution and became a sexy blacksmith. Every day, he forged iron bare-chested, sweating profusely and almost vomiting, because the great demon King Uchiha Madara used him as a hostage. After beating the spiders, he forced them to work hard and pay protection fees on time. A group of robbers was forced to pay protection fees. Who else could live such a bad life? Forget it all. Forget it all. But could he tell him who it was? Who was it? Memes, animated GIFs, and ghostly videos of the imposter being beaten up by Kalapika? Even if he knew that the person who made a fool of himself was an imposter, that face and that body were clearly his. Kuluoluo had never suffered such grievances. He suspected that this was the curse of the fiery eyes of the Cave Tower clan. Chapter 270. Saishomaru held the manifestation in his hand. He sat motionlessly beside the hub and meditated for a long time. It was not until a few suns and moons had risen that he slowly opened his eyes. With a turn of his wrist, he put away the increasingly condensed and heavy Zanpakuto and turned his face slightly. He saw Yujioza curled up in his fluffy tail, sleeping soundly. She seemed to be dreaming of something unpleasant, and her delicate face was scrunched up. The corners of Saishomaru's lips curled up slightly. His fingers gently stroked the messy hair on her face and wrapped it around the tip of his fingers. He slowly wrapped it tightly. He liked the way she slept. Removing all masks and disguises, she would rely on him for warmth like a child. When she closed her eyes occasionally, he would not be himself. He made some rare, but harmless, little gestures. Just like now, he slowly lowered his body. He pressed his chest against her back. He placed his left hand on her waist and pulled her into his arms. His right hand supported a suitable angle of view. He quietly stared at her sleeping face. The fluffy tail spread out inch by inch and spread, bringing with it a warm warmth and overwhelming gentleness. Saishomaru slept contentedly on the side, resting his chin on Yujioza's head. After about 10 minutes, Yujioza's breathing became heavy, as if she was suffering from a nightmare. She couldn't break free for a while. Gradually, she began to toss and turn. A thin layer of sweat appeared on her forehead. Saishomaru sensed that something was wrong. The fluffy tail carefully weighed Yujioza. He finally found the culprit of the nightmare. He didn't know what Yujioza was thinking, but when he slept, he actually hugged 2 heavy stones in his arms. Saishomaru didn't think too much about it, nor did he feel that there was anything strange about the 2 stones. He was someone who had watched Yujioza grow up from a brat to a young lady. After spending 10 years together, he naturally knew that Yujioza always liked to hug something when he slept to feel safe. It was either a stuffed toy, a soft blanket, or a puppy, white firewood. He must have gotten used to hugging them, so he didn't feel nervous even when hugging 2 rocks to sleep. The night wind was cool, and the galaxy was brilliant. Saishomaru didn't even spare them a glance. He just raised his claws and touched the 2 stones, and the power of space that flowed out sent them away. Not long after, Yujioza's brows relaxed, and he slept as peacefully as before. He just had a nightmare. The first half was wonderful, and the second half was extremely terrifying. On a vast grassland, a herd of grass mud horses with prolapsed anuses were running. He and Saishomaru held a festive and down-to-earth wedding surrounded by relatives, friends, acquaintances, and passers-by. The atmosphere was joyous and harmonious. When night fell, the bonfire was lit, the whole lamb was roasted on the rack, and the drums stopped beating. He saw Sisso throw away the erguotu and roar at Aizen, "Duel! Let's see who's the real ace hairspray." Aizen's dignity was provoked, and it immediately threw away Wang Laoji, took off its tyrant costume, and stood up. "When I was playing with hairspray, who knows where you were drinking Sanlu milk powder?" Seeing that the situation was about to get out of hand, an unknown man with a bandage on his head, a suit, and a pair of big light bulbs in his ears sneered, put down the snow beer in his hand, and slowly stood up. I'm also very interested in the title of Ace Hairspray Hand. Then, Yujioza watched in horror as the three of them stood by the bonfire, sparks and lightning flashing along the way. He did not know when, but the world was filled with the famous Bulgarian Demon King's deceptive canon song. Echoing the empty lyrics, the three of them began to dance. I've fallen in love with the old man at the door. Sisso straightened his hips, Aizen took off his glasses, and Kurolo threw away his hairband. Let's help Auntie pluck her hair together. Sisso, Aizen, and Kurolo made ecstatic poses, and in unison, they stroked their hair from their chins to their lips, nose, and forehead. Their fingers spread out, and they all grabbed their bangs and combed them back. I'll suck all the milk in the tank. Sisso combed his hair back, and he became a wanton pervert. Aizen combed his hair back, and he became a domineering CEO. Kurolo combed his hair back, and he became the terrifying Bin Laden. They twisted their waists, spun, and danced together. Billy's mother explodes her eggs. They reached out their sinful hands to Yujioza and called him over and over again. Tell me, who's the best hairspray? The best hairspray, the best hairspray, the best hairspray. Yujioza was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. Just as he was about to draw his sword and fight it out with them, he realized that the pressure around him had suddenly lightened. The scene that terrified him collapsed inch by inch, and before long, he fell into a dark dream again. I feel like something is missing. What is it? Yujioza smacked his lips and rolled into Saishomaru's arms. He hugged and rubbed against it. A familiar smell, a familiar chest, and the familiar fragrance of Blue Moon laundry detergent. Sisso lived his daily life as a delivery boy, and naturally did not have the chance to come to Greed Island to have a good time. Thus, the victim who accidentally got caught bathing naked in the open lake became Illumi. This was a wonderful misunderstanding. Xiao Jie was curious. Warm up? Bomb Demon had a grudge, but he did not know that the Bomb Demon trio had already died in Illumi's hands. Following the Bomb Demon's name, they activated the travel card and chased after him. Unexpectedly, they didn't see the trio of villains. Instead, they saw a lone Illumi who was completely white, had a great figure, and had long, flowing hair. After a face-to-face fight, Illumi immediately took a step back and stepped into the deep water, her long hair floating in the water, covering her important parts. Chi, who was shocked to the core. Remains of a corpse? Aluga, who looked innocent and didn't feel anything was wrong, waved his hand happily. Brother, why aren't you wearing clothes? Basiji, who had a mature heart, was stunned. She held her face and drooled, and said honestly, in the eyes of a mature woman, it's the same whether you block or not. Illumi. A second later, a terrifying psychic pressure suddenly rose, and Illumi directly activated Ring's Sadako-killing form. Her black hair slowly expanded, and sharp nails grew out of her 10 fingers. I'm going to dig out your eyes, right here, right now. The moment she finished her lines, the channeling bar was full. Illumi was ready, and just as he raised his hands an inch, ready to give Basiji a critical blow, 2 stones fell from the sky and hit the back of his head. Illumi. He never thought he would be so careless. Even with his murderous intent, he was still ambushed from behind. More importantly, he didn't notice the enemy's existence. Illumi turned her head and scanned her surroundings. After a while, he stared at Chi, Weishu, Locust Glycoside, School, Zhuansu, Mu, Ao. The moment he saw this, Illumi was dumbfounded. He confirmed the shape, and it was a pregnancy stone. He didn't expect that taking a bath in the open would be so good. Now, not only was he not angry, he even felt happy that he had won the lottery. It was as if he saw a group of dogs that laid golden eggs running towards him, cheering. Gilgamesh truly felt that Illumi's sense of beauty was becoming more and more eccentric. He just went out to take a bath, and then he came back with 2 dirty stones and tied them to his waist. Not only that, But Illumi also used a card with the function of leave to take him out of the island of greed. They quickly turned into the stronghold of Ku adversary in Yuk Xin, dialed a number, and ordered the deacons who beat up Ku adversary to bring him back to the withered mountain for protection. With the pregnancy stone, he didn't believe that the golden retriever would be able to run away. Since it was something that he was determined to get, he would send it to a reliable place and take good care of it. In the remaining time, he would try his best to break through the levels and collect all the cards to get the highest reward. So he probably didn't have time to take care of the golden retriever. For a killer who was racing against time, time was money. He believed that in a month, not only would he get 50 billion rings, but he would also get the good news that the golden retriever was pregnant. It was a double blessing. Illumi waved his hand and sent the dog away. He reminded the deacons not to remove the stone, and that the dog must be kept in his room, and no one was allowed to touch it. The deacons took their orders and left. Illumi re-entered the game in high spirits, and with the attitude of a top student, he collected the remaining cards. A day later, Gilgamesh successfully reached Withered Mountain, Yok's house, Illumi's bedroom. The dog kennel equals aside from the fact that he couldn't remove the two stones, the deacon's attitude towards him could be said to be indulgent. However, he could endure being hung on the stone for 1 or 2 days, but he definitely couldn't endure it for 3 to 6 days. After a week, even the best material environment could wear out a person's patience, not to mention the king of Uruk, who was used to material life. Gilgamesh was tired of it. He wanted to go out and play. He wanted to wander around. As such, the group of deacons who usually served him well seemed superfluous. After all, Gilgamesh still had some tricks up his sleeves. After 12 days, his patience ran out. He slipped out of the bathroom when the deacons were lax. In the morning, he wandered around Yok's house. In the afternoon, he turned into a dog and watched a large group of deacons busy looking for him. In the afternoon, he removed the 2 stones hanging on his body and prepared to go down the mountain, however, since Illumi had taken care of him for so long. Since he liked the 2 stones so much, he might as well give them back to him. Gilgamesh still carried the stones and walked towards Yok's house. As he was almost discovered by the deacons during his escape, he couldn't return to Illumi's room smoothly. Helplessly, he found a random bedroom and placed the stones in an inconspicuous corner of the table. Little did he know that after he left, one of them rolled down from the corner and fell on the soft grayish-black carpet. It blended in with the complicated patterns, making it impossible for the naked eye to distinguish it. Half an hour later, Steward Wudong, who had just entered the room to organize the documents, collected the other ring and placed it in a box. She sealed the box with her telekinesis and handed it over to Steward Yamian. Remember, take these to the one in the Hunters Association. Be sure to put them where he can see them. Yamian nodded to show that she understood. Then, she traveled with Zbamian to the private residence of a certain important figure in the Hunters Association as quickly as possible. Gilgamesh flicked her tail and left the withered mountain in a carefree manner. Illumi's struggle to gather cards was nearing its end. At this time, they did not know how much trouble their opinionated character had caused. Illumi's actions were terrifying, but no matter how powerful he was no match for a cheater with a main character's aura. At the end of the Island of Greed, Shaojia and Chi-Fachin were the first to pass. Murmuring and sparse when the entire island celebrated the successful breakthrough of the first successful person and held a grand celebration, Ijioza and Liao, who had set up a lot of traps on the Island of Greed, arrived late and joined the party. Heroes parading through the streets, gourmet food, and fireworks around the island had stirred up the atmosphere to the highest point. Amidst the cheers, under the neon lights, the 3 children's faces were brimming with smiles without any haze. It was truly moving. Illumi threw the nails from time to time. She was out of tune with the lively atmosphere. The reality of not being able to hog 50 billion for himself made him feel very unhappy. But even if he was unhappy, he couldn't snatch it. Yijioza was still watching from the side. They brought out 3 cards. They were the Archangel's Breath with the attribute of, as long as you have a breath left, you can be saved, a card with the attribute of Remove Disguise, and a disguised card with the attribute of Pierce. In this way, Not only could he complete the mission entrusted by the rich businessman and obtain 50 billion, but he could also use his peers to find traces of Kim Fullis. It was a beautiful dream, but their plans couldn't keep up with the changes. The rich businessman's beloved wife passed away due to illness. Archangel's breath no longer had any meaning for the rich businessman. He loved his wife deeply. He didn't care about the age difference, background, or even the fact that he was willing to spend all his fortune to cure her illness. All he wanted was to be with her for the rest of his life. However, even after spending 100 billion, he still couldn't save his wife's life. Xiaojia held Archangel's breath and didn't know what to do then. He saw Yijioza take out two familiar-looking knives. "Boss, I just wanted to ask, is your wife's body still there?" The rich businessman nodded. "I put her in a crystal coffin and buried her in our favorite garden. I want to be with her forever. I just wanted to ask, can I dig her out?" Yijioza laughed. "I just wanted to see if Chishio's resurrection skill is effective." It turned out that Chishio's resurrection skill wasn't effective. Unlike Tian Shang's tooth, which was a knife that wandered in the underworld, Yijioza's equipment was just a pair of ordinary alloy knives. They weren't Chishio's weapons at all. If the attributes weren't good, using the resurrection skill would consume a lot of energy. Although a wondrous dance spirit-raising dance could revive someone, it also drained most of his strength. Yijioza understood that if he wanted to live a good life, the attributes of his equipment had to be up. It seemed like it was time for the lucky Saishomaru to help him open the chest. But before he opened the chest, he had to get 50 billion. Wait a minute. Xiaojia, we haven't gotten the money yet. Why did you suddenly take out the same person card? Yijioza understood Xiaojia's eagerness to find his biological father, but he didn't know that this kid missed his father so much that he immediately used the same person card before he even got the 50 billion. Same person was a skill that would immediately move from one place to the side of the target after locking onto the target. However, as the saying goes, the devil rises 10 times. Kim Fullis had already predicted this outcome and modified the same person card to find the target. Chapter 271. As the disciple of Kim Fullis, Kate was a white-haired, young man with 4 qualities from the Justice faction. He looked thin when he was dressed, but he was muscular when he took off his clothes. He was handsome and had a long-lasting style. His appearance was up to standard. His strength was awesome. If it weren't for the fact that he had the mentality of a 52-year-old at the age of 25, he would have been single a long time ago. Unfortunately, Kate had learned Kim Fullis' bad habit. He liked to wander the world and live without a fixed home. He dedicated his passion and love to all things in nature and was willing to fight for it for the rest of his life. Although Kate had his own team and companions, he liked to be alone most of the time. For example, now, he was wrapped in a brown blanket and leaning against a big tree, fishing. If Xiaojia hadn't suddenly used Piers to break into his territory, he would probably have sat there for a long time. After a year, Kate still had a pair of world-weary dead fish eyes. His body was surrounded by a cold aura of, "I don't want to make friends with you." However, what the naked eye saw was not necessarily true. Just like Kate, even if he gave people the illusion that he was difficult to get along with on the surface. But as long as he moved and spoke, he could make people feel his concern and care. Even though Yijioza had once cheated him of 100,000 ringgit money, Kate did not let Yijioza stand on the chimera ant's nest and be attacked and bitten by them because of this small matter. "Stand there and don't move." Kate stood up from the lake. He did not care if he would expose his telekinesis. He conjured a spear with a few bangs. He shot the chimera ant that had smelled the meat. "Fuck!" Yijioza exclaimed. He pulled Saishomaru and immediately retreated. "Is this an ant?" "It's an ant, right? Why is it as big as a dung beetle?" Yijioza had never seen such a strange-looking ant. They seemed to have undergone a genetic mutation. Not only were they abnormally large, but their shells were also abnormally hard. Otherwise, Kate would not have used a gun as a weapon. What was even more shocking was that after these ants were killed by the bullets, they would splash out with bluish-purple blood. Moreover, their bodies were clearly dead, but their broken limbs were still full of vitality. They were still struggling on the ground, and they didn't calm down for a long time. It was like a snake that could still coil around its body after its head was chopped off. Gyoza and the others instantly dispersed from the chimera ant's nest and stared warily at the bulging ant nest. Even Kate did not approach it without permission. He stopped 3 meters away and explained to everyone. This is a chimera ant, a species from that world. It's a carnivorous creature that can absorb the DNA of its prey to evolve. Its danger level is B+ to A. None of them had any concept of how dangerous a creature was, but the phrase "it will absorb the DNA of its prey to evolve" was clearly heard by them. Therefore, not only Xiaojia, but also Qi? Is it really dangerous? Earth? Poison bewildering toad forgives the visitors despicable? Turtle? Gigi? What evil intentions do you have? Mike. Kate glanced at the 6 uninvited guests with his dead fish eyes. As an outstanding junior in the Hunters Association, he had access to a lot of information. After sizing it up, he discovered Illumi, beat the enemy. Kate by Changji frowned slightly. Why are you here? Everyone. These two know each other? An accident. Illumi, with her long, straight black hair, was expressionless. I was just waiting for my employer to take out a check worth 50 billion. I didn't expect that I would be transported here before I could escape. Chi? Old bones? Forgive me for visiting my humble valley. Long sea perilous prostitute halts the sea Chi? Huh? Zhijing? Di Xiangxiu? Is there a gap about the fan, the scholar? Apologetic and forgiving? The emperor invited Hanmu? Polypus? The terminally ill pawn smashes forgives visit Z do CC knocks hard on the ground? After the needle was removed, Chi? Play with misty surging gauze? Slaughtering and abandoning the promise to tame the toad in the dark and the drum of the Qian skull-whiskered and dizzy? Hibiscus panicked and dizzy? Illumi's dark eyes darkened. Kate was one of my former partners, not a friend. Fiske. Kate dismissed the thought and resumed his usual indifference. I really don't want to recall our past experiences of working together. That was a dark history that was more tragic than spending 100,000 on a handful of catnip. Just thinking about it made Kate feel like he was blind. How could he treat a killer in a kawaii kimono as a naive little girl? At that time, he was a young and upright young man. Since he had learned from Kim Fullis, Kate had become a powerful master at the age of 15. Because of his pure character and upright values, when he saw a delinquent wearing a clown costume and a torch hairstyle groping a girl in a pink kimono, he yelled and jumped out to fight the clown. Then, as the clown clutched his stomach and convulsed on the ground, the upright young Kate grabbed Cherry Blossom Girl's wrist and pulled her as they ran for the sake of youth under the beautiful sunset. That year, on that day, the setting sun was very red. At that moment, the girl was very beautiful. This was destined to be a difficult escape. Who would have thought that along the way, there would be so many thieves who coveted Cherry Blossom Girl's beauty and wanted to bring her back to give an explanation to their superiors. As a friend of justice, how could Kate yield? He snorted and laughed as he punched and kicked, successfully rescuing Cherry Blossom Girl. Under Cherry Blossom Girl's guidance, he safely sent her back to the withered mountain of carnage. Then, the old guard who was beating up the enemy smiled kindly. Young Master Illumi, you're back from a mission. Cherry Blossom Girl let out the voice of a young man whose voice was changing. There was an accident on the way, so I changed partners. As she spoke, Cherry Blossom Girl turned to look at Kate. Her cat eyes were emotionless. It's all thanks to you that you snatched Sisso's escort mission. This way, I won't have to pay for his mission. Oh, I'll also have to collect the deposit from him. Yes, because he failed in his duties, he still has to pay for breaching the contract. Kate was speechless. As for you, Cherry Blossom Girl pulled out a sinister smile. You're very good at taking care of people, and it's free of charge. I'll look for you again when I have a mission in the future. I'll look for you again. I'll look for you. I'll look for you. At the age of 15, Kate had suffered unbearable pain. He would never have imagined that Madame Kikyu, who beat up the enemy, would have the hobby of dressing up her son as a girl. He would never have imagined that Sisso would hold his stomach and convulse on the ground, not because he had hit him in the stomach, but because he was laughing so hard that he was convulsing. Those years, when we ran under the setting sun, our youth was like mustard squeezed out of our brains. It was so spicy that it made people cry. Kate had long since decided to bury this dark history in his stomach. However, he did not expect that Illumi's nature would be so vile. Not only did she recall it on the spot, she even recited it aloud. That was the easiest mission I've ever done. I didn't need to do anything at all. All the pursuers were killed by Kate. Illumi's lips curled, revealing a sinister smile. I only needed to run with him. He would kill the enemies, bring back food, tidy up the place to stay. For a long period of time after that, I would choose to wear female clothing when I went out on missions. It was indeed much more convenient. Kate covered his face. Chi. Fu tuo? Back. Hiba? Ai Jun Illumi said, yeah, if it weren't for the fact that I've grown taller, more muscles and bigger bone structure, it would be really convenient and covert to go out and kill people in female clothing. Everyone. I'm begging you, young master. Didn't you see that Kate was too ashamed to face anyone? For the sake of the 100,000 yuan catnip, Yijioza helped Kate up and comforted him as if he was in the same situation. I understand your feelings very well. You're the kind of loli who kisses me in the game and acts cute, but after the game meetup, all you feel is the pain of a fat otaku. Of course, you're even worse off than me. You were even tricked by Illumi to go home. Kate. He was not comforted at all on the first day they met. Kate's dark history and Illumi's history of cross-dressing were exposed. Chi. Mao Hui. The Toad of Mao Hui? Tossing Xian Yen Luo Na, Xianding? When a bonfire was lit by the lake and more than 10 fish were grilled. Chi. Narrow gap now point zinc 2 ant chaos why? Suppressing soul? Wanmei reproached himself for selling. He realized that there was a big problem with Illumi's psychology and thinking. It was so serious that he might not be able to find a wife in his life if he had known this. He would have brought the pregnancy stone from the island of greed. Kate had nothing to say to Illumi, and he had nothing to say to Yijioza. The former ruined his youth, and the latter ruined his virginity. Yet, he let these two hang around in front of him. Kate felt that he was most likely suffering from water inversion this month. He was extremely unlucky Kate ate the grilled fish and tried to talk only with Xiaojie and Qi, Guobuai, Xing Xinyun. Forgiving visit Chue? Fur defect carboxylic young assel stir cut, base the big black cat Illumi's nose twitched slightly. What's that smell on your body? Little white cat Chi? Hairpin? Bone Tyrannosaurus of MT Plow? Cut doula? Resistance value model? Chun Xiong dream twist. De Guzzi Saishomaru looked at him coldly. Puppy J. Fullis said loudly, I remember now. This is the smell of catnip that Auntie Mite uses to tease cats. Seeing that the second wave of his dark history was about to be revealed, Kate's dead fish eyes showed a look of despair. At the same time, Yijioza's eyes darted around awkwardly. The smell on Kate's body is even stronger and smells better. Xiaojie leaned closer to him and sniffed. It seems to be. Kate was helpless. He was forced to take out a fresh catnip from his trouser pocket. A handful of catnip for 100,000. I couldn't bear to throw it away, so I've been carrying it with me. A handful of 100,000. Xiaojie. Qi? Lu? Ben? Qi? Ao Qianhuang? Play? Kate shot him a look of condemnation. Yijioza covered his face. I wouldn't be tricked. Kate pinched the catnip and sniffed it lightly. This catnip is really amazing. I've been carrying it for a year, but it hasn't spoiled. It hasn't spoiled after a year? How is that possible? It's been a long time, and my body is stained with its smell. However, it's all thanks to it. At least the felines are willing to get close to me. Half a year ago, I found a nest of black Satan, which was on the verge of extinction, by relying on its smell. Black Satan? Xiaojie asked at the right time. What's that? A type of cat. Kate laughed. The reason why it's called Black Satan is because their entire body is pitch black. As for Satan, it comes from their ominous legend. Ominous legend? Everyone's curiosity was piqued. Legend says that Black Satan's eyes are tightly shut from the moment it's born. If it opens its eyes and stares at a person, then that person is not far from death. The three children began to make a fuss. Although Black Satan is a feline, it's classified as a magical beast. Because they have the eyes of the Grim Reaper, once they open their eyes, it means death. Therefore, for hundreds of years, humans have been hunting them down, to the point that they're on the verge of extinction. Fortunately, I found them along the coast of the NGL Nature Reserve half a year ago. Kate smiled gently. They live in the Rocky Peak, a total of 5 of them. After raising them for a period of time, and after confirming that they can hunt for sea fish, I left. Black Satan is actually very cute. It's just that humans have demonized them, Kate said. They are born with a perception that can completely replace the use of eyes. As for opening their eyes, that's because they're angry. Chi, Yao Tan, solid broken bones, thick Australian feet, Lei Payan, gang, June. 2 months ago, I went to see them, and they all opened their eyes at me. But I'm still alive and well. Kate said. So, opening their eyes is actually to express their anger, to complain that I left them behind. 5 cats, 5 pairs of eyes, golden eyes, with a malicious intent. But it's nothing. It's just a cat's act of being spoiled. The 3 children made a fuss, but Alumi just treated it as a bedtime story. Only Yi Juza frowned slightly. He turned his head and saw that Saishomaru had already pressed his hand on Tianshengya. Saishomaru gently stroked Tianshengya, his eyes locked on Kate. Others might not notice anything, but that ominous and cold aura of death could not be hidden from the owner of Tianshengya. Kate was a person targeted by the Grim Reaper. Chapter 272. Kate was a really busy person this time. He went out because he had accepted a commission from a certain country to help investigate the whereabouts and survival status of the Chimera ant. If there were any accidents, he had to nip all dangers in the bud. After all, in recent years, no one knew what had happened to the Darkness continent. Wave after wave of biological disasters attacked the humans. The shadow of the giant python's massacre of the city had not dissipated, and the Chimera ant's footsteps followed closely. Humans had suffered enough losses. The painful lesson accumulated from the mountains and seas of corpses was enough to make many small countries adjacent to the ocean panic and their liver tremble. The Chimera ant, also known as the Chimera ant, was a carnivorous species that relied on absorbing the DNA of its prey and optimizing and integrating it to evolve itself. According to the few confidential information records of the Hunters Association, the Chimera ant lived in the outer circle of the Darkness continent. It was a race that was extremely hierarchical and social internally, and extremely aggressive and united externally. They respected the queen. They worshipped strength and reproduction. Other than the queen, who was female, the rest of the race were male. And among the males, the forces directly under the queen were divided into division commanders, and ant soldiers in descending order. They were loyal to the queen. They went out hunting all day long to prepare enough food for the queen, so that the queen could absorb high-quality genes and fuse them in her stomach and give birth to the powerful Ant King. The Ant King was the king who carried the long-cherished wish of the entire Chimera ant race. It was also a monster born from the fusion of various high-quality genes. As long as it could climb out of the queen's stomach safely and smoothly, it was enough to rely on its strength and gene-devouring instinct to become stronger as it fought, to lead the race into the inner circle of the Darkness continent, to build its own kingdom. But perhaps it was because the species of the Darkness continent had experienced the baptism of the Ant King. After knowing that the Chimera ant had the Ant King, none of the queens who had lived in the Darkness continent had been able to successfully give birth to the Ant King. Had it not been for the fact that the Chimera ant mainly reproduced through feeding and mating, they would have long been annihilated in the long history of the Dark Continent. A Chimera ant without an Ant King was nothing to be afraid of, but a chimera ant with an ant king would sooner or later stand at the top of the food chain. Therefore, for the sake of the tribe's glory, the Ant Queen's lifelong mission was to give birth to the strongest ant king. Unexpectedly, the marauders' sudden visit destroyed a sizable chimera ant colony. The queen was heavily injured and entered the sea, crossing the other shore. She didn't expect that the world outside the darkness continent was actually so young and harmless. It was a hunting paradise belonging to the chimera ant. The chimera ant had come to the human world, and it was far more dangerous than the giant python. But the panic was still brewing. Even Kate, who had been tracking the chimera ant for a long time, could not guess how things would develop. About a month ago, a fisherman picked up a broken limb of a chimera ant at the beach. Kate pressed down on his blue hat and explained to everyone, it was washed ashore by the sea. The sharpness of its hooked claws can easily tear a human body apart. The Khaki Kingdom sent the limb over. You guys should go and take a look. Little did they know that they wouldn't know if they didn't take a look, but when they did, they were shocked. The limb of the chimera ant sent by the Khaki Kingdom was only one joint, but it was already 2 feet long. This joint had elbows and wrists, as well as hard palms and sharp claws. But rather than saying it was a broken arm, it was better to say it was a sharp weapon. The exoskeleton glowed with a metallic luster, hooked claws full of barbs, and poisonous fingertips. All of these showed that the creature was huge and terrifying. Are you kidding me? Yi Jioza stared. If an ant's leg was this long, how big would its body be? Its body should be about 3 meters tall. Alumi's voice was still flat, but his eyes were fixed on the broken arm. According to the weight of the broken joint, it weighs at least 300 kilograms, 3 meters tall, 300 kilograms in weight, and with its claws and teeth, Alumi said confidently, killing humans would be a piece of cake. As soon as he finished speaking, the room was silent for a while. After a long time, Kate's companion sighed and said, we can only pray that these chimera ant don't land near human villages. If a human village was unfortunate enough to bump into a chimera ant, not only would the village be slaughtered, but the ant would also absorb human genes, organize them, and integrate them. If an ant with human genes was born, the appearance of a human-like creature was bound to cause a racial war. Some things did not need to be said clearly. The few of them more or less had their own guesses. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Kate immediately reported to the Hunters Association and applied to continue tracking the chimera ant to minimize the damage. The current situation isn't hopeless, is it? Yi Jioza said. You said that this was discovered a month ago. If there really was a monster that hurt humans, it wouldn't have taken so long to spread the news. However, Kate shook his head and said, what if it was too late to spread the news? Yi Jioza was stunned. Everyone was shocked. There are many islands along the coast, and life on the islands is more primitive. Even the populated places are just small villages with a dozen or so families. The fisherman found the broken arm, which means that the chimera ant's landing place is not far from the human area. As he spoke, Kate ordered, help me find the distribution of the ocean currents near the islands and filter out the most likely landing place for the chimera ant. The workshop suddenly became busy. Many of the hunters were sweating on their foreheads. I've been tracking them for a long time. The place where I met you was just a small nest. Kate sighed. The nest's danger level is determined to be C+. It doesn't need to be destroyed, but it will also be listed as a key surveillance target. As for this one, Kate pointed at the 2-foot-long broken arm and said, it must be controlled or destroyed. The atmosphere became a little heavy. For a moment, only the sound of the hunter's fingers tapping on the keyboard could be heard. They were searching for the distribution of the ocean currents, sending a message to the Hunters Association, or filtering out the most likely places to be attacked. In the midst of the busy work, Yi Jioza quietly approached Saishomaru and whispered, can you remember its smell? Saishomaru glanced at her. Only the smell of the sea. The broken arm had been floating in the sea for so long, and it had been touched by countless people and tested by instruments. The remaining smell on it had long disappeared. If they wanted to rely on the smell to track it, they could only smell the direction of a certain area of the sea. Once it left the range of the smell of the sea, there was an 80% chance that they would give up halfway. Saishomaru did not want to do useless work. Moreover, even though he was a dog demon, Yigyoza still dared to order him around like a dog. Was he too lenient with her? The result of the filtering was locked onto a place called NGL. It was said that NGL was a country that advocated natural living. They rejected all high-tech products and industrial production. Even though they were born in the new era, the entire country lived a life of farming civilization. Due to the lack of electronic products, the flow of information in NGL was rather backward. In other words, if the chimera ant landed in NGL, even if it ate up the entire country, the outside world would not know that there was a huge change in NGL. Primitive forests, simple humans, rich products. Yigyoza felt that if he was the chimera ant, he would definitely settle down in NGL. Thinking of this, he felt chills down his spine. What's the approximate population of NGL? Yigyoza asked. Kate shook his head. NGL has never interacted with the outside world, and its population has never been disclosed. But NGL's area is not small, and its population should be at least 1 million. A population of at least 1 million. Yigyoza leaned towards Illumi. Say, how much meat do you think a 3-meter-tall, 300 kilograms carnivorous monster needs to eat in a day to be full? Illumi recalled the second and third hares at home and replied, second and third hares can eat about 30% of their body weight. Based on this calculation, the monster needs to eat about 90 kilograms of meat a day. However, many insects eat food that is usually a few times, or even tens of times their body weight. Illumi tilted her head. Based on this calculation, this chimera ant needs to eat a few hundred people a day. Yigyoza and Kate's expressions changed. Even Illumi frowned. Chi, bring Aluja home. Illumi suddenly said to Chi. Chi, route, and Hui, tail camel, boom. His instinct as an assassin told him that the chimera ant was more dangerous than he had imagined. And beating up an enemy was the successor of the next family head. There could not be any mishaps. Illumi was a standard enemy, and all his thoughts and actions were for the sake of the entire family. But his desire to control Chi, who had already pulled out the needles, learned telekinesis, and was getting stronger, shoulder the burden, Pagonki, Hydrazine, Pet Cerium Scar? I'm going to NGL. I'll send Aluja to a safe place, or you can bring Aluja home. After all, going to NGL without pay and working for free, you won't get involved, right? Persevering without stopping? Dark? Acripoid? Me? Fu Zhaojun, even if you're my big brother, you can't influence my decision. Qi? Guanghuai? Dissection? Shock Yao Yu? Silk Lotus Shield Mia? Huai Kanai Pu Yao? Despicable? Tao Ostrich Poison Mia? Jiao Si Yuan? Saishomaru x Yigyoza was speechless. Chi? Say riddles pay idiot? Scale roll dice? By Huatian's dream Illumi suddenly revealed a sinister smile. He realized that his stupid O-Do-Do was always unruly. It seemed like it was time to tail him, monitor him, supervise him, and teach him a good lesson. You've learned to resist me, Chi. Illumi said, then let me see how far your so-called resistance can take you. Thus, Illumi said that he must be included in the large-scale public service activities to eliminate pests for nature. After listening, Chi, Oxum Guanlan Zai Nuam Mao Jiao Busong Aphids play 3 days later. At the entrance of the NGL country of nature, a group of bug killer squad wearing pure cotton clothes, simple belts around their waists, and cloth shoes stepped into this natural territory. As far as the eye could see, there were blue skies and white clouds, a vast grassland, herds of cattle and sheep. It was indeed a pure land away from the hustle and bustle of the world. However, there were too many broken rules in this perfect place for retirement. Anyone who wanted to enter NGL had to wear pure handmade clothes and pants. They were not allowed to carry any electronic products. Even hair clips, earrings, watches, and belts had to be removed. Fortunately, Yigyoza had a backpack. There were so many slots that he could store a lot of things. All the communication tools and weapons of the bug killer squad that did not meet the specifications were quietly brought in by him. As for Saishomaru, it was even easier. He turned into white firewood and hugged him in his arms. Who would be serious with a dog? The 6 of them entered, and were informed by the 2 tour guides that they could rent horses. Who knew that when Illumi heard that they had to rent horses, he immediately stopped Kate, who wanted to pull a horse. His black eyes were calm. Strange? Scapula? Lie? Both of them. As expected, his big brother exploded in the next second. Renting a horse for a day costs 100,000. If it's damaged, we have to pay for it. If we rent it, we'll be losing money. The tour guide's mouth twitched slightly, but he still stubbornly wore a kind smile, mister. It's not easy to come to NGL. Naturally, you have to ride a horse and enjoy the beautiful scenery. I don't want to enjoy the scenery, Illumi said coldly and turned to Kate. You can run faster than a horse. Why would you want to ride a horse? The 2 tour guides were speechless. The smiles on their faces gradually disappeared. Yes, renting a horse for 100,000 and taking care of it. How is this looking for a means of transportation? It's like raising a master. Yijiozo agreed. If you can't run fast, I can fly you with my qinggong. The 2 tour guides were speechless. The smiles on their faces disappeared completely. Why don't we walk by ourselves? Illumi calculated carefully. There are 6 or 5 of us. If we save 500,000 a day, 3 days would be 1.5 million. 6 days would be, if you rent a horse for a month, it would be equivalent to the commission of the enemy. As Illumi thought of this, his eyes lit up. Or, you can really rent it to me. Kate was speechless. Everyone was speechless. Chapter 273. As the outsiders who entered NGL had all returned to the primitive, in order to better help them bridge the gap between the information age and farming civilization, every sightseeing team would be equipped with 2 tour guides. The female tour guide was responsible for explaining and guiding the way, while the male tour guide was responsible for food and lodging and security. If it was their first time here, tourists would only feel at home being taken care of. However, this was only care on the surface. The actual task of the 2 tour guides was to monitor the sightseeing team entering NGL, regardless of whether the tourists in the team were experienced hunters, authoritative politicians, wealthy merchants, or the old and weak. Their every move would be reported to the upper echelons of NGL. Even if NGL had always flaunted its pure, natural, and pollution-free signboard, the corruption inside was not inferior to Meteor Street at all, and was equivalent to the dark side of any human country in the world. The elders of Meteor Street nurtured outstanding telekinesis users like they were breeding goo, providing fresh blood to many gangs and organizations. The upper echelons of NGL were like livestock in pens, isolating the local people, allowing them to work here for generations, providing resources and wealth to the nobles, supplying anesthetics and drugs to the outside world. This was the secret of NGL that was not leaked, and also the reason why the upper echelons took the risk of offending the Hunters Association, and also the reason why they sent guides to monitor them. Unfortunately, not only did the 2 guides not know how to read, they could not even beat Illumi in eloquence. From the moment the team set off, they had only traveled 3,000 meters at the end of the insect-killing team. They could not take it anymore. Sorry, there is an undeveloped area in front, so, do you want to follow? Illumi gave the tour guides a rare look. After entering the forest, you might encounter a terrifying monster. Can you be responsible for your own life and death? The tour guides. If you are injured or killed, do we need to compensate you? Illumi continued. If you want, you can stay here. If not, you can stay here. If you want to follow, sure. I'll calculate the cost of forcing you to follow. Finance Minister Illumi clicked her abacus. First of all, you ride horses. The sound of horse hooves and the smell of horses will attract carnivores. The 2 of you definitely won't be able to solve it. If necessary, you might need me in chi, enshrouded frame M, kissing the doctor until she faints. The doctor was fortunate enough to forgive me for visiting Xiao Xiao Shanting. Xiao Yinaji, Xingtin of Cape Cape. I think even NGL would have heard of the name, beating the enemy guest. Miji has always done a good job in publicity. As the two tour guides' faces turned ashen, Illumi muttered to herself, if I bid, the starting price will be 30 million. Yanjin Zheng? Zhuan Dong? 10 million dinars. Considering the economic factors of NGL, let's settle for 20 million ringgit from Shanghui. Saishomaru stared at Yijioza in bewilderment, then looked at Illumi from head to toe. He realized that after the genetic inheritance of beating up the enemy guest, the white-haired, sharp-clawed, vertical pupils, this kind of risking one's life to make money personality really resembled the déjà vu of Yijioza diligently paying off his debts. For some reason, Saishomaru's feelings towards the adversary family became even more subtle. Shaojia, who was at the side, came closer. Luo Luo? Hui Huai Pan? Jipu Wainai? Huai Huai Ba? Huai? Yi Huai Ba? Pei? Pei? Sui? Qi? Hydrazine? Dun? Hung Shan skeleton scar? Shoulder? Toad has you? Yuayu? Ferocious? I5 take carboxylic acid? Neon baked jiao, zheng jiao and jiao zhuansho? Hidden jiao? Sheena jiao shell? Meitong's greed point muddling the wall? Puke, puke, puke. Kate X Shaojia. Yijioza hugged the dog and could not help but complain. Burying your private money 20 meters deep? What kind of godly operation is that? If it were me, I would hide it in a tree hole, under a bathtub, on a beam, or in a blanket. If it doesn't work, I would pry open the soles of my shoes, stuff them in, and fill in the soles. Saishomaru's gaze instantly sharpened. If it still doesn't work, buy a pack of cigarettes, pour out all the cigarettes, roll up the notes and put them in, wrap it properly, then sincerely tell your wife that you're going to quit smoking. Put this box in a glass cabinet as a collection. Just look at it. Don't touch it. If you don't smoke in the first place, it'll be even easier to fool you. Yijioza smiled. Tell your wife that as a good man, you don't want to smoke and drink, but you won't be able to do so in a group of men. At some point, Illumi had already stopped her calculations and pricked up her ears to listen to Yijioza's Wisdom Sutra. The first, second, and third ways to hide private money, arranged. Buy a pack of cigarettes and put it at home. Even if I don't smoke, it's also telling my brothers that I'm the same as you guys. This way, not only will the women not check what's in the cigarette box, they'll even support what you're doing. In the future, you can save your private money with peace of mind. Illumi, Chi, Guilt, Gully, the black anthracite mist bridge, Crane, a Chong is playing with a fish, private money, tax. Although they didn't have a partner, with their looks, figures, and assets, they could hook up with them in no time. Therefore, they had to remember this method. Shaojia listened in a daze. Saishomaru didn't say anything, but his eyes glanced at the cloth shoes on Yijioza's feet. Did he put his private money in the middle? As for the two tour guides, the male tour guide was so touched that he wanted to immediately go home to practice. The female tour guide suddenly realized and decided to go through her husband's wardrobe, shoes, and socks. Under Yijioza's indirect verbal attack, the bug extermination team and the tour guides had the same idea for the first time. They just wanted to get away from each other urgently. They didn't need Illumi's attack at all. It was suddenly quiet around them. Illumi concluded. Chi? Daipshin in the courtyard? Mochizi? Miaotu. Yijioza stared at her with his dead fish eyes. You even want to extort money from your brother for cigarettes? Chi? Gutuchuo Sigma Spring? Huadaba Ash? Huidasin Yao? Huidu? Waste? Muddle-headedly holding a knife in one's bosom. As he spoke, the little white cat appeared. Sakura Skeleton Darkness? Waiter Cha-Cha? How could Toad Shisian do that? Lioya Lioju and Illumi was speechless. Illumi, the big black cat, started to retaliate. There will be. The little white cat? Cherry-faced horseshoe lizard bone banyao? He's already 4 years old, and his only friend is that pervert Sisso. He can't even make normal friends, and he's delusional about having a girlfriend? Illumi. No matter what, I'll make a note of Sisso first. Looking at Illumi, who was rendered speechless by her younger brother's rebuttal, Kate felt refreshed. Of course, as an outstanding veteran hunter, he could not show his happiness on his face. He was already a mature and reliable 25-year-old adult. Be steady. You have to hold on. Don't laugh. Kate's face twitched. He lowered his hat and coughed. Stop fooling around. Let's go. Hi. X2. Only the two children replied in a loud and clear voice. As for the filthy adults, Yijioza opened the mount interface and took out the mount from within. The orange-grade Maserati edition, Flaming Hoof, the Rolls-Royce Phantom edition, Red Rabbit, that took him 9 months to obtain, the Ferrari edition, Red Dust, that he had used his entire life to obtain, the Hummer edition, Flying Sand, that he had obtained after killing the White Dragon, and the standard BMW i8 edition, Foot Horse. Let's go. We'll contract the NGL Nature Reserve's forests, grasslands, and mountains. His companions were all stunned. Hi. X4. Other than Saishomaru, everyone responded to the call. 1 man and 1 horse. Their speed was as fast as a gust of wind. However, the NGL Nature Reserve's territory was rather vast. After galloping for half an hour, they still did not see any villages or fields. Until Saishomaru suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Turn left. There's the smell of blood." The smell was very weak and far apart. If they maintained their galloping speed, it would take them a quarter of an hour to arrive. Everyone tightened their grip on their horses and turned to the left. The closer they got, the stronger the disgusting stench of corpses. They understood that the most terrifying outcome had already happened. The chimera ant had settled down in NGL, built its nest, and had even begun to prey on humans. So, how much would the chimera ant evolve after absorbing human DNA? They would possess human form, intelligence, language, and mind. If they devoured psychic ability users, they might even open their sperm pores and learn psychic abilities. By then, the ants would become a human-like species that learned psychic abilities. They would feed on humans, and a war between species would be unavoidable. "We're here," Yijioza said softly, his voice a little absent-minded. He saw a destroyed village. Crude farming tools were scattered all over the ground. The soil was soaked in blood and had congealed into dark brown solid blocks. Broken limbs and bodies were everywhere. White bones that had been cleanly gnawed were thrown in the corner. Looking into the distance, he saw thick, sharp wood stuck in the middle of the field. More than 10 corpses with their flesh cut off were skewered. It was a hellish scene. The way the beasts ate was disgusting. This feeling, Illumi squatted down and wiped off some blood scabs, rubbing them on her fingertips. They died 3 days ago. Kate looked around and said coldly, "There are no survivors. But I found something." He stretched out his hand. There was a thin wing in his palm. It looked like the wing of a fly or mosquito. It looked harmless, but it was actually as sharp as a blade. "It should be the remains left behind by the chimera ant," Kate said. "There are traces of bullets around. It looks like there's a firearms factory in NGL. But if firearms can only take off palm-sized wings, then the chimera ant's physical defense is comparable to bulletproof glass." Yijioza didn't say anything. He opened his backpack and returned everyone's weapons and equipment. Finally, he took out a bunch of red and blue medicine bags and stuffed them into everyone's pockets. He picked up a lot of low-grade HP recovery potions and chi replenishing potions when he was killing small monsters. To a max-level pure yang, low-grade red and blue medicine were not very useful. But to a human with a mortal body, it was no different from a life-saving ginseng. Instead of letting them rot here, he might as well give them to his friends to shine. Red ones, HP recovery potions. Blue ones, recuperation potions. Yijioza reminded. Just like playing a game, replenish any injuries or exhaustion in time. If you can't hold on and die, Immerse, as long as you're not eaten, you can be saved. Illumi changed back into her green training clothes in the bushes. Her body was full of nails. Chi. Jia Zhao climbing machine scratching poo-poo-ring? Imoya meow 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 meowing? Earth? Fontaine? Wu? Chi. NGL's situation has gone out of control. Since we've brought the equipment, Kate, Illumi, Please send the photos and videos to the association immediately. Yi Jiuzi explained. We only have 6 people. The enemy's nest, number, and strength are unknown. We can't be careless. Saishomaru does have the ability to wipe out a large area. But if there are survivors in the ant colony, they will be wiped out indiscriminately. You might think that special times call for special treatment. If we can eliminate the chimera ant, sacrificing a small number of people is necessary, right? Illumi nodded honestly. Kate remained neutral. Chi, Argon Ba? Address Chuyun? Retrieve, if I don't have the ability to save people, I'll probably make the same choice. Yi Jiuzi rubbed Xiao Jie's head. But I have the ability to save people. I want to work hard. If I don't have the ability, I'll accept my fate. If I have the ability, I'll help both. I've given you the medicine. You should be able to protect yourselves, right? Yi Jiuzi said then, let's separate for a while. Saishomaru and I can guarantee that we can retreat safely. We will continue to advance towards the nest and attract the firepower in front. I hope that you will stay on the periphery for the time being. When I've determined the level of danger, I'll inform you whether to retreat or advance. Kate frowned and disagreed. No, it's too dangerous. I've dealt with all kinds of beasts for 18 years. I have to go with you to deal with ants. But this is obviously not something that can be solved with experience, right? Yi Jiuzi pointed at the large bloodstains and wreckage. He said calmly, Kate, this is something that can only be solved with force. And in the team, Saishomaru and I are the strongest. Everyone fell silent. Kate pursed his lips and took out his equipment to contact the Hunters Association. Yi Jiuzi kept the other horses and left Flaming Hoof to them. This is Demon Horse Flaming Hoof. It runs fast and has strong combat power. If there's a disaster, it can even fly in the air. It's a powerful weapon for escaping. Yi Jiuzi patted the horse's back and gestured for Flaming Hoof to guard his little friend. Then, he and Saishomaru crossed the dead village and headed out. The demon dog's fluffy tail extended and wrapped around her body. Following the smell left behind by Chimera Ant, they accurately locked onto the location. We'll go first. Take care. They leaped up and soared into the air at lightning speed. Kate, who stayed in place, fiddled with the communication equipment. As the NGL signal coverage was almost zero, it took him a long time to reconnect to the Hunters Association headquarters. Kate was not vague. He quickly and briefly informed the association about the cause, process, and result of the incident. He also requested for backup, hoping that President Nitro could come personally. Kate did not hide his message from Illumi and Chi. Di Tuo? Ji? Zhanghu Xianyuan Ji blows the sword? Jinxiao Jin Ao, Zaimimi Bai Bao? Gu Du Chao Huan Huan Mu Gu Shi Tan Shi Pa Chong? No, President Nitro can't go. Why? Kate asked anxiously. The ants are starting to eat people. Wasn't there a bug that entered NGL? There's no news now. What if the ants eat a telekinesis user? The president really can't come. The bean-faced man cried. He's pregnant. Kate x Illumi x Chi? Xiao Jia instantly turned into a weathered stone statue. What did you say? This world has gone crazy. President Nitro is actually pregnant. The bean-faced man wiped his tears. The scariest thing is, you have a young master who beats up the enemy's guests. Tell them, they're pitiful. Their grandfather Jianu Adiku is pregnant too. Everyone. Illumi. Chapter 274. Illumi was sure that his grandfather, Jianu Adiku, was a real man. He definitely did not have any female physiological characteristics, nor did he have any physiological organs that could conceive a child. Not to mention anything else, they beat up the Dika family. For generations under the same roof, they would occasionally go to the hot spring pool to take a bath on their days off, relax their bodies and moods. Even if the hot spring was filled with water vapor and smoke, no matter how blurry the environment was, it could not block the sharp eyes of professional killers. The whole family was made up of men. It was common for them to rub each other's backs and walk birds in the pool naked. When he was a child, He had been in a big pool with his father, grandfather, and great-grandfather. How could he not know whether Grandpa Gianua was a man or a woman? Therefore, when he knew that Grandpa Gianua was a man, when he heard the news that he was suddenly pregnant, it was really a big deal. Others might not know the reason, but Alumi would not be lucky enough to think that it had nothing to do with him. After all, a month and a half ago, he placed a golden retriever with 2 pregnancy stones in it at home. Then the problem was, the stone that was supposed to impregnate the dog. Why did it roll to Grandpa Gianua and President Nitro? Moreover, with the experience of the 2 elders, there was no reason not to know the appearance and function of the pregnancy stone. Why did he carry it with him for a month? Finally, the pregnancy stone fell on the 2 big shots. Where did his dream dog go? Alumi really felt that. Compared to being beaten up by Grandpa Gianua and President Nitro, the consequences of losing the dream dog was even more terrifying to him. Anyone who found out that the golden retriever would drop the gold, they would definitely hide it. When the time came, the world would be big. Where would he find it? This was simply taking his life. Impossible dash when Alumi was scared out of his wits. Chi, vanadium, cheeks, play, na shui chu a frequently masked box charcoal zheng, mixed with d, chu chu a eat school ku, chu chu a apologize chu shui tax, chu chu a eat mechanical model June, chi, ku e ju ku, dai e hui. What jealousy? Male chi, hui. Fence, maze, lotus, window, ginseng? How can I calm down? How do you expect me to calm down? Qin Mingwei admits to beheading the Dingwu? Target? The first scene of the cable car class? Slug Nua? The collapse of Fragrant Fate? Catch up? Is the bell and the mechanism of the spear accurate and discreet? Pyrolite star? Is it related to death? 2. Alumi warned. Ki? Hide. Me? Zinson's Lighthouse Promontory Zinc Steel Grain Dredge. Shut up, Big Brother. Radon Epiphyllum? Play? Puff Puff Puff? Moody? Rome? Scarlet Seal? Just a beautiful and elegant Cape Zinc industry. How can the line smashed miserably glutinous? Sululu versus June, Big Brother. Can't you think about it? If you're the one giving birth, you won't be able to accept any quest to earn money for 10 whole months. The bean-faced man on the other side of the video was sweating profusely. How far is the corpse of Conconus sulfur? Testicular gland? Huan Ishue? Leech? O Zinson's Changji Pod? Chuhun Nati Ridge? That's right. You've reminded me. Alumi tilted her head as she pondered. No matter how the pregnancy stone changed, the cause of everything was still him. Grandpa Gianua had lost all his face this time. If he returned home, no, now wasn't the time to consider his own safety. What would he do with the pregnancy stone after beating up the enemy? Would he contract all the infertility medical institutions? It seemed like an idea to earn money. Moreover, finding a girlfriend, marrying a wife, raising a child, which one of them didn't require money and effort? But the pregnancy stone was different. If he really didn't want to get married, he could give birth to one himself. No, not being able to earn money for 10 months would be even more painful. No, definitely don't get married. Which round and unclean? 2 LV Chu? Rake? Wallingly eat Luan na ti yao? Jinghuang fu yu xiong meng ji ding qi? Planting Luan na yu si? Quail na ti yao? What? You? Na? Rake ba? Gua na ti June? 12. Ah no, 13 years old. Shao Jia counted with his fingers. We were 12 when we took the exam. Now that a year has passed, we're 13 years old. Kate said dryly, do you even need to count with your fingers for something like 12 plus 1 is equal to 13 foot? Shao Jia laughed dryly. Kate, you're asking about Qi? Which small stream of water cut a handsome man? Kate stared at him with his dead fish eyes. A 13-year-old kid is actually thinking about getting married and having children. It seems like I'm really behind the times. Shao Jia. However, this farce didn't last long. Excluding the shocking factor of the big news, it was obvious that NGL's battle with the Chimera Ant was more important. What did it mean for Nitro and Jianhua to be pregnant? It meant that the two strongest combatants in the world couldn't come to NGL to solve the problem of the Chimera ant. If the association sent ordinary hunters over, it would be like sending food to the ants. For example, the hunter who had entered NGL 3 days earlier than them had only been a hunter for a year, and had only been enlightened for half a year. His killer move hadn't matured yet, but he had accepted a mission and brought his teammates into the hunting grounds of the Chimera ant. Now, no one knew if he was dead or alive. If he was alive, it would be a blessing in disguise. If he was dead, they could only pray that he wouldn't become food, for the Chimera ant exploding cure was an enlightened humanoid, while the Chimera ant would ingest the best genes of its prey. After eating exploding cure, they wouldn't be far from psychic. Then, please tell me, what should we do about this NGL rescue mission? Kate asked. The president can't take charge, and we can't ask the enemy to come out. What does Parston have to say? The situation in NGL is very serious, and it's no longer time for Parston to be willful. Usually, President Nitro always had the attitude of a younger generation and fought with Parston in a battle of wits and courage. Seeing that Parston would always be suppressed no matter how hard he tried, all the hunters turned a blind eye to this matter. Who would have thought that President Nitro was pregnant? Needless to say, they all knew that Parston had something to do with this. But this time, Parston had gone overboard, and if he wasn't careful, he would destroy the entire world. Bean-faced man. Parston said that he would contact the person who could solve the NGL incident. Kate. The person who could solve the NGL incident. Who? Bean-faced man. You haven't been back to the association for a long time, so a lot of information is outdated. Actually, compared to President Nitro, Parston was more interested in tormenting a person called Eisen? Ad medical fern? Nashu. Eisen? Ad medical fern? Kate mumbled to himself. He felt that the style of this name was completely different from theirs. Instead, it sounded like Yigyoza and Saishomaru, which sounded especially strange. Could it be that they were in cahoots? What Kate didn't know was that his intuition to judge who was in cahoots based on the style of the name was extremely accurate. Eisen and Yigyoza were not only in cahoots, they also had a few lackeys in cahoots with each other. At that time, Parston, who had been beaten up by Nitro because he had completely gone overboard, was staying in the VIP ward to clean up the mess he had made. His handsome face was swollen to the size of a pig's head. His thick golden hair was completely bald, and his entire body was covered in bruises. 4 of his ribs, his left elbow, and both of his legs were broken. Fortunately, the most important third leg of a man was saved. It was truly an earth-shattering scene. Parston was on the phone. His mouth that was missing 2 front teeth was leaking air, but he still stubbornly expressed his thoughts, trying his best to save his own life that was hanging by a thread. The pregnant President Nitro had an explosive temper, telling him that if he couldn't solve the NGL incident perfectly, she would chop him up and feed him to the ants. Parston believed that the harsh words this time were definitely not a well-intentioned threat or intimidation. He had really pissed Nitro off Eisen. How about it? I've said so much. Are you interested in NGL's Chimera ant? As long as Parston wasn't dead, he wouldn't stop stirring up trouble. With your strength, you are the hope of the entire human race. As long as you successfully solve this incident, your reputation, and status will rise to a whole new level. Of course, you can reject it. Even though half of his body was paralyzed, Parston was still courting death, but as the vice president, I still have the power to order people around. As the rising star of the association, it's time for me to prove myself, isn't it? On the other end, Eisen smiled meaningfully. His private dealings with Kimimaro had been discovered by this fox. However, did Parston really think that he had a good relationship with Kimimaro? Him, Eisen? Add medical treatment to force food to Wei-Wen's private affairs? Wasteland Amaranth, would fading salty closure beer K? Hum? OLV chun hum? Since Parston was so eager, he would fulfill his wish. He was quite interested in this new species, Chimera ant. I can promise you, Parston, Eisen said, I will solve the NGL Chimera Ant incident perfectly, but I will only allow you to know the results. The results were solve the incident and will not threaten the human race. As for the process, Eisen wasn't interested in personally going to the nuisance NGL nature zone to beat up a bunch of ants that didn't even wear diapers. The results are, of course, the human race's victory. Parston laughed. His face was throbbing in pain. In order to ensure that nothing goes wrong, I specially ordered the research team to create a rosed bomb overnight. Whenever you're free, come and receive a small surgery. Small surgery? After all, it's a battle against the Chimera Ant. Even a wise man would make a mistake. Parston said, I'm just putting a small item in your body. Once your heart stops beating, it will complete the unfinished mission for you. Eisen snorted and hung up the phone. He had no doubt that if it wasn't for Nitro's strange incident, Parston's Rose plan might have really been implemented on Nitro. As for Nitro, he had been in a high position for a long time and had more or less offended those who wanted to climb up. He was like a mountain that pressed down on people's heads. Many of them were politicians and arch-enemies who wished for his death. Even in the face of the impending racial war, those fat upper echelons still lived in a power struggle, using Parston's hand to push the strongest human, Nitro, to his death. From Nitro's perspective, he really couldn't go, but he also couldn't not go. It was laughable that the survival of the human race actually needed the help of an old man or a powerhouse. It was as if whether the world would head towards destruction was the responsibility of whether a person could complete the mission or not. The decadence of the world and the malice of humans had truly widened his horizons. Sacrificing himself for the masses, did Eisen look like a saint? The Chimera Ant Queen who gave birth to the strongest Ant King. If the Ant King was really that strong, he would love to nurture it himself. He really wanted to see how the Ant King would rule the human race after Nitro's downfall. The expressions of Parston and the politicians would definitely delight him. Thus, Eisen opened Yuk Xian Logistics' website and quickly turned to a hidden page. Under Uchiha Madara's name, he placed a mission delivery order worth 300 million ringgit. Delivery address: inside the Chimera Ant's nest in the NGL Nature Zone. Goods to be retrieved: a pregnant giant ant or its baby ant. Note: waiting online. It's urgent. After placing the order, Eisen threw himself onto the sofa and waited patiently for the delivery to arrive. With Uchiha Madara's dedication to 5-star reviews, even if he wanted the moon in the sky, he could easily type Earth-exploding heavenly star or sky barrier star, let alone a mere ant. Well, all he had to do was wait. Speaking of which, where did the owner go? Was he playing on the island of greed? That's good. It didn't matter where the owner went as long as he didn't interfere with my plans. Yuk Xian Logistics Headquarters. A man, a dog, and a group of spiders gathered in the grocery room. Their eyes were bright, and the atmosphere was evil. Uchiha Madara held his phone and sat down boldly. Krullo crossed his paws and laid down obediently. The spiders, who were wearing courier vests and brick-moving uniforms, obediently stood in a row, from left to right, from short to tall, and reported their numbers in a loud and orderly manner. Then, they stood at attention, raised their heads, and looked straight ahead. Fei Tan instinctively stepped out of the line and reported, as of 8 o'clock tonight, I've delivered a total of 2,333 deliveries, of which I've received 2,332 good reviews. The only thing I'm missing is that a customer accidentally dropped his phone into the toilet while squatting, so I can't give 5-star reviews. That's enough. Uchiha's father waved his hand, and Fei Tan immediately shut up. I didn't gather all of you today to listen to a report. There's a fat sheep. A customer has placed a 300 million order for me to go to NGL to catch ants. Spending 300 million for Uchiha Madara to go to NGL to catch ants. They didn't know where to start, but they felt like vomiting. Rich people were really amazing. Not only did they pursue the natural ecology of their food and clothing, even the ants crawling all over the yard had to be imported from NGL. Awesome. They were really curious. Which idiot rich kid had placed the order? NGL is quite far. Catching ants is a meticulous job. Uchiha Madara fell into deep thought. No matter how strong the chimera ant was, it was still an ant. What was an ant? It was a fragile toy that could kill a whole bunch with a single stomp of a Susanoo. What if it accidentally trampled some queen or ant king to death? Aizen was a colleague after all. It was rare for him to place an order to rear a pet, so he had to give him some face. In order to preserve the ants' lives, it was better to let the gentle spiders catch them. They were both insects, so they should be able to treat each other well. I will temporarily return psychic to all of you. The spiders' eyes lit up, unable to conceal the anticipation in their hearts. All of you, follow me to NGL to catch ants. The spiders. Half an hour later, a man, a dog, and a group of spiders boarded the express airship to NGL. At the same time, Igyoza and Saishomaru had already entered the vicinity of the chimera ant's nest. At the edge of the outer forest, they killed a green-skinned chimera ant that looked neither like a fish nor a lizard. They discovered a corpse that had been pierced by countless bullets. Pangxi, the girl who was good at controlling bees in the 287th Hunter exam. Although she did not pass the exam in the end, her temperament and strength were not bad. Who would have thought that she would die in this godforsaken place? Igyoza squatted down. Disregarding the flesh and blood on his hands, he used a pair of tweezers and a sharp knife to pry out all the bullets on Pangxi's body. In the end, Saishomaru did not say anything. He just pulled out his natural tooth and waved it. The little girl trembled and woke up. She seemed to be scared out of her wits. After a while, she began to scream hysterically. Her hands and feet grabbed onto Igyoza's sleeves. She said in fear, "Quick, go save the exploding warehouse. I'm begging you. I'm begging you." The exploding warehouse has been captured by them. The exploding warehouse. Igyoza patted her back. He felt that the name was very familiar. After a while, he came to a realization. He remembered now. During the hunter exam, he was the first unlucky child that he had buried in the ground. Why was he the first unlucky child to be captured after not seeing him for so long? Wasn't his luck too bad? Chapter 275. 3 days ago. Exploding Library and the others were the first to enter NGL and began to investigate the traces of the chimera ant. Since his team did not have the stingy Illumi, nor did they have the 4S trench horse supplier Igyoza. In a situation where the road was long and endless, they could only grit their teeth and rent horses with the tour guide to the depths of NGL. But horses had to eat grass, and people had to sleep. From the outer perimeter to the inner perimeter, they spent almost 3 days on and off. Exploding Library and the others were the first hunters to come into contact with the chimera ant. They knew the danger of chimera ants. They also understood that their numbers were dense and their teeth were sharp. However, they did not expect that they had already absorbed human genes and transformed into powerful human-like creatures. A giant green-haired spider with a human face, a snake-like curly hair with vertical pupils, the Queen's direct army that searched everywhere for food, and all kinds of appearances. People, aliens, with strange abilities. The chimera ant. After absorbing human genes, they had the brains of humans. They also learned the language of humans. Not only did they derive their own personalities, they even consciously imitated, learned, and thought through the memories of books, living people, and DNA. Their progress could be said to be at a tremendous pace. Even though their minds were still in the ignorant stage, they did not develop the ability of thought, but the innate aptitude given by the darkness continent was enough for them to run amok. The human world was to the chimera ant. It was like a candy house in a fairy tale. There was nothing that could not be eaten. There was nothing that could threaten their existence. It was as comfortable as a hotbed. The Queen's new nest had long been built. It was larger, more magnificent, and more sinister than the one built on the darkness continent. The villages and towns near the nest had been emptied, but the Queen's appetite was still growing, and her stomach was getting bigger and bigger. It was said that the ant king that was about to be born would be the strongest in 100 years. For the sake of the ant king, and even more for the queen, the chimera ant's nest was heavily guarded. And Exploding Library had unfortunately barged into the wrong place at the wrong time and encountered a cat-and-mouse game of life and death. His teammates died tragically, and the enemy was strong. Exploding Library covered Peng Si's escape, but he stayed behind to cover the rear. Even if he knew that he was no match for Peng Si, that he would be defeated, and that he was about to die, he still gritted his teeth and held on to buy time for Peng Si. Unfortunately, he didn't know that after he was caught by the green-haired spiders and brought back to the ant nest, Peng Si, who had just run out of the edge of the forest, was shot dead by a chimeric ant that was playing with a pistol. Shot after shot, the girl was riddled with holes and badly mutilated. The chimeric ant tossed away its gun and squatted beside Peng Si's corpse. It extended its claws. It wanted to eat her up, leaving not a single bone, not a single residue. But in the blink of an eye, a sword light reaped its life. It felt a slight pain spreading from its neck to its entire body, and a sticky bluish-purple liquid flowed down. It maintained a posture of leaning forward, but found that its entire field of vision was gradually decreasing. With a thud, its vision flipped again, and it saw its headless body. Blood spurted out from the neck area. It was a magnificent sight. Separated by a layer of blood, a man and a woman walked together. The chimera ant had a tenacious vitality. Even if its head was separated from its body, it could still survive for a long time. Moreover, as long as its body was still active, it could heal itself by reconnecting the broken parts. It originally wanted to play dead to avoid the strong enemy, but unexpectedly, when the silver-haired man pulled out a long knife, he looked at it deeply. Then, there was no then. It was shocked to see the dead human resurrect. The next second, the head that was still alive was shattered by the whip of light, completely destroyed. Yi Jiazi took out dominating red dust from the backpack, carried Peng Si to sit on it, and said, "Run straight to the east. This horse will lead you to my companions. Peng Si, don't come back here again. If you die again, I won't be able to save you." Peng Si nodded with tears in her eyes, holding the reins tightly. She took one last look at the forest, squeezed the horse's abdomen, and quickly left. Since staying here would only be a burden, she had to find her own position. In the situation where Exploding Library was caught, she was the only one who knew to what extent the chimera ant had evolved. She had to send out the news without leaving anything out. Not long after Peng Si ran, she met Kate and the others. Their faces were very ugly, and there were still traces of battle on their bodies. Obviously, they had also encountered the chimera ant's predation. After meeting each other, Kate communicated with Peng Si and regretfully told her that they were attacked half an hour ago. They were fine, but their communication equipment was smashed into scrap metal, and they could no longer contact the Hunters Association. In desperation, they could only head deeper into the forest. Along the way, they killed everything in their way, annihilating more than 30 lone ants. If it wasn't for the commander-level chimera ant suddenly intervening in the battlefield, not only taking away the wounded, but also flapping its wings to fly into the sky, escaping the shooting range. Otherwise, none of them would have escaped. All the villages and towns in the depths of the forest have been eaten. Peng Si said, in order to provide more food for the queen, their foraging range will radiate to the surroundings, and soon, they will eat the entire NGL. Exploding Library, in order to let me escape, stayed behind. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm like a burden. I'm sorry. Peng Si covered her face and sobbed. She was not a hunter, and did not have much ability to protect herself. Even if escaping was the only thing she could do, she would still feel ashamed and remorseful. Peng Si's tears flowed down, and she rejected all consolation. She seemed to have thought of something, and mounted the horse, bidding farewell to the rest. "I'm very weak, and it's not convenient for me to travel with you. I've decided to spread the news. Don't worry about me. I will definitely walk out of NGL alive." Ba Hongchen let out a long and loud cry, and rode on his light dust as fast as lightning. Demon horse Yenhoi, who was following beside Illumi, sniffed with all its might, and finally pouted its mouth listlessly, looking at Ba Hongqian disappearing into the distance, a little sad. It had confirmed her aura, and she was not its destined horse sister. This was too much. Such a beautiful horse was actually a male horse. Just like the black horse beside it, its facial features were exquisite and beautiful, but it was a male. Yenhoi huffed and puffed, and followed behind the main group. In the end, as they walked, they met another ant that was courting death. Illumi's dark eyes glanced around, and Kate yawned. Although there were many ants, it was indeed not their turn to fight. Since that was the case, they would leave it to Xiaojie and Qi. Fat hot forgiving thus, the black horse and the white horse stood together and expressionlessly watched the two children jumping up and down in the ant pile. When Yenhoi was hungry, he would step on a chimera ant to satisfy his hunger, and he became a real ant-eater. Qi's strength has improved, but his skills have deteriorated. Illumi criticized, Qi, we're the assassins who beat up our enemies. We're the hunters who hide in the dark. Have you forgotten what I taught you? Why do you want to fight the ants head-on? Are you crazy? Xiao Jie's skills have improved, but his brain has deteriorated. Kate said venomously, Xiao Jie, you are an enhancer, and you have great strength, and your body can take hits, but no matter how strong you are, you can't expose your entire back to the enemy. Do you think that you are invulnerable? Are you stupid? Qi, go home and receive your punishment. Xiao Jie, start training again. The veins on the two children's foreheads bulged, and they turned around and shouted, shut up. Qi, double the punishment. Xiao Jie, double the training. Xiao Jie x Qi, old skeleton? Sure enough, the black and white double ghosts were the most annoying. Inside the chimera ant nest, the naked exploding Ku sat paralyzed on the stone bed. His eyes were blank and lifeless. His facial muscles twitched from time to time, and there seemed to be sparkling saliva overflowing from the corners of his lips. Two long metal sticks were stuck in the top of his head. A pair of hands with distinct joints held the metal stick and gently moved it, stirring his brain. Tell me, meow, what is the strange ability of humans, meow? Short white wavy hair, golden cat eyes, a pair of snow-white cat ears, and a soft cat tail. It was a newly born chimera ant, one of the 3 direct guards of the Ant King, Nephi Pilot. Although it had a delicate and cute humanoid appearance and seemed to be a symbol of femininity. But in the current nest, except for the queen, the rest of the chimera ants were all male. Not long after Nephi Pilot was born, it understood that it was different from other chimera ants. It was born with great power, and it seemed that if it wanted to, it could destroy everything at will. It was eager to understand what it was, and its intuition told it that the short human in front of it must know. It's psyche. His brain was stimulated, and exploding Ku spat out the words mechanically, his fingers trembling unconsciously. Nephi Pilot continued to stir his brain. Psyche, what is it? Tell me, meow. Psyche is human, life force. Exploding Ku intermittently explained what is psychic power, the classification of psychic power, the training of psychic power, and the distinguishing of psychic power in the water. Meow, I almost understand. Meow, Nephi Pilot's voice was full of joy, like a cat that was being stroked. It happily pulled the long stick out of Exploding Ku's brain, bringing with it blood and brain matter. Exploding Ku's brain violently shook twice, and instantly lost all signs of life. Master Nephi Pilot, this human, give it to the queen to eat. Meow, it's useless now. Meow, Nephi Pilot swung its long tail and ordered. Go find a glass of water and a leaf. Meow, yes. Exploding Ku's body, which was still warm, was dragged away by the chimera ants and sent to a deeper part of the nest. The next second, Nephi Pilot suddenly turned its head, and a malicious thought suddenly burst out, like a tsunami, covering the entire nest. Then, its figure flashed and disappeared, and in the blink of an eye, it came to the edge of the nest and a wave of crazy sword energy greeted it. Boom! Nephi Pilot jumped away from its original position, and with a few jumps, it pulled away from the enemy. He saw a man and a woman standing at the entrance, and beside them was a dark blue aura with some kind of mysterious pattern, spinning. What is that? Nephi Pilot suddenly attacked, and its sharp claws stabbed at Igyoza's head. It didn't expect this human to look at it calmly, and it didn't even have the slightest intention of dodging. Meow. It's a little strange. Why doesn't he dodge? Dong. Then, a dull, loud sound echoed in the forest, like the bell on the top of a temple, and the echo was endless. The defense and endurance of Mountain River version 3.0 was comparable to the Golden Bell Shield, and it might not be able to defend against the bombardment of Susanoo and Shattertooth, but it was more than enough to deal with the Chimera Ant. The fiercer the attack of Nephi Pilot was, the more miserable the ant was. Its claws were broken, its elbow was broken, its face was flattened, and even its nose was broken. It was said that cats were a kind of liquid, and this saying was also applicable to Nephi Pilot. Like water, it flowed down through the absolute defense of Mountain River, collapsed on the ground, and tightly covered its nose. TSK. This girl is a bit pitiful. She's actually having a nosebleed. Igyoza thought heartlessly, and then pulled Saishomaru's fluffy tail and dragged him deeper into the nest. Compared to fighting, the right thing to do was to find the exploding ant first. If you want to fight, you can fight. If you want to be eaten, you'll be gone. No matter how powerful Shattertooth and Heartstrings were, they couldn't restore a pile of meat to its original state. Meow. Nephi Pilot's crazy voice came from behind. It persistently attacked Mountain River again and again, and even when it was rebounded and bloody, it still didn't look back. Deep in the nest lay the queen who was about to give birth, and the ant king whom it was loyal to for the rest of its life. These two humans were unimaginably powerful. If they were allowed to get close to the ant king, then its king, absolutely. They must not be allowed to get close. Nephi Pilot's psychic pressure and combat power increased steadily, and its attacks became faster and more violent. Its perseverance seemed to be working, and the halo of Mountain River dimmed slightly. Igyoza decisively drew his sword and used Mountain River again. Nephi Pilot was speechless. He didn't know that this was the difference between a R&B player and a normal player. He only felt a mouthful of blood stuck in his throat, and he didn't know whether to spit it out or not. The group attack of Lord of Six Harmonies swept in all directions. When the blue sword aura killed 1/3 of the ants, the intelligent Chimera ant didn't attack rashly as expected. They were rooted to the ground, shivering. The instinct to protect the queen and the human nature of cherishing life were fighting each other in their minds, and they didn't know what to do. The two humans in front of them were too strong. Even the personal guard of the Ant King, Nephi Pilot, couldn't handle them. Who else could? What to do? Igyoza killed until the ground was covered in bluish-purple blood. Perhaps because it had eaten too many humans, even the Chimera ant had been infected with the bad habits of humans. When faced with a disaster, they all fled. A tiger-shaped Chimera ant was ready to escape. A leopard-shaped Chimera ant was waiting for an opportunity, and a Chimera ant that looked like a thunder pulse was resisting tenaciously. But no matter how much resistance they put up, they couldn't stop the Pure Yang's 5 Elements Square Edge version 3.0, a large-scale group attack and control skill that could freeze the enemy in place for a long time. Amidst the chaos, Igyoza broke into the queen's nest. With one glance, he saw a huge red stone bed and an alien lying on it, the Chimera Ant Queen. It was a 3-meter-tall giant ant with a swollen stomach, leaning against the stone bed. A human figure could be vaguely seen curled up in its abdomen, the Ant King, and in its mouth was a fresh, severed arm. After 2 or 3 bites, it swallowed the bone and meat into its stomach. It seemed to be very hungry and couldn't wait to scoop up the corpse beside it and chew on it. However, a sword slashed horizontally, directly cutting off its claw. Squeak! The queen let out a sharp squeak, as if it was screaming in pain. Igyoza expressionlessly walked to its side and scooped up the corpse that was missing an arm. It didn't take long for the exploding kettle to die. Instead of resurrecting in the ant nest and having to worry about being killed again, it was better to put the corpse into the backpack and save it after the mission was completed. Losing an arm was better than dying. Yigyoza flipped his hand and put the corpse into the backpack. Although he knew that the corpse could be revived, it was quite disgusting to put the corpse in the backpack. However, it was better to put it in the backpack than to carry it on his back. After cleaning up the exploding kettle, next, Yigyoza raised his sword and aimed it at the Ant Queen's throat, about to stab it. Just then, his phone rang like a death warrant, vibrating crazily in his pocket. The ants couldn't run away, so he answered the phone first. However, he wasn't that stupid. The time he took to answer the phone was enough for the enemy to start the channeling bar. Didn't you see how many villains died because of the channeling bar? Apui, he wasn't a villain. Thus, Yigyoza stabbed the Ant Queen with his sword, piercing its heart amidst the screams of the ants. Queen! The ants roared at the top of their lungs. Hello? Who is it? Oh, it's Master Bandit. Yes. What's wrong with me being an NGL? What? Don't hurt the ants. Wait, you want the Ant Queen? Yigyoza was shocked. Master Bandit, do you want it dead or alive? Alive. Uchiha Madara was full of energy. Yigyoza was speechless. I've gone overboard equals. Chapter 276. Aizen should be glad that it had found Uchiha Madara to cooperate with. It should be even more glad that Uchiha Madara had conveyed to Yigyoza, I need the Chimera Ant Queen, not Aizen needs the Chimera Ant Queen. In Yigyoza's inherent view, Uchiha Madara was a reliable person. Although he had an arrogant attitude and often looked down on people with his chin, he had a good character and spoke frankly. He never disdained using despicable tricks to achieve his goals. Even if he risked universal condemnation, he dared to openly fight against the world. Regardless of success or failure, he was worthy of the word hero. Therefore, even if Yigyoza did not have a good impression of the Chimera Ant, he would also spare the Ant Queen's life because of Uchiha Madara's request. He believed that Uchiha Madara was a reasonable person. Since the other party wanted the Chimera Ant, why not give it to him? This was not only for the sake of Uchiha Madara, but also because of Yigyoza's instinctive trust in him. On the other hand, if the one who made the request was Aizen, luck? How can I be afraid of a small case of poison and confusion? How can I be afraid of a small case? How can I be afraid of a small case? Pull? Barium scratch? Not to mention handing over any instinctive trust, it was possible to drag it out and take a yin and yang photo. However, the person who wanted the Chimera Ant was Uchiha Madara. Yigyoza exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He raised his skill and cast, snowback swaying, to stabilize the Ant Queen's situation. How straightforward his previous stab was, how depressed he was to save the Ant Queen now. To him, the Chimera Ant was no different from the alien. It was an invasive species that needed to be killed. Even if they had absorbed human DNA and evolved to look like humans, their essence was a real beast that fed on humans. Along the way, how many villages had been emptied, how many corpses had been suspended in the air, and how much land had been trampled on. He saw them all and remembered them in his heart. If the Chimera Ant was already like this in NGL, if it were to spread to densely populated areas, it would undoubtedly be an apocalyptic disaster. They were like people, but they were not people. They did not want to be people, but chose to eat people. Humans were to the Chimera Ant, just like cattle and sheep were to humans. They were part of the food that could be ingested. Who would treat their food equally and seek common ground while reserving differences? If the Chimera Ant was willing to give up on the human food and live as a human, accept ideas, and have a bottom line, there might be a chance for the two of them to get along. Perhaps after 100 years, the Chimera Ant would no longer be a Chimera Ant, but a human race with the title of Chimera. It was only because of their different bloodlines that they looked like animals. But the strange thing was that the Chimera Ant had encountered Yigyoza at the initial stage of its evolution, and Yi Jiao's stance had always been to put people first. They did not have enough experience to enrich their thoughts, broaden their horizons, and gain knowledge. They did not have enough time to experience human life, to understand bonds and friendship. They did not even use their eyes, hands, or heart to measure the height and content of humans. The only thing they had was to obey the queen's orders, prey on delicious humans, and conquer all the land. The highly feudal and autocratic Ant King dynasty vs. the socialist youth Yi Jiaoza was like a rookie that just left the novice village fighting against a max-level boss. Under the absolute suppression of force, the ants could not do anything to the humans. The position of the food chain seemed to have been reversed. The humans who were originally the food had become the masters, and the ants who were originally the hunters had become the bait. They could only watch as Yi Jiaoza stabbed the queen to the brink of death with one strike of his sword, and then waved his fan to barely hang on to his life. The ups and downs were like riding a roller coaster. Even his forehead was covered in cold sweat. They could feel Yi Jiaoza's real intention to kill the queen, but they did not understand why she did not do it. Instead, no, there was no need for instead. As long as the queen was alive, as long as she was alive, there was dead silence in the nest. The only sounds were the queen's weak moans, the Ant King's weak pulse, and one of the three guards, Nephi Pilot, limping closer. Not going to do it? Saishomaru glanced at the queen's belly and said calmly, I still can't do it. As he said this, Saishomaru slowly pulled out his sword. If you can't do it, then I. Saishomaru's gentleness had always been obscure and serious. He rarely spoke and only focused on action. If Yi Jiaoza was not decisive enough to kill, he did not mind killing her. After all, she was his woman. He looked forward to having his partner walk side by side with him, but he did not need his partner to have the same temperament as him. She could be soft-hearted, hesitant, and sympathetic, because he was already a mature demon who was ruthless, decisive, and cold. No need. Yi Jiaoza pressed his hand and put the half-drawn exploding tooth back into the scabbard inch by inch. Although Uchiha Madara asked for the Ant Queen, the decision is still in my hands. In the end, it was my own compromise. Let's keep it for now. Yi Jiaoza continued, no matter what the result is, I will bear it alone. Moreover, even he could not do it himself to cut the Ant Queen's belly. How could he let Saishomaru do it? Uchiha Madara wanted the Ant Queen, but he did not say that he wanted the Ant King. In other words, the unformed Ant King was something that was not needed and could be completely excluded from the mission's goal. However, looking at the towering belly, the vaguely visible human shape, and the occasional swelling of the fetus, Yi Jiaoza felt that he could not do it. Saishomaru could indeed be ruthless, but why would he let him do such a thing for him? Yi Jiaoza could not bear to cut a humanoid Ant King that was still in its mother's womb, and he could not bear to let Saishomaru be stained with the blood of the mother and child. Saishomaru should hold the exploding tooth in his hand and live a bright life. He should bring hope to the world and be grateful, praised, and worshipped by others. In any case, he was the man he liked, so he should wear 100 layers of filters. As for the Ant King, based on this stalemate, the Ant King would be born sooner or later. Wait, the Ant King, the Ant King. An idea flashed through Yi Jiaoza's mind, and he felt that he had grasped a key point. After a moment, he narrowed his eyes and turned his head to look at the scarred Nephi Pilot. What is your name? Yi Jiaoza asked. Nephi Pilot. The strong had the right to know its name. Yi Jiaoza nodded and pointed at the Ant Queen's belly under Nephi Pilot's nervous gaze. To be able to weaken the defense of the mountain river, you are indeed very strong. Then let me ask you, are you stronger? Or is the Ant King stronger? Nephi Pilot was an extremely intelligent ant. Even though it was just born, it had already learned how to think. Yi Jiaoza suddenly mentioned the Ant King. Before knowing whether she would harm the Ant King, Nephi Pilot tried to choose a compromise answer. The Ant King should be stronger. It emphasized the words should and some, hoping to pull Yi Jiaoza's hostility back to itself. The Ant King was still a fetus, and it had to do its best to protect it. Yijiuza rubbed his chin. No one knew what he was thinking. Kate said that the division commander, army commander, and ant soldiers were directly under the Ant Queen, and the guards were directly under the Ant King. In other words, the Ant Queen had absolute authority over the ants, and the Ant King had absolute control over the guards. The guards were only loyal to the Ant King, and the ants were only loyal to the Queen. If Uchiha Madara controlled the Ant Queen, it was equivalent to holding the lifeline of the ants. If he controlled the Ant King, it was equivalent to having a powerful army. Yijiuza suddenly understood why Uchiha Madara needed the Ant Queen. Could it be that he wanted to conquer the world? After a long time, he suddenly said to Saishomaru, "I want to do an experiment." He wanted to do an experiment to see how far these humanoid creatures could go for the sake of the ants after they were held by their throats. If they could really do anything for the Ant Queen and the Ant King, then the ants had no bottom line and had to be eliminated. There was no room for negotiation. If they learned to think for themselves and had a sense of appeal and resistance, it meant that the humanoid creatures that had absorbed human DNA were indeed getting closer to humans, or they could coexist or assimilate. However, this judgment was definitely not that simple. After all, the topic of human nature was complicated and could not be covered in a single sentence. Since he could not kill it and could not bear to kill it, he might as well take this opportunity to see if a creature like the chimera ant could become a real human. Saishomaru, can you help me dissolve a high concentration of ATPX 4869? Yijiuza smiled like an eel, opened his backpack, and took out a bottle of pure milk, signaling Saishomaru to dissolve the venom in it. Although he did not know what Yijiuza wanted to do, Saishomaru's intuition told him that it was not a good thing. However, he still took the milk, and the poison flower claw of the 400-year-old demon was forcibly generated into an ATPX producer. A moment later, under the shocked expression of Nephi Pilot, Yijiuza poured the poison milk into the Ant Queen's mouth. 5 minutes later, Yijiuza poured the second bottle, the third bottle, the fourth bottle. Half an hour passed, and the giant belly of the Ant Queen, which was as tall as a person, slowly deflated. It shrank, and shrank again, and finally stopped at the size of an ordinary person who had been pregnant for about 7 months. Nephi Pilot was on the verge of breaking down. Under the control of extreme emotions, because of its eagerness to cure the illness of the Queen and the Ant King, it actually derived its own telekinetic ability, Toy Fixer. Toy Fixer was a healing telekinetic ability that could materialize various medical tools to treat the wounded. In this way, it could repair damaged limbs and restore HP. However, ATPX 4869 was highly toxic to humans, but to non-humans, it was just a fun drug that could rejuvenate one's youth. It would not harm HP at all. Therefore, Nephi Pilot anxiously tried to save the Ant King and the Queen, but it could not find the cause of the problem. Even the Catwoman, who was as strong as the 3 guards, was about to cry at this moment because of Yijiuza's move. However, Yijiuza went even further. Your Queen and the Ant King are both poisoned. Without my antidote, only death awaits them. Nephi Pilot was so angry that it trembled, and the fur on its tail all stood up. What do you want? Tell me your conditions. I want you. Yijiuza said, from tonight on, you will no longer kill or eat humans. Recall all the ant soldiers. Let me take the living people away, and bury all the stock, Yijiuza said word by word. Actually, killing you is what I should do. So, you only have this one chance. After all, this is the only patience I can squeeze out for the alien race. Cherish it. Yijiuza stared at the Ant Queen's belly and decided to wait for Uchiha Madara's arrival. Anyway, as long as the poison of APTX 4869 was not cured, the ants would not dare to act rashly. Why should he stay in this fishy nest? Yijiuza came in openly and then left in a dignified manner. Before he left, he set fire to the kitchen of the ants and took away the few survivors. The honest NGL natives had long been scared out of their wits. Even though Yijiuza sent them out of the forest and across the grasslands to be guided, they did not feel safe at all. Yijiuza sighed and prepared to return. Little did he know that 18 hours after he left the nest, Kate and the others had actually found their way to the vicinity of the nest and were standing on the edge of death. At that time, the second bodyguard of the Ant King, Ojiaph, was born. If Nephi Pilot was said to be a mixture of cat and human characteristics, then Ojiaph was a mixture of fly, butterfly, and snake spirit artist genes. It had an extraordinarily handsome male face, a head full of bright golden hair, a tall and slender figure, and pale skin. Its eyes often carried malice, and its temperament was extremely melancholic. If not for the two antennae on its head and a pair of butterfly wings, it would really look like a prince in a fairy tale. However, no matter how handsome its appearance was, it could not hide the fact that it was a chimera ant. As one of the personal bodyguards of the king, upon hearing the terrifying news of the Ant King being poisoned, Ojiaph broke down in a matter of minutes. The temperament of a melancholic artistic youth and a delusional god-emperor was vividly displayed on its body. First, it screamed and complained about its dereliction of duty, causing the Ant King to encounter such a thing. Then, it became enraged and filled with killing intent. It decided to settle the score with the culprit. Ojiaph fully displayed its instincts as a chef king, completely shielding himself from Nephi Pilot's obstruction and advice. Without saying a word, it rushed out of the nest, prepared to battle with the air. In the end, not only did Kate and the others explode with anger, but they also encountered an enraged Ojiaph, followed closely by Nephi Pilot. Oh no! Illumi and Kate were shocked at the same time. This psychic pressure, this anger. Achi! Shaojia! They shouted, "Run!" In the next second, Ojiaph and Nephi Pilot's malicious psychic pressure swept across the entire forest in an instant. Even though Nephi Pilot had not fully recovered from its injuries, it was born to be at the top of the food chain. How could it tolerate others' provocation? Yi Gyoza and Saishomaru could not defeat it, so they could only give up. However, their retreat did not mean that other psychic ability users could also bully the chimera ant. Yi Gyoza only said that they could not hunt and kill humans, but he did not say that cutting off the limbs of their prey and letting them live was against the rules. So, none of the humans in front of them could escape. Chapter 277. Ojiaph, as a villain, it was necessary to be ruthless. Sinister and cunning were instinctive, and as venomous as a snake or scorpion was his nature. Even if he had a peerlessly handsome face, his inner core was still that of a genuine chimera ant. He was one of the king's three guards. Protecting the king, assisting the king, and dying for the king was his lifelong belief and persistence. The king was poisoned, the queen was dying, and the chimera ant was defeated. This kind of unbelievable thing entered his ears through Nephi Pilot's mouth. It was simply a complete insult to the chimera ant by humans. Ojiaph was paranoid and crazy, and his killing intent was twisted and heavy. He desperately wanted to take revenge on humans, using their flesh and blood to wash away the pain inflicted on the Ant King. If the Ant King was compared to an underage child, the king's three direct guards were equivalent to his parents. Nephi Pilot was the type of democratic parent who cared and respected the child's wishes. Ojiaph was the type of autocratic parent who spoiled and hoped that the child would develop in his own way. As for the third guard, UPI, which was about to be born, he was the type of parent who indulged and did not care where the child developed. However, no matter what type of parent, when their child was still in the womb, they were bullied, they would naturally explode, they would chase after the perpetrator and beat him up, pulling out his tendons and peeling his skin. Nephi Pilot still had rationality to speak of. It understood that humans were not simple. The chimera ant had to learn to hide its strength and bide its time. But Ojiaph had no rationality to speak of. Its protective scales had been plucked, and it vowed to fight to the death with humans. Both of them were manipulation, telekinesis ability users. Ojiaph almost instinctively stared at Illumi. Seeing that the Ant King could not pull back his teammate, Nephi Pilot was helpless, but it also joined the battle with strange thoughts. Ojiaph had already chosen its opponent, then it only needed to deal with this by Changji. Huh. What is that smell? It smells so good. Wait a minute, this human smells so good. Nephi Pilot's golden cat eyes widened as she stared at Kate. She was focused, serious, determined, and salivating. It smells so good. It smells good. I really want to hug it and take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. For some reason, Nephi Pilot believed that taking a sip was a supreme enjoyment, as if it had seen such a delicious taste in its distant memory. Yes, I really want it. Snatch him over. Snatch him over. Meow. Clang. Suddenly, the crisp sound of metal clashing reverberated through the forest. Ojiaph, who had gone berserk, and Illumi, who had activated her slaughtering mode, were engaged in a fierce battle. Within a short period of time, they exchanged hundreds of blows. It was so dazzling that no one could see what was happening clearly. Ojiaph's telekinesis had yet to be fully developed, while Illumi was an expert who had activated telekinesis for a long time. Even so, Ojiaph still relied on his excellent innate talent to fight Illumi to a draw. With a spray of blood, Illumi, who had activated her slaughtering mode, directly removed half of Ojiaph's wings. The price was that her shoulder blade was pierced by her opponent's sharp claws. Big brother, Lu, Waxel, Yu-chun, forgive me for visiting Tan Kei, who had been born in the Jiao Jiao temple. Stupid. She actually didn't run. At this moment, when Illumi heard the stupid O'Dowdu call her big brother, it only felt impatient. It had only been a short time since they started fighting, but Illumi already understood that Chimera ants were evolvers of the Berserker faction. It was as if they had absorbed all kinds of high-quality DNA to evolve. The more Illumi fought them, the faster they learned and evolved. She knew very well that Ojiaph didn't know how to use Harden and Entangle when it attacked, but after they exchanged blows, it learned Harden and Entangle on its own. Now, Ojiaph had spread its wings on its own, as if it had mastered all the uses of telekinesis. What a terrifying talent and power of understanding. That was why Illumi wanted to remove half of Ojiaph's wings, even if it meant that her shoulder blade would be pierced. As a manipulation-type powerhouse, Illumi knew all too well what kind of fierce battle a manipulation-type psychic would be when they went berserk. Chi, Argon Panic, Cutwave Chuan, Forgive V Huang Yin, Blacksmith, Frequency Prize Thrush, Bind, Inscribed Plaque House, Withered Brimstone String Wash, Fold. These two Chimera ant were too strong. In Illumi's eyes, although they were slightly weaker than his grandfather, Jianhua, they seemed to be able to suppress his father, Shiba. Perhaps they wouldn't survive. For the first time, Killer Illumi felt that he was an idiot for entering NGL. He had lost all his money in this business. How stupid was he to leave with his stupid brother? Illumi was expressionless, but the wounds on his body were increasing. He held Ojiaph back, step by step. Sand and rocks flew, blood and flesh flew, as if two wild beasts were tearing at each other. Ojiaph wasn't having it easy either. After all, Black Enemy was a family of assassins with a deep history. Their life-saving skills and trump cards came one after another, each of them fatal. When it fought with Illumi, it was like a piece of dough, being sliced into pieces and thrown into the pot. Illumi only hoped for Chi? Jean E of the Black Gorge? Jean E of the White House? Jean E of the White House? Jean E of the White House? Knife inspection? Stir? X. Boom. A terrifying sound rang out. The control type had forcefully used the ultimate skills of the strengthening type and release type. The smell of blood permeated the air. However, the two of them in the fierce battle would never have thought that the battle on Nephi Pilot's side would take a strange turn. Nephi Pilot, whom they had placed high hopes on, had indeed chosen Kate and had beaten Kate senseless. However, as the exercise intensified and sweat seeped out, the seductive fragrance became thicker and thicker, rapidly eroding what little was left of Nephi Pilot's rationality. Meow, meow. Nephi Pilot's eyes were a little dazed, and he exerted more strength. In the end, using his strength and racial advantage, Nephi Pilot forcefully subdued Kate. He landed face down on the ground, then straddled his waist. Smells good. Smells good, meow. Letting the cat fight with the catnip was too much for it. Nephi Pilot revealed an expression of ecstasy. He opened his mouth, revealed his sharp fangs, and inched closer to Kate's main artery. Kate's struggle was futile. He knew that he was going to die, so he could only yell at the two, "Run! Quick!" Once he was powerless, it would be Chi, Yi's seed. After the death of the 10 old men, 9 Orchid Flower took charge of the underworld, Parstan was hospitalized, and Kimimaro took over his power. Aizen took over the Sky Arena and began to get in touch with the politicians of the Republic of Bartogia. Even dedicated, Jin had returned to Meteor Street and formed his own team. Yi Jioza originally thought that he would have to spend a lot of effort, but he didn't expect that all his connections and forces would be activated at high speed just by making a request. It was unbelievably smooth. It was also at this moment that Yi Jioza finally realized just how terrifying of a tycoon the hearts of the group of dogs he had once reared were. Able to summon clouds with one turn of the hand and rain with another. He had only been in this world for a year, and in just a year, the military, political, and business worlds had all been destroyed by them. The key was that he didn't notice it at all. Yi Jioza. OTZ, this was probably the difference between a mortal and a tycoon, right? Compared to the footsteps of the Inuchi group conquering the world, his ceiling of NGL seemed insignificant. He still remembered the way Kimimaro smiled when he said that he wanted to seal NGL in a negotiating tone. "Sir, this isn't a difficult matter. I hope you have fun." It was as easy as giving a toy to a child. It was also indirectly telling him that with the strength of the Inuchi group, they didn't need to worry about the Chimera ants, sir. Even if you didn't mention it, NGL would still be sealed. Kimimaro's voice was gentle and full of patience. The Hunters Association and the upper echelons of the political world originally wanted to hide the news of the Chimera ant, but this plan was aborted. Aizen and 9 Orchid Flower planned to spread the news and use the name of the Chimera ant to organize a team to head to the Dark Continent and contain the source of the disaster. The Chimera ant is the paver, and Beast Tamer Hebrew would be the first sacrifice of the war. All the chess pieces were on the chessboard. All they needed to wait for was a signal and an opportunity. Yi Jioza put away his communication device and put away his unnecessary worries. He and Saishomaru remained at the NGL border, setting up layers of barriers, while Uchiha Madara brought the spiders deep into the forest to look for the Ant King. By the stream and the fruit tree, Illumi expressionlessly bandaged her wounds. Li Shu stepped on Faichu plate? Stretcher? Chun Pongjing was furious at the Mikkei faction? Bastard with evil intentions? Now Tiao, the heavily injured Sisso, laid on the ground like a corpse. The virtuous vigilante started a fire to cook, and the irascible flying tank went out to hunt. Ojiaf was barely breathing, and the Nephi Pilot, whose limbs were broken, struggled to get closer to Kate. Meow, meow. It was persistent. Kate was speechless. I have no love for cats in this life ==, although Kate knew very well that if he had not gradually been infected with catnip scent, causing Nephi Pilot to lose control, he would have been a corpse by now. However, knowing was one thing, and accepting it was another. Whenever he thought of Yi Jioza's comment that fate is against the cat, Kate really felt that it was too accurate. Wasn't he the cat that was against the cat? What do we do with these? Finks pointed at Ojiaf and Nephi Pilot and asked, "Food?" "No, these are Sisso's toys." Little D pushed up her glasses and said, "Sisso said that these two are big apples that are worth 120 points and are more delicious than Captain's and Lily's. We must keep them for him, and he will not forgive anyone who touches them." Everyone. The world of perverts is indeed unreasonable ==. What about the rest of the chimeric ants? Uchiha Madara is sifting through the nest, Kubai said. Some of them are the queen's food, and some of them are integrated into the ant army. His red eyes control the entire nest. Now, Uchiha Madara's orders are the highest orders of the chimera ant. What? is he trying to do? Franklin asked in a low voice. Because the customer who placed an order of 300 million heard that NGL was blocked and could not bring out the Ant King, so he could only settle for the next best thing and ask the Ant King to take care of it. The spiders. In other words, that person is busy taking care of the child now? Ojiaph cried bitterly. Its king. Its king was being taken care of by a human. No, it could not accept this. However, its cries were of no use. When Uchiha Madara stepped into the ant nest, one of the Ant King's 3 guards, UPI, was also born. UPI was a chimeric ant with the genes of a magical beast and a human. It was tall and strong, simple-minded, but in terms of physical strength, it was the strongest among the 3 guards. However, this strongest was easily taken care of by Uchiha Madara. He stepped on its face and rubbed it against the ground equals UPI. What did I do wrong? I'm just a newborn baby equals at this moment. Uchiha Madara suddenly sensed the Ant Queen's painful wails. He kicked UPI away and went to check on the Queen's condition. He saw its belly bulging and moving. The little thing inside seemed to want to come out. However, it did not take long for the little thing to give up on this idea and quietly curled up in its belly. Uchiha Madara vaguely felt that the Ant King's instinct to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages was very strong. Even if it was still a fetus that was not even a month old, it had excellent talent. However, if the Ant King did not give birth after sucking the lives of countless people, he would doubt Aizen's judgment. The Ant King that Aizen repeatedly talked about should grow into the weapon he wanted. If the Ant King could not do this, he would personally end it. Uchiha Madara came and went like the wind. After confirming that there was no movement in the Ant Queen's belly, he carried UPI out of the nest. At the same time, Meluhim, who was soaking in the amniotic fluid, trembled and opened his eyes covered with a layer of mucous membrane. The world was blurry, the rich nutrition was thick, and the warmth was within reach. Where was this? Where was this? Wait, this smell. Was it the mother's body? Then, where was the wheat? Meluhim, also known as the Boy Scout with a green helmet, was the king of the Chimera Ant, a premature baby that was not even a month old, and the strongest telekinesis ability user in the human world. He tore apart the queen as soon as he was born, slaughtered the regiment commander with a flick of his tail, and set off countless bloodshed along the way. However, after taking over the palace of Dongwochuo, he encountered the trouble of puberty wheat. In fact, this was just a short story about different species wanting to fall in love. In fact, this was just an inspirational article about human girls saving the world. In fact, this was just a drama about not loving the country but loving the army. In fact, it was precisely because of the difference in species that Meluhim and Romeo and Juliet ended up dying for each other. Because of the difference in species, both sides used rose bombs and meticulous calculations. After several delays, Meluhim achieved the ending of Romeo and Juliet both die for love. Wheat taught Meluhim about the pureness and kindness of humans, while Nitro taught Meluhim about the malice and cruelty of humans. Meluhim did have the ambition to rule the world, but compared to this ambition, he wanted to live according to his own wishes. Wheat, on the other hand, was his wish. Therefore, when the remaining toxins from the rose bombs took effect, his body was slowly deteriorating. He did not take revenge on humans while he was still alive. Instead, he chose to look for wheat, to find his own light. He had no regrets if he died in battle. He was willing to die beside wheat. Meluhim still remembered the last warmth he felt in his life. Wheat's fingertips stroked his face and said to him, "Good night, Meluhim. I'll be accompanying you soon." That was the most touching vow that Meluhim had ever heard in his short life. Unfortunately, his life had come to an end, and all the sounds in the world were fading away. Unexpectedly, after going through the long darkness and feeling the bright light, he was fortunate enough to return to the starting point. He was Meluhim, the king of Chimera Ant, and he was going to look for wheat. What did it mean to start over? It meant that there was still room for negotiation between humans and Chimera Ant. It meant that he and wheat would not walk into a dead end again. Although Chimera Ant was powerful, it still had a long way to go before it could compare to the good and evil of humans. Meluhim made up his mind to stay in his mother's womb. He did not want to be a premature baby again. It was just that the nest of the chimera ants was a little too quiet. The guy who left earlier had a strong aura. Who was he? UPI? However, this was not something he should be concerned about. The king's 3 bodyguards would deal with all threats. As long as he was born at full term, it would be fine. Meluhim blew bubbles in the amniotic fluid, but after a while, he was shocked. He could not help but look at his hand through the thin mucous membrane. After a long time, he was completely sure. His body had shrunk. What was going on? When Yigyoza and Saishomaru finished setting up the barrier under Uchiha Madara's screening, only 1% of the ants were left alive. The survivors of NGL had all evacuated. Within the entire country, there were only chimera ants and some people left. In order to survive under the hands of Uchiha Madara, Nephi Pilot had even learned to fish in the sea. Just when Ogiaph was sucking the nectar in despair, the queen in the nest suddenly let out a sharp screech. In the next second, all the chimera ant quickly approached the nest, their faces filled with fear. Chapter 278. In order to give birth to the strongest ant king in history, the chimera ant queen almost drained all her blood and strength when the full-term child left the abdominal cavity. Even though the queen was at the end of her life, it was as if she had completed her highest mission. She laughed happily, and her extremely happy sound waves echoed inside and outside the ant nest. After hundreds of years, the chimera ant finally welcomed the birth of a new ant king. Its child was a healthy and strong king, a hunter born to stand at the top of the food chain, a conqueror who would dominate the world sooner or later, even if it did not have the chance to see that day. But as a mother, it was still proud of its child. Meluhim. The queen extended her claws towards the newborn green creature. You are the light of the world. My child, your name is Meluhim. Meluhim tore apart the blood film wrapped around his body. Time turned, and he saw his biological mother again. Unlike his previous life, when he tore apart the Queen/S abdominal cavity and forced himself to be born, the current Meluhim was peaceful and calm. He did not reject his biological mother/S touch. Even if the touch was not gentle, it was even a little painful. But it made Meluhim suddenly realize, what was the weight of the word /mother/? The queen could have survived. But in order to give him supreme talent and martial strength, she actually used herself as nourishment to provide for him. Meluhim could feel the fullness and saturation of every cell in his body, tenacity and strength, and a mind and strength that was even more domineering than in his previous life. And all these gifts and giving, all came from the /mother/ that he had completely disregarded and even deeply hurt in his previous life. Suddenly, it was as if a missing corner of his heart had suddenly been filled. Meluhim gently held the Queen/S claws and sat beside the queen in a protective posture, quietly watching her die without regret. Good night, mother. The chimera ant queen lost her breath and lay motionless on the stone bed. A sorrowful wail came from the direct subordinates guarding on the side, but the 3 direct guards of the ant king were indifferent. The death of the queen marked the end of the chimera ant. The birth of the ant king marked the beginning of a legend. The end and rebirth of chimeric ants were connected head to tail. The queen symbolized reproduction and reproduction, while the ant king symbolized war and glory. With the ant king, the chimera race would truly possess supreme martial strength and a king. It would only be a matter of time before they set off a storm across the entire world. King Ogiaph could be said to be excited, but when it saw the ant king's petite body, its expression slightly twisted. Yes, petite. The newborn ant king, who had absorbed the ATPX 4869, did not have the size of an adult like the 3 guards when he was born. Instead, he was just a baby that was 50 centimeters long and had a cute smell all over his body. A round dark green steel helmet, round purplish red eyes, a round grass green face, and a restless tail that swayed back and forth. Even his serious expression revealed a feeling of pretending to be strong. Ogiap felt extreme heartache. It only felt that humans were too hateful. Its king was so small when it was just born. It must have not eaten enough nutrition in its mother/s womb. Even the king could not be fed. This was the biggest dereliction of duty as a guard. King, Ogiap cried in sorrow, tears of blood in its voice. King, Melohim glanced at it and ignored it. Ogiap/s loyalty to him could be seen by the sun and moon, but its nervousness and suspicion increased in proportion to its loyalty. Needless to say, Poff had already acted up. As for Poff, who was acting up, as a normal ant in all aspects, Melohim did not want to play with a pervert. He decided to leave Poff alone until it drained its brain. Nephi Pilot. In comparison, the catgirl Nephi Pilot was much less worrisome. King. Nephi Pilot did not ask why the Ant King knew its name, but as the first guard summoned by the king, it was extremely happy. Tell me, why are there so many humans in the nest? Melohim opened his sphere and clearly felt that there was a group of powerful humans not far from the delivery room. What was going on? If he remembered correctly, when he was born in his previous life, there were no living people within 100 miles. But now, where did it go wrong? Nephi Pilot /s cat face was a little twisted. King, it /s like this. And so, Nephi Pilot told the Ant King everything that the female demon Yijuza, the black warrior Saishomaru, and the great demon king Uchiha Madara had done. It had wanted to exaggerate the bitterness of the ant /s life, but compared to the petite king and the powerful Susanoo, Nephi Pilot could only swallow the bitter pill and try to tactfully hint to the Ant King not to go against these people. Yijuza, Saishomaru, Uchiha Madara. One after another, the names of powerful people that had never appeared in his previous life were mentioned. Melohim had fought President Nitro once, and although he defeated him with an overwhelming advantage, he had to admit that the weak and powerless humans in his impression were indeed extremely powerful. Even though he had died to the malice and backstabbing of humans in his previous life, he still acknowledged and valued Nitro quite a bit. Because of this, Melohim's definition of humans was no longer as simple as food, and the powerful humans deserved to be treated equally. He was willing to meet the powerful humans apart from Nitro. He really wanted to know if the human race was worthy of the Chimera Ant's recognition, or even integration. But before Melohim could say, "Take me to them," the powerful humans that Nephi Pilot mentioned had already arrived. In just a moment, Melohim felt a chill crawling up his spine. As if he had met his natural enemy, he instinctively raised his guard. The combination of 2 men and 1 woman, each of their psyche and ki at their peak, gave him a sense of oppression that was as deep as the sea. He had thought that Nitro was the strongest among the humans, but he did not expect that there would always be someone stronger than him. The 3 humans in front of him were so much stronger than Nitro that it was as if they had reached a whole new level. It made his hair stand on end. Melohim didn't know that Yijuza was a protector and the representative of an overgod. As for Saishomaru and Uchiha Madara, they were the most powerful beings in their respective planes, and were indeed existences that he couldn't fight against right now. The Ant King couldn't help but fall silent, waiting for the newcomers to speak first and state their conditions. The Chimera Ant was the loser, and the humans were the victors. As long as their appetites weren't too big, Melohim didn't mind using a different method to interact with humans. After all, although his current appearance wasn't mighty enough, it was surprisingly suitable for numbing human senses. Who would be on guard against a newborn baby? Just as Melohim expected, the newcomers were indeed not on guard against him. But what about the appearance of one of them? The beautiful woman was too careless. Without a word, she stepped in front of him, reached out, and picked him up. Alarmed, Melohim subconsciously whipped her hand with his tail. Melohim knew that he was in trouble after that. A casual wave of his tail could shatter giant rocks, not to mention a human's slender wrist. If he whipped his tail, the woman might mistakenly think that he was attacking, and a fight might break out. But it was too late to stop now. He was aggressive to begin with, and there was no way he would allow an unfamiliar aura to get close to him. It didn't matter if he whipped or not. Pa. The miraculous thing was that when the tail struck down, it seemed to hit a layer of cover. A layer of blue ripples visible to the naked eye appeared on the water-like power, and the ripples spread out. Yo, you're so cute, but your temper is quite bad. Yigyoza and Meluhim stared at each other. Under the little ant's confused gaze, Yigyoza subconsciously waited. This weight, you're the strongest I've ever seen. It was heavy. Although it was an infant, it was at least 15 kilograms. To be honest, Yigyoza was quite fond of this green-colored ant cub. Its skin color was indeed a bit strange, but it was also very cute. Moreover, a newborn ant king had the ability to control the 3 guards. It seemed that as long as it existed, the ant colony would obey its orders. If he could raise it like a human, if he could really teach it, Yigyoza wouldn't mind spending a bit more effort. Under Meluhim's gaze, Yigyoza said, "Do you want to join us?" Ant King. Although it seemed like a question, Yigyoza and the Ant King both understood that the Chimera Ant had no way of resisting. His question was just to save the Ant King's face. Rather than being forced to join the humans, it was better for the Ant King to personally give the order to cooperate with the humans. This way, in the eyes of the 3 guards and the ant colony, the Ant King would still have the highest right to speak and supreme dignity. Look, even the human who had forced them to rub the floor was now negotiating with it in a polite manner, giving it face. Unfortunately, Meluhim was an honest young man. If he was inferior, then he was inferior. He didn't need a fig leaf. I don't have the right to refuse. Meluhim was unusually serious, but his voice was childish. You are very strong. I may be able to reach this height in the future, but I am not your opponent now. Articulate, organized, honest, and proactive. Yigyoza labeled the Ant King. Even if this little ant called himself I, he definitely had the right to call himself I. He gave the Ant King a way out, but this child didn't seem to need a way out. He recognized the truth, and at the same time, he made the entire Chimera Ant tribe recognize the truth. Just this temperament alone was enough to make Yigyoza raise his eyebrows. At this moment, the atmosphere in the ant nest became even more solemn and sorrowful, but Meluhim didn't take it to heart. The woman who was carrying him suddenly smiled. I'm a little looking forward to your growth. Becoming a humanoid creature is your fortune, but also your misfortune. Yigyoza looked at him and solemnly said, humans are an extremely tolerant race. If you can truly become humans, we won't reject outsiders from entering. But if in the end, the Chimera Ant still can't get rid of its bestial nature, I hope that you will return to the Dark Continent on your own and never come back, because if they returned, it would definitely be a battle to the death. If you are too dangerous, then it would be more suitable for you to die. Meluhim understood what Yigyoza meant. Although his previous life was short, his experience of ups and downs was enough. When Meluhim thought about problems now, he wouldn't be limited to a narrow view. After seeing the purest good and the strongest evil, the only thing that could influence him was his own will. He was a ferocious beast, and wheat was a shackle. He was willing to wear the shackle and become a ferocious beast for the other party alone. Although the tribe was important, becoming a king was his instinct. However, he didn't want to hurt the innocent wheat again. Nor did he want to be involved in the whirlpool of a war between races. Since there was a way to compromise, why wouldn't he do it? The Chimera Ant's diet wasn't limited to humans. There were plenty of substitutable food in the world, so why should he drag his entire tribe into a fight with humans until both sides suffered? There were many ways to become a king, so why should he choose the most arduous path? Meluhim answered directly, if humans are worth looking forward to, then I will consider it. Yigyoza and the others were shocked. There was actually such a transparent ant in the world? King, Ojiap screamed. He listened to the Ant King's words in disbelief. He couldn't believe that the Ant King wanted to coexist with humans. Humans were food, eh? Ojiap's eyes widened as he watched Yigyoza raise his supreme king high. I've decided to teach you personally for a period of time. You are smarter than I expected. Let me give you a name. Yi Jioza smiled like an eel. Since your attitude towards humans is so good, I'll call you amicable. Amicable. It was a familiar style, a familiar taste. Saishomaru didn't object, and Uchiha Madara didn't want to get involved. Yi Jioza always had a strange quality that attracted world bosses, and the Ant King was a qualified guy. Anyway, the Inu-Chi group had all kinds of magical creatures, so a chimera ant wouldn't make much of a difference. However, Yi Jioza wanted to teach it personally. To be honest, it wasn't just Uchiha Madara. Even Saishomaru questioned Yi Jioza's ability to teach children. There weren't many ants left after Uchiha Madara's screening. Other than the Ant King's 3 bodyguards and the division commander, Crudo, the rest were little guys who didn't have high combat power but had a good character. For example, the knowledgeable penguin, the self-abased octopus, the invisible chameleon, the ant girl with rabbit ears, and the wolf who thought too much during the sage's time every day. The more he interacted with them, the more he felt that they weren't like ants, but more like humans. And some of the chimera ants did remember their memories as humans. The chimera ant queen ate humans and gave birth to a new generation of chimera ants. Little did they know that this new life was like a reincarnation for some humans. Although they had become ants, they still retained their memories as humans, and as time passed, they could remember more and more. A pink koala said that he was an assassin when he was alive. The overthinking wolf said that he was a mercenary when he was alive. And the calm Crudo told them that he was a little boy when he was alive, and his wish was to protect his sister and mother. Uchiha Madara threw some dry wood into the bonfire, looked at the burning fire, and turned to Vigilante beside him. Where's the Ant King? Where are the other spiders? The Ant King was taken away by Yi Jioza, Vigilante said. Nephi Pilot chased after Kate. You know, it's very attached to Kate. Uchiha Madara was speechless. What an idiotic cat. Wajin won a fight with the UPI, and the others are watching. As for Ojiapf, after hearing that Yi Jioza fed milk powder to the Ant King, he squatted in the bushes and cried for the whole afternoon. I don't know if he's done crying. Uchiha Madara was speechless. What an idiot. By the way, Vigilante had a curious look on his face. I just want to ask, do ants really eat milk powder? Uchiha Madara was speechless. The weather was getting cold, and Vigilante was itching for a beating. Yi Jioza felt that raising a dog was a technical job, and raising a child was a troublesome job. He understood the logic. The Ant King looked easy to talk to, but in fact, he was hard to please. For example, friendly, you've just been born. Do you need diapers? Yi Jioza took out a dozen diapers, but Meluhim firmly refused. Not only that, the Ant King's tail also whipped the diapers all over the ground. Yi Jioza was speechless. Mild fading. JPG, friendly, you must be hungry. Come and have some milk powder. Yi Jioza brewed 3 different flavors of milk powder, hot, warm, and cold, and placed the bottle next to Meluhim. Drink more. You'll grow. The Ant King swung his tail irritably, whipped the bottle away, and said he wanted meat. In the end, he ate the whole cow with a disgusted expression. Yi Jioza was speechless. Mild fading. JPG, friendly, it's bedtime. Let me tell you a few bedtime stories. Yi Jioza took out Grimm's fairy tales, Hans Christian Andersen's fairy tales, and Aesop's fables, determined to instill the concept of truth, kindness, and beauty in the Ant King, and cultivate the Ant King's character. Unexpectedly, before the story of the 3 little pigs was finished, the Ant King expressed that he was hungry and wanted to eat pork. Yi Jioza was speechless. Mild fading. JPG, friendly, let's play a game. How about chess? Yi Jioza laid out Chinese chess and Weiqi. Let me tell you, this is the chess and Weiqi of a mysterious country in the East. The rules are like this. Do you understand? I understand. Yi Jioza felt that Friendly was really a genius. No regrets, don't cry when you lose. I used to participate in a competition in school, and I even won the 3rd prize. Before he finished speaking, Meluhim's question mark had already replaced Yi Jioza's handsome. Checkmate, you lost. Meluhim looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. Do you really know how to play chess? Sure enough, no one could compare to Wheat. She was the woman he had never won a game against in his life. Yi Jioza was speechless. Yi Jioza took a deep breath and maintained his smile. This chess doesn't reflect the level of the mysterious country in the East. Let me tell you, if you want to play, you must play Weiqi. This game has been passed down for thousands of years, and there are many tricks in it. I also learned for more than half a year before I finally got more than 20 points from my dad. I'm not bragging, but my dad is really good at Weiqi. He used to participate in the national, Meluhim had set up a trap and bit Yi Jioza's dragon into pieces, encircling it until not even a speck was left. Do you really know how to play Weiqi? Meluhim pointed at the chessboard. It's almost effortless to deal with you. Yi Jioza took a deep breath to show that he didn't want to argue with a baby. TSK, friendly. If I had to say, you were too inexperienced. Let me tell you, the best game in the world is not Weiqi, but aeroplane chess. Yi Jioza swore that he would definitely win this round. He quickly spent a minute to purchase a set of aeroplane chess from the merchant shop and placed it in front of Meluhim. The items from the merchant shop were definitely the best, and there were even a few dice. Yi Jioza briefly explained the rules to the Ant King and generously told Meluhim, you can roll the dice first. After all, this is your first time playing. Don't say that I'm bullying you. If you roll a 6, you can still roll it again. Then, Yi Jioza watched with a wooden face as Meluhim rolled a 6 again and again. 10 minutes later, Meluhim's blue and green chess pieces all returned to their positions, while Yi Jioza's red and yellow chess pieces didn't move at all. Yi Jioza's hand trembled as he pointed at the dice. You cheated. Meluhim didn't say anything. He just grabbed all the scattered dice and shook them in the palm of his hand. He threw the dice in front of Yi Jioza. They spun, and spun again, and each one stopped on a 6. A natural king of gamblers. Yi Jioza was speechless. Airplane chess without any technical content. Meluhim commented, as long as you master the dice, you master the game. You leave victory to the dice and luck. As a human, you are really naive. Yi Jioza inhaled, exhaled, inhaled, exhaled. He didn't believe that he couldn't deal with this little ant. So, Yi Jioza brought Meluhim to play poker with Sisso. In order to bully the ant, he even dug out the depressed Ogiap from the bushes and told it that the Ant King needed it. No matter what, he had to add a useless teammate to the friendly team. As soon as Ogiap heard that it was needed by the king, it immediately joined the double buckler team equals. However, even if Sisso had the illusion of being frivolous, it couldn't stop Meluhim from having the strongest brain. The Ant King had memorized all the cards that everyone had played, exposed Sisso's cheating on the spot, and won steadily. Ogiap raised his eyebrows and exhaled. As expected of the king, Yi Jioza x Sisso. The face of humanity had been completely lost by the two of them equals. Finally, as Yi Jioza's face darkened, Meluhim said to her as if it was a gift, let's continue. What other games do you have? Bring them all to me. I can continue playing with you for a while. Playing with you for a while. Playing with you for a while. Yi Jioza suddenly understood what the Ant King meant. From the beginning to the end, it wasn't him who was playing with it, but the Ant King who was playing with him equals. Yi Jioza had enough of this condescending expression of looking down on a retard and tolerating retards. Heh, do you think I will admit defeat so easily? Ant King, I will now let you feel the essence of humanity's strongest game for thousands of years, the most amazing game in history, Mahjong. Absolutely. I won't let you win another game. Yi Jioza brought along the Ant King, pulled over the smart vigilante, the awesome Sharingan Uchiha Madara, and Illumi, who was the best at seeking advantages and avoiding disadvantages, and told them about this unique war of races that concerned the face of humanity. Uchiha Madara x Illumi. You're really great. 3 people and an ant climbed onto the Mahjong table. Although they were novices, their brains were very good. After a few rounds of friendly games, they gradually learned the rules of the game and even had a different taste in the game. To be honest, Mahjong was really fun, and it was easy to get addicted to it. As a result, the game became more and more intense and dazzling. Vigilante and Illumi cooperated with Uchiha Madara to play. They won the first few rounds, but in the last few rounds, they lost the whole door and face. Meluhim pushed away the tiles and said, "All the same win? What a ruthless and unreasonable world. Did their brains grow on the heads of ants?" Ojiap was so excited that he cried, as expected of the king, "You are indeed worthy of being my king." The humans, you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.